Wang Xing'an was paralyzed on the floor of the ward as he looked at the phone. Screens display. Jia, China's army's #1 person. Isadora, the underground empress who controls more than half of the world's economy. Hong, the invincible #1 in the world. These three names, any one of them was sufficient to shake the world and right now, this young man had these numbers in his phone to be able to take directly through phone to them was harder than trying to call a country's government to discuss matters. This. Within the ward, Tang Yongqing, Tang Yongyuan, and the rest of their family, along with Xing'an and his bodyguards, everyone was staring at Luo Feng just. Who in the world was this youth in a casual black shirt, and where did he come from? You're kidding me. Wang Xing'an was raging uncontrollably, his expression was struggling, lying on the floor, staring at Luo Feng. You think you can randomly show me numbers and expect me to stop? You say you know the HR Alliance chairman and the dojo of Limit's head. I can say I'm Hong's son. Random lies. Who can't do that? In this whole world, the people able to directly communicate with these three people are too few. There probably aren't more than 3 people on this earth who can do such a thing at a young age like yours. Wang Xing'an laughed. If I have such luck to meet one, I can go win the lottery. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. Humph. I can see you are a spirit reader with some background. Xing'an lay on the floor, staring hard at Luo Feng. You want to play with me civilly or with force? Civil, force. Luo Feng curiously looked at Xing'an. Humor me. Force, meaning you are crazy enough to kill me here. The hospital is a public place, under the base's supervision system. It's everywhere in this hospital. Whatever goes on here will all be recorded in the base's recording system very clearly. When the Wang family goes through the court systems, even if you are a higher war god, you'll still be put to death. If you kill me, the court will put the death sentence on you. This is through force. The civil way is simple. You let me go, I won't leave. I'll stay here outside this room awaiting the headquarters city's police force, based on our own methods. We'll see who's more unlucky, you or I. Wang Xing'an stared at Luo Feng with a crazed look in his eyes. Luo Feng looked down on him. The Tang family within the room were scared silly. The legendary Wang family was not something they could deal with right now. This relative, whom they just met, was actually a spirit reader and not some ordinary person. No matter, their Tang family was a small one. Wang Xing and Luo Feng looked calmly at him. Speak. Xing'an stared back. Even if you are not afraid of death, you have some capability. Luo Feng nodded. However, the amount of people who aren't afraid of death are too many. Just like the fighters who are constantly fighting in the wild, constantly on the brink of death. I'm curious, why do you force so many women to submit to you? Xing'an seemed a little proud from that hobby. My one and only hobby. Every exceptional girl are all creations from up above. They are the best collector's items. So if they refuse, you use force. Luo Feng continued. If they still refuse, you destroy them. Why do you destroy girls who don't submit to you? They are just ants. To be able to join my collection is their honor, Xing'an confidently said. Luo Feng stared at this youth on the floor. They have no history or feud with you or any relations. You actually get to decide what to do with people's fates. Luo Feng looked at him. You let me know whether you want to do this the civil way or the hard way. I'll tell you. If we go by force, you die. I'm fine. The civil way, you'll still die. I'm fine. Luo Feng looked calmly at him. without any feud or history with you. Even my cousin who does her country service as a researcher has never done any evil. She rejects you, and you want to send her family to hell just based on that. 1 point Xing'an, I can tell you this. I can wait for the police to come. I can wait for the army. I can wait for your Wang family people to come down. Even if you had ample preparation and then go to court, whatever method, whatever background and connections, use them all, I hereby declare the court's final decision will be death, immediate execution. Luo Feng's voice was calm, almost like saying some very mundane. Luo Feng looked at the two guards. Take your master and leave, clean him up. The two bodyguards looked at each other. One of them began dragging the paralyzed Xing'an out, the other began cleaning up the bloodstains on the floor outside the ward. The hospital's security guards along with the department head was there. However, after reviewing the tapes in slow motion, they realized one of them was a spirit reader and were too frightened to go in. Master Wang. Master Wang, are you okay? Head Tian and Head Fu ran quickly as they saw him being dragged out. Not dead yet. Xing'an's expression was cold. Within Kyoto headquarters city, whoever with a little position would know of a few special princes. Wang Xing'an was one of them. Director Tian, as a higher ranked department head in the hospital, definitely recognized the important people and treated Xing'an with respect. Young master, what do we do? The two bodyguards looked at crossing in Kyoto headquarters city and its 8 cities. Among the elite, who doesn't recognize me? Tianjin City Special Forces head Li Dong has even drank with me before. He'll be the first come. Also send this news to my Wang family. Wang Xing'an had a crazed look. He's crazy, crazier than me. A red auto jet arrived, flying about the airspace above Tianjin City. The cabin door opened. Dressed in a Chinese tunic suit, Jia Yi sat there, posture upright. Mr. Jia, will arrive in Tianjin City soon. Luo Feng is currently in the number 1 hospital there. Within the cabin, a middle-aged man wearing glasses smiled as he said, "Okay." Luo Feng acquired quite a number of Muya crystals this time. If I can get one from him, it'll be considered a success. Jia Yi nodded. Remember, I'll be doing the talking later. Don't interrupt this. Luo Feng's growth speed is too shocking. On Misty Island, he actually was on par with the 3rd chairman. And he's only 21, too young. Jia Yi lowered his voice. You never know. In the future, he might be just like Hong and Thunder God, existences whose positions cannot be challenged. Hong, Thunder God. That was a point where one's strength was already above a country's. The 5 great countries also treated the two with respect. Their overpowering strength dictates that, and with Luo Feng's growth speed a few years, and he's on par with the 3rd chairman, it'll be no surprise if he catches up with Hong and Thunder God. No choice. Luo Feng was too young, his potential was too shocking. Mr. Jia, we've reached the hospital. Oh, why's there a police car below? Let's go down. Jia Yi said seriously. Kyoto headquarters city, main city sector, Wang family. Who's their head of security? Donning a lavish suit, a bald old man was roaring like a lion. Don't tell me they've never seen a picture of Luo Feng. Before after the news came from the Tianjin Special Forces, he actually didn't stop the Special Forces from heading there. Dad. The middle-aged man beside him said, Luo Feng is a representative, you know. Representative pictures and news are kept secret, hardly ever leaked. The head of security, Old Li, may have seen his picture, but not the real person. even after seeing the tape from the Tianjin city, to be able to identify that young man as Luo Feng wouldn't be easy. Get out. You're still yapping, hurry up and call Xing'an, are you not satisfied with the amount of trouble he's caused Luo Feng? He's on par with the third chairman. Our Wang family cannot afford to offend him. The head of the Wang family lost his composure as he raged. No choice. To face such a figure, one that was on par with the third chairman, one that even countries had to treat with respect. What was his one family? A few representatives were in the HR alliance as temporary guests, but they were temporary after all. Even the HR alliance wouldn't easily mess with a regular representative, and don't even mention one of Luo Feng's level. Tianjin First Hospital. Special wardroom. The Tang family, along with the Luo family, were in there. There was a huge number of special forces in armor outside. It's quite a ruckus out there. Luo Hua looked out. Big brother, a huge number of police are here. Don't worry. Luo Feng took out his phone. Hello, you've arrived at the hospital, haha. Right, I'm here. Can you see the large number of police? I'm right in the center of their barricade, haha. No problem, I just met a piece of scum. Handled it. Oh okay, you can come over then. Outside the ward. Team 1 is in position. Team 2 is in position. Team 3 is in position. Hearing the responses from the communicator, the head of the special forces, Li Dong said, the target is a spirit reader. Everyone has to follow the plan. Don't be careless, we have to take him down with one blow. Also don't harm the other innocent people inside. Affirmative. 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 Li Dong shook his head. As Tianjin City's most powerful special force, they had their methods in dealing with powerful fighters. Wang Xian and was being supported in a chair beside, looking as things unfolded. Li Dong suddenly took out his phone from his pocket, getting a shock from the number displayed. Yes, senior official Li Dong immediately stood at attention, expression serious. Yes. Understood. Understood. Li Dong closed his phone, picked up the communicator. Retreat. Full retreat. The troops that were already spaced out in critical points, ready to move, were all forced to swiftly retreat. Under Li Dong's order, they quickly lined up in their groups to welcome the senior official. Li Dong, what's going on? Wang Xing'an shouted from the chair he was sitting in. Shut up. Li Dong stared at him. Senior official Jia is here. Jia Yixing and was shocked. The special forces formed two rows, in the corridor sides, everyone at attention. Walking in behind from the back, a skinny small middle-aged man, dressed in a Chinese tunic suit, with two underlings following him, strolled past. The rank displayed on these two underlings' shoulders made the policemen stand even more at attention. They were generals. Two generals following behind. Just who was this leader? Aunt, you take care here. Dad, Mom, you two stay here and keep her company. I have things to attend to. Following the commotion outside, a youth dressed in a black casual shirt walked out. The corridor was silent. The special forces policeman, the hospital head and others, along with Xing'an, stuck in a chair, were all unable to speak. The special forces were in two rows along the walls of the corridor. In the center, Jia Yi was walking towards Luo Feng. The moment Luo Feng stepped out of the room, Jia Yi walked over. Representative Jia. Luo Feng smiled as he walked over. Representative Luo. Jia Yi walked towards him. The two smiled as they shook hands. No one around could utter a sound. Xing An's face had gone ghostly pale. "Let's find a quiet place to talk," Luo Feng said. Following that, he and Jia Yi headed straight towards the corridor end's elevator, followed by the two colonels behind. Besides Luo Feng and Jia Yi, nobody else uttered a sound. This was the scene of the two of them leaving through the elevator. Phew! My God, did you see their ranks? Two generals. When the two had left for a while, noise erupted in the hallway. "That's a being that surpasses a war god, Jia Yi. When we were escaping during the Grand Nirvana period, I saw him battling a monster," shouted the hospital deputy director, whose hair was all silver. Its senior official Jia Yi. The other representative was definitely Luo Feng's Special Forces head. Li Dong was covered in sweat. "I was just about to prepare to capture investigator Luo. I was really courting death." While he may never have seen Luo Feng in person before, as the head of the Tianjin city's police system, he knew of his name and reputation. "Wang Xingyan, I was almost killed because of you." Li Dong turned to Xingyan, who was lying in a chair that was moved to the side. Xingyan's face was ghostly pale. "It's over. It's over." Xingyan's mind began to recall vividly the conversation he was having before. "Under any circumstance, background or connections, I hereby declare the court's final decision will still be death, immediate execution." Suddenly his phone rang. "Your phone is ringing," Li Dong shouted. Xing An's two bodyguards beside immediately picked up the phone and answered, putting it to Xing An's ear. All he heard was his father's roars of rage and orders. "Dad." Xing An looked as though he was hugging on to his last strand of hope. That was Luo Feng in the ward earlier. At this time, he didn't dare to hide any single piece of information. He explained it from start to end, hoping that his family could help him out, yet all his father could do was hang up and look for the head of the family. Just 5 minutes later, in the hallway, 3 army personnel, dressed in black uniforms, walked directly to Xing An's side, one of them taking a piece of paper out. At the bottom of it was a very special seal. "Wang Xingyan, you are suspected of murder. You'll be arrested." Immediately, the other two handcuffed him and lifted him away. They left immediately without even looking at Li Dong. "It's over. No one can save him." Li Dong knew there was no chance when he saw the seal. The earth was filled with savage and lawless people. However, as the saying goes, one who constantly walks by the river will someday wet his shoes. Heaven's net is wide and nothing ever escapes it. One day, he'll meet his just deserts. Wang Xingyan, in the eyes of Luo Feng or Jia Yi, was nothing but a small figure, not worth that much trouble at all. Just a word and they could kill him. Kill him personally. That was a waste of strength. Within a quiet waiting room of the hospital, Luo Feng and Jia Yi sat facing each other, with cups of hot tea. "To allow you to encounter such a thing in Kyoto headquarters city," Jia Yi shook his head. "However, there is definitely darkness on Earth. Without it, there can be no light, so there's no way to avoid darkness in any era. This Wang Xingyan will be immediately executed through the courts." Luo Feng nodded. He understood this point well. It was inevitable for darkness to exist. "Jia Yi, what's the purpose of you looking for me?" Luo Feng asked. "Muya crystals." Jia Yi smiled. "I'll be frank, no choice. These crystals are too important. One of them can create a representative, and those loyal to their countries are how many? One more would increase the influence of our country, and also its position." "I understand." Luo Feng nodded. Of course, we won't just take the crystals without returning anything, we'll be very fair, Jia said. Whatever condition you want, just mention it. I'm not attracted to any mundane things. Luo Feng continued. However, the ancient civilizations have many different apparatus that I'm interested in, a few treasures, weird things, and even the remains for some of them. I hope Jia can arrange for a list for me so that when the time comes I can pick the ancient civilization items that I want. No problem, Jia smiled while nodding his head. When the ancient ruins were first discovered, the countries had acquired many treasures. However, compared to the Muya crystals, they were far less important. However, that list, with images and video, will take 2 to 3 days to complete, Jia said. Then we'll talk again. Then Luo Feng laughed. Okay, I'll personally go to Yangzhou then to talk to you, Jia smiled and nodded. Right now on Earth, Babata had already prepared training methods for Luo Feng. The only things that could truly catch Luo Feng's attention were the ancient civilization items. Be it Luo Feng or Babata, they could only hope to be able to gather enough remains to build a small spaceship. When the news of Wang Xing'an's sentence of death reached Luo Feng that day, his new cousin Yongqing was extremely happy. She had finally left that nightmare behind. She had always thought Xing'an was a god beyond rules, and that she'd be trapped in that nightmare forever. The Tang family were very happy, as Luo Hongua had been separated from them for over 40 years before meeting up again. They decided to stay for a few days to keep his aunt company. Luo Feng and his family temporarily stayed at a peaceful villa prepared by the military. Nightfall. It was snowing heavily, yet the villa was filled with warmth. Second story, training room. Luo Feng sat cross-legged. Luo Feng, I will transmit your thoughts straight into the virtual space I have built for you. Babata's voice sounded in his head. At the same time, I will have security defense raised for the surrounding 1000 m. You can focus within the space. In the virtual space, there was an enormous mountain reaching the clouds, dressed in white. Luo Feng suddenly appeared on it. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. The mountain was so deep he couldn't see the bottom. All he could see were the clouds and sky. He actually even saw a huge planet. It almost took up 1/3 of the sky. Shocked, with 2 horns, red pupils, and dressed in black, Babata floated beside him. The universe is mysterious beyond belief. 2 planets this close, or one of them being especially big, will result in this phenomenon. Luo Feng nodded gently. Today, you will officially accept the teachings of the Master. Babata lifted his head, face full of confidence. First you have to understand, to build a skyscraper, one's foundations must be solid and steady. This is also why you have to spend 50 years in the Star Traveler level to build your basics. If you do not care about anything else, and train as crazily as stuffing ducks, within 3 years, I can help you get to the star level. However, the price would be you'd forever be stuck and unable to reach the universe level, Babata said. Luo Feng listened carefully. To become a domain lord and a sector lord, you have to treat each step seriously. Babata waved his little hand. Crash. A blood-red castle appeared suddenly behind him. Follow me. Babata flew towards the castle. Luo Feng ran behind him. Rumble. The castle doors opened. Master. 18 tall stone statues that were 8 m tall stood by the castle door. Entrance respectfully greeted. Babata shook his head. These 18 iron towers used to follow the master. They are extremely loyal, however when Yunmo planet was destroyed, they too lost their lives. I'm only emulating them now. Within this castle, I've simulated 18 iron towers and 36 concubines. Following Babata, he saw a wide bevy of beautiful women from different ethnicities along the way. It wasn't long before they reached a large room on the second level of the castle. This is your training room. Look. Babata pointed to the four walls of the training room. Schwa immediately. The four walls were covered by bookshelves, and right here, I've already prepared for your Star Traveler level, Star level, Universe level, Domain Lord level, Sector Lord level books to study. Saying that, the shelves began to fill themselves with books. The entire training room was filled with over 10,000 books. You are currently in the Star Traveler level. That's why, these two shelves of books, you have to study them. Babata pointed to the top two levels of a particular bookshelf. The top level is for training as a fighter. A strong spirit reader also requires a strong body. Your powers, body strength all require training. Your body is currently at the student level 9, consciousness also at its peak. To break through to the Star Traveler level 1 body would be easy. The second level is for the spirit reader side. Even more important, it's mainly broken into the sections of, and every one of them is profound and deep. Babata said, Master's teachings are unique and special even in the universe. The Master's fighter training structure demands are very high. The spirit reader side is even more demanding. The Master had 9 undying underlings. These 9 undying beings had actually had their souls permeated by mysterious powers long ago. They were controlled by their souls. These 9 undying underlings, these 9 had all their knowledge and memories. The only thing was that they'd be 100 loyal to the end to the Master when they were being controlled. One of them was at the universe level, 6 were domain lords, and 2 were sector lords. As the Master's powers rose, they were gradually training and rising too. Master's mysterious methods allowed the underlings to have self-awareness and the ability to train. Babata proudly spoke, and these underlings would never hesitate in their loyalty. Once the Master died, they would die along with him. The 5 undying beings in the Yunmo spaceship died because their Master died. Babata looked at Luo Feng. Of course, Master's teachings are extremely difficult to learn. That's why before he died, he created an inheritance soul print. When I first interacted with you a while ago, I had already imprinted it into your body. Babata said, it will subtly permeate into your soul without any trace. I estimate, in about 3 hours, it will be fully complete. Luo Feng looked at Babata, shocked. Soul imprint, he didn't feel anything at all. Why are you so shocked? Babata waved his hand. A chair appeared beside him. Babata lay on it, swaying on it contently, as though rocking a baby's cradle. The Master was an undying being. If the soul imprint he created cannot permeate your soul without a sound and without you actually noticing it, how can he still be called an undying with Master's level of soul imprinting? Even sector lords would not notice a thing, much less a Star Traveler punk like you. Luo Feng was helpless. Facing the teacher that had prepared everything before he died, Luo Feng had no resistance ability at all. Luo Feng. Babata crossed his little leg, waved his hand, and a common apple from Earth appeared. He began gnawing at it. From today on, whenever you enter this virtual space, your main motive is to train and study, and today, we will determine which path you will take. You should know, no matter what you do, it's always good to have a plan. Before taking one step at a time, this is the only way you can go far without a target or plan. Blindly training will only waste time. Babata said, I can give you suggestions, but I cannot make decisions for you. Luo Feng nodded. I understand. What suggestions do you have? 1. You must recognize the importance of fighter training. You cannot neglect it. 2. The manuals, control, illusion are both basics. You have to completely master them, and the mixed manual is a treasure of the UNMO. Planet Legacy, as one of us, these are treasured secrets you definitely have to learn them whichever path you take later on, be it a controller or an illusionist, you pick for yourself. 3. Take out some time for me to teach you the common language of the universe. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. Out of Babata's 3 suggestions, number 1 and 3 were things he definitely had to do. The second point was a choice he had to make down the line. Common language of the universe. Luo Feng just opened his mouth to speak. Don't we have translating devices? Even Earth has translating devices. Why would the universe not? Why should one have to waste effort and time to learn another language? Honestly speaking, Luo Feng has never liked learning languages. Back in school before, he studied 12 years of English as a second language and could roughly understand everything. He could roughly speak it too. However, compared to the other students, foreign language was Luo Feng's weak point. It was lucky the college entrance exams didn't test foreign languages. However, it was still a tragedy for Luo Feng. You have to learn it, Babata said. In the vast universe, while you can use translating devices, those who do not understand the common language of the universe are instantly looked down upon. People will say that you are uncivilized and come from a barbaric place. Whoever has position and rank can speak fluently in the common language of the universe. You are UNMO Planet's representative. How can you not speak the common language of the universe? Babata's blood-red eyes were staring so hard they looked like they were about to pop out. Okay, I'll learn it. Luo Feng nodded. Good. Babata nodded his head contently. Babata, these fighter trainings, I'm a spirit reader, training is strong enough. Body is sufficient. Everything else I'll just do the minimum. I don't need the rest, Luo Feng said. Your foresight is too lacking. Babata was so angry, he threw the remaining half of his apple to the ground. Let me tell you, Babata explained seriously, the main 2 divisions in the universe are the fighters and the spirit readers. Both have their pros and cons. The spirit readers, however, have more diverse and weird methods for fighters to evolve and break through. They must focus on spirit and willpower. For spirit readers to evolve and break through, they must also realize the importance of body and genetic energy. You will not be able to see it now. However, the universe level, especially the domain lord, sector lord, be it spirit, willpower, energy, body, all have very high demands, Babata said. For a wooden pail to be able to store more water, it has to rely on its shortest board. That SY Fighter training should never take a back seat. Your training on the Fighter S side currently is too weak, and only capable to using 3/5 of your body's strength. Blade technique and body technique are all at the basic level. Luo Feng interrupted. My blade skills are at the expert level and my body technique is at the perfect level. That's how you call them on Earth. Babata couldn't help but raise his head, according to the universe levels. Your blade technique and body technique are all at the basic level, belonging to the lowest level of all. Your multiplier is at 3-5. It's just pitiful. In the UNMO planet, the student level 9 are capable of a multiplier of 10. Luo Feng was shocked. This was higher than even Thunder God. And your Earth's training methods have so many problems, Babata said. For example, with a brute force of 1 million kilograms, multiplier of 3 times, your attacking strength is only 3 million, your speed also increases a lot, so why can't your defensive capabilities also increase? Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. Attacking power along with speed multiplies. Defense. Earth's fighters were all researching, only their defense hasn't been able to multiply. A fighter's training, you can study on your own. If you don't understand something, just ask me. Babata waved his hand. A gorgeous glass table immediately appeared in front of Luo Feng. The table had 6 chairs beside it. The books that were all for his Star Traveler level training immediately began flying over, landing on the table. Slowly study all these. Babata waved his hand again. The books pertaining to spirit reader training all flew over. Your main focus should be these. Especially the mixed manual, Babata said. You need to study this book especially well. The mixed manuals, every book has a golden cover, very eye-catching. Luo Feng surveyed the books. Within that pile, over 10 of them had golden covers, the rest had black covers. Randomly picking up one of the golden-covered books, Soul Imprint, the top of the book had 2 very unnoticeable words, Mixed Manual. Taking up another golden-covered book, Tower of the Void, it too had the words, Mixed Manual, by the side. The third book, Soul Transfer. The fourth book, 6 Blades. The fifth book. Every book is expansive and in-depth, like the Soul Imprint. The only reason the master could control 9 great undying underlings was because of this secret technique. Soul Imprint, the inheritance imprint left for you, was also based off of this technique. It is a very mysterious power. What you have in your hand is only the basics. Once you learn it, I'll pass second volume of Soul Imprint to you, Babata said. These are UNMO Planet's unique and special secrets, not to be passed to outsiders, Babata proudly said. Luo Feng couldn't help but pick up the book, Soul Imprint. This is a treasure. To be able to control underlings, along with allowing them to have self-awareness and training, it was truly impressive. Tower of the Void is another secret technique for soul defense from UNMO Planet. From the disciples master had before, only one managed to acquire the teachings from him when master was alive. It was hard for even one of the disciples to get the chance to learn, and the skills wouldn't be passed down completely. You are very lucky. Every skill is there for you, and they are all complete, Babata said. Luo Feng was extremely happy. Teaching a capable student meant less jobs for oneself. When the master was alive, it was hard to get even one secret, but since the master knew he was going to die, he of course had to leave behind all of his secret manuals. Treasure trove. This was the true treasure trove. While control and illusion was important, the other undying beings all learned it too. Mixed, however, was a compilation of secret skills, be it defense, attack, techniques that required risking one's life or controlling underlings. These were all extremely mysterious and special to attain. Such skills in the universe required a huge amount of luck or treasures. to exchange with. Luo Feng, he managed to get all of them in one go. From the star level to the domain lord, the teachings from the Yunmo planet were all complete. He stayed in the virtual space, studying the books for a while. Luo Feng felt a piercing pain. Within the training room, he felt his body start to grow numb and blur, before disappearing altogether from the virtual training room. Oh, 3 hours are up, the merging has reached its last step, Babata laughed. Tianjin City, within the second level of the temporary Villa's training room. It was snowing heavily outside. Luo Feng's mind had just undergone an amazing and shocking change. In his consciousness, in his vast consciousness, there was a miniature planet, one that was emitting light rays. This little planet was formed from several crystal pyramids. Closely packed together, it was a perfect structure. The whole planet was giving out a formless, mysterious wave. The core of the mini-planet. A prismatic blood-red crystal lay at the core of the miniature planet. Formless blood-red threads revolved around this crystal body as its core, covering the entire miniature planet. Chi-chi. Countless blood-red threads continuously revolved and threaded through the mini-planet. Piercing pain, that was the soul trembling. The miniature planet began to change colors at a speed which one could witness with his naked eye from the semi-transparent state before to gradually changing to pink, light red, slowly soaking through till the planet became very red, until it finally changed to the same blood red as the crystal body at its core. As the planet changed, it seemed to have shrunk by a size. It's so comfortable. Luo Feng was extremely relaxed. Luo Feng, congratulations on passing the hardest hurdle, normal spirit. Readers are unable to accept Yunmo Planet's secret techniques. They have to first change their psychic powers before the disciples had to train by themselves for a long time. You, however, with the help of the master, have passed it. Babata was extremely happy and pleased. Babata, my spirit's core, that blood-red crystal hasn't fully disappeared. What's going on? Luo Feng asked. That's the soul imprint. The master thought that the newer disciples would be stronger, however you are only a star traveler level 1, the soul imprint has yet to fully be absorbed. Even so, the transformation completed successfully. Babata said, right now, you are already accepted, however, you are only a student level fighter level 9, so let us not waste time and step into the Star Traveler level fighter first. Luo Feng was gleeful. He was a Star Traveler level 1 spirit reader, but only a war god level fighter. Your willpower and spirit are definitely enough. Your body has also reached the peak of the student level 9 stage. It'll be really easy. A few breathing exercises, and it'll happen, Babata said. Luo Feng has met all the conditions and can break through to the Star Traveler level 1 stage fighter level. However, Babata still taught Luo Feng 9 consecutive movements, which were kind of like the Daoyin technique. Breathe. After performing the first movement, Luo Feng felt his entire body heat up. After he performed each of the movements, every cell in his entire body seemed to be boiling. The genetic energy in each cell that hasn't been absorbed yet started gathering together like droplets of water. These droplets formed a stream of water, and then a creek, a river. Heat emanated from his entire body and continuously gathered. It finally gathered in the Dan Tian in Luo Feng's abdomen. Boom. Spirit readers and fighters have one big difference: the essence of a spirit Reader is the realm of consciousness in the head, while the essence of a fighter is the dantian in the abdomen. In the dantian. As if a new land was being born, the dantian that didn't even exist before instantly opened. The spinning genetic energy started spinning even faster. It expanded and contracted constantly. Every time it contracted, it became even smaller. Luo Feng felt like his consciousness was trembling and his body was shaking. He succeeded. In his vast dantian, a miniature planet appeared, unlike the transparent miniature planet that was born in his realm of consciousness. The miniature planet in his dantian was the color of gold. The entire golden miniature planet was actually 6 large golden crystals combined as one. This golden miniature planet continued to rotate and, at the same time, gave off an odd vibration. Genetic energy. With a thought from Luo Feng, a sliver of golden genetic energy instantly charged out of the dantian and flowed through his entire body. Crack. Crack. In an instant, all the bones, bone marrow, skin, veins, organs, etc. in Luo Feng's body began to undergo a transformation. This transformation was even more dramatic than the time when his spiritual force stepped into the star traveler level. Luo Feng felt like his bones were being smashed into pieces and then being gathered together again. Let me see what your special ability is. Babata laughed weirdly. Don't be nervous. Genetic energy is the most suitable thing for changing your body. It can change your body's ability amplifier, which is way better than the change resulting from spiritual force. Oh hee. It's actually diamond body. Haha, Luo Feng, you're pretty lucky. Babata was extremely happy. And the body transformation process was still undergoing. Luo Feng's body was dramatically becoming more and more powerful. His transformation process was even more dramatic than a normal fighter stepping into the star traveler level. For example, even though the body of Li Yao also underwent a transformation, it wasn't even near the level of transformation that Luo Feng's body was undergoing. And out of all the things that are transforming, the most dramatic change was occurring in his bones. Luo Feng's bones were giving off a crack 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 sound, as if they were being forged by a hammer. The sound even went out of Luo Feng's body. If someone came to the training room on the 2nd floor at this time, they could probably slightly hear the crack 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 sound of the bones as they transformed. Babata, you said diamond body, what's that? Asked Luo Feng. During the student level, spirit readers have an extremely large advantage, said Babata. However, once stepping into the star traveler stage, fighters also have their own methods. Their methods are their special abilities. Different star traveler fighters have different special abilities. Some of them might have the special ability of fire, while some of them might have the special ability of light. This is just the basic way you Earthlings say it. In the universe, the various special abilities are mainly categorized into 8 main categories: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light. Yours is the slightly rare diamond body in the metal category, said Babata. Luo Feng became confused as he heard this. Simply put, it's because of differences in the soul and body. The way your bodies absorb cosmic energy is actually different, so of course the resulting genetic energy is also different, said Babata. Genetic energy is mainly split into the categories of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light, and your special abilities come from your genetic energy. Special abilities are also split into the 8 main categories, but each main category can be further split into several subcategories. For example, the category of fire has subcategories of human torch, flame of refinement, etc. Even in the subcategory of flame of refinement, the flames that different people at the Star Traveler Level 1 stage possess vary in temperature. Luo Feng finally understood what was going on truthfully. No one main category is better than the other. Every main category contains extremely powerful special abilities, and every category also contains extremely weak special abilities. And Luo Feng's special ability is Diamond Body under the main category of Metal. The training room on the second floor in the villa. All wash off after his transformation finished, Luo Feng entered the bathroom and lay in the bath. Snow flew around outside of the bathroom's window. As he lay in the bathtub, Luo Feng's consciousness communicated with Babata. Diamond Body, this means that your bones and muscles will be more powerful than other fighters of the same level. This is quite a rare ability. If your bones and muscles strengthen, you'll be able to explode with more power. Your attacks will become more powerful too, said Babata. This means your attacks, speed, and defense will all increase, especially your defense. Once your genetic energy merges onto the surface of your skin, your defense will be extremely amazing. So Diamond Body is quite a rare ability. The most common special ability under the category of metal is Sharpness, which gives your attacks more piercing power, said Babata. Luo Feng slightly nodded. Luo Feng was quite satisfied with his special ability Diamond Body. This means that, on the same level, his body will be more powerful than others, and his defense will be amazing. Diamond Body, with a thought from Luo Feng, genetic energy immediately merged onto the surface of Luo Feng's skin. Luo Feng could even clearly see his skin shine with a metallic light. While Luo Feng walked out of the bathtub and stood in front of the mirror. This mirror had a function to remove fog. The Luo Feng shown in the mirror was like a god of war. You could feel the immense power just by looking at that body with a slight metallic shine on it. It was already the third day at Tianjin City. Places like the lawn and the small sector were covered in snow after Luo Feng and his family ate lunch with his great-aunt's family. All of them walked on the street of the sector. Yong Qing and Yong Yuan were only able to come back by taking some time off from the research center. After a bit, they'll have to rush back. The rules at the research center are strict. Tang Qing walked with his cousin Luo Honghua. Side by side, both of them experienced the grand nirvana period when they were kids. Work is important, smiled Luo Honghua as he nodded. Thanks a lot for back then, otherwise, that Wang Xingyan would definitely. 'Cause our family. To Tang Qing couldn't help but to shake his head. It's all in the past, said Luo Honghua. Maybe it's nothing much for your families, Luo Feng, but for our family, this is a great blessing. Yong Qing, Yong Yuan, how can you two be so shy? Hurry up and go thank your cousin, yelled Tang Qing. After hearing this, Tang Yong Qing and Tang Yong Yuan turned their heads towards Luo Feng. Cousin, thank you. Tang Yong Qing was a bit nervous beside Luo Feng. Indeed. Not only Tang Yong Qing, the entire Tang family couldn't help but to be a bit nervous after knowing Luo Feng's identity. There's no helping it if your relative turned out to be the president of a powerful country and was standing beside you. Could you talk casually without any nervousness at all? This isn't something that a normal person can do. Thank you, cousin, said Tang Yong Yuan. It was nothing much when you two have time. you can visit our home at Jiang Nan headquarters city's Yangzhou City, smiled Luo Feng. As they walked on the road of the sector, Luo Feng's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Luo Feng picked up his cell phone and walked to the side. The phone's display showed that the call was from Jia. Hello. Luo Feng's face let out a smile. The treasures from the archaeological ruin are here. Luo Feng, it's Jia. Jia's voice was filled with power. Regarding the various items from the archaeological ruins, we've prepared the list. Are you at Tianjin City? I'll be right there. There's no problem, right? No problem. Luo Feng smiled. Actually, Madame Isadora from the HR Alliance contacted me yesterday, but I'm still going to exchange with you first. This was actually the truth, since the HR Alliance also prepared their list. However, Luo Feng still prepared to purchase the goods from his own country first. When he goes to Isadora later, there'll be no need to buy an object he already has. Haha, thanks a bunch. Jia laughed loudly. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Okay. Luo Feng hung up. After Luo Feng and his family sent off their relatives, his parents and his brother went to visit his great-aunt in the hospital. Luo Feng stayed at home. Villa's second floor, reading room. Turn on this notebook and then enter the password after that. Accept the download. Jia stood to the side while holding some data storage device. The password worked. I'm ready. Luo Feng sat in front of the notebook. Beep. After Jia pressed the button, large amounts of information swiftly flowed into Luo Feng's notebook. In just a few seconds, the data transfer was complete. Jia, you can sit and drink some tea first. I have to take a good look, smiled Luo Feng. All right, no rush. Jia sat on the side and held his teacup in his heart. He was hoping that this Luo Feng would pick a few more items from the archaeological ruin, since even one extra Muya crystal makes a huge difference. Luo Feng started looking carefully in front of the notebook. Each of the special items from the archaeological ruin had photos beside them. Some of them had special functions that were even shown through a video there. Uses and prices were all explained. Babata. Luo Feng pretended to look at the data, but said in his heart, did you receive the data? Even though Babata was a living AI that could read various information via the internet, every country stores their confidential data offline because of the archaeological ruins. The data never gets on the internet, and any action of connecting them to the internet is forbidden. Because of all these safety precautions, Babata wasn't able to read some of the confidential information. And now this notebook has already been connected with Babata. Received it, responded Babata. Alright, take a careful look and see which ones are useful. Luo Feng pushed all the work to Babata. As for him, he had to pretend to look through all of the various items from the archaeological ruin. TL note: the Dan Tian is the region where qi gathers in Chinese qigong. And I know diamond isn't a metal, but that's just the name of the ability. Luo Feng, I've chosen whatever we need to buy from the list. I'll send it over to your notebook immediately. It took a total of about 1 second for Babata to come up with an answer. So fast, Luo Feng was shocked. I am but the highest degree of AIs, a living AI. My processing speed is of course fast. Babata's voice in Luo Feng's head was all but modest. In the study, Luo Feng lifted his head to look at Jia, who was lifting his cup of tea, realized his gaze, and laughed. No worries, there's quite a lot of information to sift through. It should take about 3 to 4 hours. Luo Feng, Take your time. As he said that, walked over to the nearby bookshelf to retrieve a book and began reading. Luo Feng could only force a laugh. 3 to 4 hours. A normal person would take a long time to go through the data, however. Filtering through crucial data and making the choice were all done by the living AI. Babata 1 second was more than enough to finish. If I tell him I've already finished, he would think I'm a monster. I just have to wait a couple of hours. Luo Feng moved the mouse, opening the file sent by Babata. The file opened. It was a detailed list of items to purchase. So many. Luo Feng was shocked. The amount of ancient civilization items on the purchase list was extremely huge, so huge that 10 large passenger ships couldn't possibly transport it all. Babata, we are exchanging for so many things, Luo Feng asked. Is it a lot? It's not much at all, Babata said. What are we trying to do? We are trying to build a spaceship under such impoverished conditions, to build a ship able to cruise in the universe, one that's able to travel from galaxy to galaxy. Just the materials needed for the ship's body requires a lot. Earth's natural alloys are hardly suitable for such a ship. We can only rely on such remains. Luo Feng suddenly understood. For a ship to be able to fly in the universe, it had to be very heavy. It would definitely require a lot of materials. Those remains and materials are not worth it. One Muya crystal can exchange for countless materials in the universe. Babata wasn't fully satisfied. That's in the universe. Earth is different. 3 hours later. Jia, I've made my choices. Luo Feng passed the digital notebook over. Facing the screen to Jia, this is the exchange list. Oh, that was fast. Jia smiled as he moved his chair closer to the desk. He began to carefully scan through the exchange list, getting a big shock as he finally went through it. Luo Feng, why are you buying all these ship remains? These ancient ship remains have been broken for years. They've also been separated by the different countries taking them away. The ship remains that we have, many of them have been disassembled. You want them? Yes, Luo Feng nodded. 1, 2, 3. Jia looked at the list. He was indeed very shocked. He initially thought Luo Feng was going to buy some special apparatus, but he realized none of the apparatuses were bought at all. Luo Feng only went for the many different kinds of ship remains, or pieces. Some of the pieces were of extremely hard material, not something Earth's tools had the capability of cutting open. The ship remains themselves, only a few could be dissected too. Your order is huge. This particular ship remain weighs more than 800 tons. Jia looked at Luo Feng. In fact, its price is unknown, as a material for machinery, and the fact that we've been unable to damage it, it's stronger than our SS-grade materials, by far, so the price for it. Jia, they are nothing but remains. Don't be too brutal, Luo Feng laughed. No one on Earth knows how to deal with these remains since they are unusable. They are as good as worthless. Actually, I'm pretty sure the HR Alliance and the other countries have some remains too. Jiayi's eyebrows arched up. Indeed. Ancient ship remains were abundant in the different countries like Hong. From the Dojo of Limits, the whole headquarters was a large interstellar transport ship. To say it was precious, these ship materials were indeed unique and priceless. However, they were worthless too, as man has been unable to cut or use these materials, and unusable materials are as good as worthless. The remains and parts all added up come to more than 5,000 tons. Jia looked at Luo Feng. Even if they are just remains and worthless, these amount of weight and so many ancient remains. How about this, 3 Muya crystals? Luo Feng remained silent. Babata raged angrily in his head. 5,000 tons of rubbish, they don't mean anything. One of Earth's aircraft carriers alone weighed a few 10,000 tons. A small universe ship that weighs a few 10,000 tons is very normal. 1 Muya crystal, in the universe, can easily exchange for 10 small spaceships to exchange for rubbish. Even if it was 100 million tons, doesn't mean anything. For 3 whole crystals, he must really think the crystals are like vegetables. That's too expensive. Luo Feng shook his head. 5,000 tons of ancient materials, Jia said. Our dojo's headquarters. How heavy do you think that large spaceship is? Luo Feng looked at Jia. That is a spaceship that's longer than 10,000 meters. One interstellar transport ship, more than 10,000 meters long. If one was to weigh it, it would definitely be more than 100 million tons. Does that mean that that ship would be worth tens of thousands of crystals? Luo Feng looked at Jia. It's not a good comparison. Jia said, that's your dojo of limits headquarters. In addition, it's not even possible to cut open that huge ship. Alright, how about 2 crystals? Luo Feng said. Luo Feng, are you stupid? 2 crystals? I find even one is too many. Babata was shouting in his mind. 2 crystals? Jia stared, before nodding his head. Alright, I'll show you some respect. 2 crystals. It is. I'll arrange for my men to transport the remains that weigh more than 5,000 tons to Yangzhou. Jia was extremely happy. These remains had been lying dormant, unable to be used. They were worthless. Just sitting there. To be able to exchange them for 2 Muya crystals was a good deal. He initially thought that just getting 1 crystal would be pretty good already. Luo Feng, where shall I leave these materials? Jia asked. In the wilderness outside Yangzhou City. I'll designate a destroyed factory somewhere in the wilderness as a large warehouse. You can put it there. Luo Feng smiled. Once the negotiations were complete and both parties had signed on the agreement, Luo Feng gave 1 crystal as a deposit. Luo Feng, you've become stupid. 2 crystals to exchange for 5,000 over tons of rubbish. I can bet that even with 1 crystal, Jia would have agreed. Babata was extremely unsatisfied. In this time and era, when the countries and monsters battle, there'll be much losses. By giving 1 more, I'll be supporting my country. Luo Feng said. Babata was speechless. The second day, Luo Feng sat alone in his intelligent battleship to go visit Lady Isadora. From Isadora's side, he bought over 9,000 tons of remains and materials. However, this time, he only used 1 crystal. This exchange was easy. The transportation was, however, very difficult. It was lucky that the HR Alliance had a lot of remains and materials in China itself. Transporting by train was possible. The business was done. The goods, however, would require 1 to 2 months to arrive. Jiangnan Base, Yangzhou City, Mingyu District. Luo Feng's house, 2nd-story training room. It had already been separated into 2 sections, one for training and the other was sectioned to put the ancient gravity device. The device's length was 6 meters, its height too was 6 meters. It punctured the ceiling. As such, to install it, Luo Feng's villa had to be remodeled. 2059, January 13th. Luo Feng's house, within the gravity room. 1,000 times gravity. Luo Feng took his first step into the gravity room. This has been remodeled. It's terrible. Babata scolded. This is after all a Universe Basic Level Gravity Room Model. Its specifications should go from 0-1000 Universe Gravity Force. Damn, take a look, it has been remodeled to power with Earth's electricity, using electricity to power this gravity room. I don't know whether you guys are smart or stupid. What's wrong? Luo Feng asked. You said, universe gravity force. In the universe, the unit for gravity is 889 times of Earth's, meaning to say, 1 unit of the universe's standard gravity is 889 g. This particular gravity room was meant to go from 0-8890 g of gravity force. Now it's only going from 1-1000 g. Babata continues, I can't blame this on you. Earthlings, you people don't have the proper power for it to be able to use electricity. Is not bad. Luo Feng nodded. When Earth discovered the ancient civilizations, they found mostly nothing but remains from within. They found this gravity room without the proper power. They had no choice but to remodel it to use electricity. This was already considered a success. Leave it to me. I'll upgrade the gravity room to surpass its old self before using a C12 power crystal. This is considered an excellent power source that even the higher civilizations would only get to use. Sometimes I deduce that I can push it to 0-90,000 times Earth's gravity force. That's probably the limit any more, and the gravity room itself won't be able to take it. Babata said, no choice. It's like the cars on Earth. If its basic materials are that way, if it moves too fast, it'll just spoil. If I try to further upgrade the circuit power of this gravity room and raise its power capabilities, it'll probably crumble. Luo Feng wiped his forehead. It's enough, it's enough. Its highest point was 90,000 times Earth's gravity. It was unbelievable. However, when he thought about the scene he witnessed, 2 universe-level fighters battling on the white dwarf planet, Luo Feng calmed down. That scene alone, that white dwarf planet, that was 300 million times Earth's gravity. 90,000 times compared to 300 million times, it wasn't even worth mentioning. However, to his current self, it was more than enough. Under Babata's work and his intelligent control over tools, it only took one night's work for the ancient gravity room to be completely remodeled. From today, Luo Feng, you will train in here every day. Fighters training in the gravity room, spirit readers training also in there. For someone like you whose basics aren't solid enough, the effects will be very beneficial. Oh, even though you might be a star traveler level 1, your muscles and bones are able to handle a greater amount of gravity. Your heart, liver, and other internal organs, however, are weaker. This is due to your basics not being solid. Your internal and external are not equal, so you'll start from 100 times Earth's gravity. This'll help your internal organs grow stronger quickly. Under Babata's orders, Luo Feng began to work on his foundations within the gravity room. The days of his training had just begun. Within the next few days, the HR Alliance swiftly delivered the ancient civilization spaceship remains over. A few unique broken pieces were sent. About 100 kilometers outside Yangzhou City, they were all stored in a huge warehouse in the wilderness outside. Shortly after, Babata put all these materials into his own virtual storage space. Luo Feng had the storage ring. However, Babata himself had his own storage space. The storage space could only hold non-living items, bodies, etc. Babata's storage space was obviously much bigger. He could even fit all the materials, including tools, and actually begin to build a ship within the space. AI, machinery, power source, etc. These are all non-living, hence began the Construction of the spaceship within the spatial storage. Babata, just how big is your storage space? Luo Feng asked, before you actually kept the UNMO planet ship in it. My ring can't even store that ship now. You've actually stored the whole warehouse and begun building the ship. Just how much space is there? Luo Feng was extremely curious of his private hoard. Bigger than yours, Babata was frank and direct. How long would it take to finish building the ship? Luo Feng asked. 5 or 6 years, Babata said. My God, 5 or 6 years, aren't you an amazing AI? Why would it take so long? Babata was unsatisfied. We are building a ship to travel in the universe, not a spaceship model. Also, to build the ship requires many very specific tools. I don't even have the tools, and I'm working under such conditions, building from scratch on Earth. How long would it take to build an aircraft carrier? The thing I'm building is tens of millions of times harder and more complicated. 5 or 6 years is considered very fast. Alright, I'm in no rush. Luo Feng didn't push it anymore. Right, having my help to build it is a blessing. Otherwise, with Earth's technology, be it a 100 years or 1,000 years, you'd only be able to just enter space. To travel the Milky Way would require 100,000 light-years to travel interstellar. Earth wouldn't be able to construct a ship like that in 1,000 years. Babata was very proud. Luo Feng's knowledge was limited in that sense. He definitely didn't know what went into building such a spaceship for universal travel, just how many obstacles were involved in the building process. This was a real spaceship, not a model. 5 or 6 years for it to be completed was already unbelievably fast. As the pinnacle of all AIs, Babata was able to easily build a basic AI support to help build the ship. All these, while watching over Luo Feng's training. Don't get complacent. All star travelers level 1 muscles and bones are able to withstand 1,000 times Earth's gravity. It's only because of your internal organs being weaker. That's why you have to start at 100 times, only using 28 days to get used to 1,000 times normal gravity is nothing to be proud of. Babata's roar resounded within Luo Feng's mind. Within the gravity room, with nothing on but his underpants, Luo Feng stood barefoot in the gravity room, his body riddled with sweat, with the occasional drip of sweat falling to the ground. The screen beside displayed the numbers 1088G. Exceeding more than 1,000 times normal gravity, the force worked on Luo Feng's entire body, every muscle and every cell. These 28 days of getting used to it maximized his strength and training as a star traveler warrior. Every time he trained, he used a Muya crystal, and this enabled his internal organs to improve at an extreme rate. Alright, it's almost time. Absorb a Muya crystal, Babata said. Luo Feng immediately sat cross-legged. A crystal appeared his hand. Its fragrant smell naturally caused one to drool. Under the gene's induction, energy began to permeate his body swiftly. The Muya crystal's energy was different from genetic energy. The crystal's energy was extremely pure. Its nature was extremely higher. Moreover, it was filled with vitality, filled with spirituality. Once it had permeated Luo Feng's body, his body began grow almost like a little plant that had been watered, evolving at an incredible speed. At the same time, his consciousness entered the virtual space under Babata's teachings. When a person's consciousness enters the space, the body still has its own unconscious mind, with special training. Even when his consciousness entered the virtual space, his body unconsciously worked on one thing, absorbing the Muya crystal. Let's begin the fighter's training. Martial arts first. Begin. Beginning his martial arts training within the virtual space, in that space, Luo Feng's body essence maintained his initial war god level, just like back when he was in the training camp in the virtual space. 5 months later. Dusk. In his underwear, Luo Feng walked into the gravity room, closing it behind him. Babada, let's work on control today. Help me scan, check out my condition, Luo Feng said. Taking the initiative, looks like someone is very confident. Babada laughed. Weirdly. Luo Feng laughed. He started by pressing the buttons at the side, keying in 1910, the gravity force in the room immediately raised swiftly. There was a low hum in the room. At the same time, a scary amount of gravity began working on Luo Feng's body. He couldn't help but sink initially, knee slightly bent, before standing back straight up. Luo Feng took a deep breath. It's begun. Luo Feng used a little strength to lift his right hand, and he grasped the hybrid copper essence shard. This shard, on Earth, weighed more than a ton, and in the gravity room with 1910 times Earth's gravity, weighed more than 2,000 tons. A war god wouldn't be able to even lift it. Even Luo Feng had to use quite a bit of effort. Luckily, the gravity force only worked within the room. If the gravity force was 5 tons, then no matter how strong the force was within the room, it didn't affect whatever happened outside. Even if the gravity force went up to 10,000 times normal gravity, the pressure it exerted outside remained unchanged. Maintaining the magnetic field of the gravity force was done by the power source. Begin, Babada said. First move. Luo Feng used a thread of spirit energy to begin moving the shard. Second move, Luo Feng used more spirit energy to move the shard. Third move. Fourth move. The blade shard began floating up. 10th move, Luo Feng continued to apply more spirit energy. Before his induction into Yunmo planet's training, he could control 18 threads of spirit energy. However, he used these 18 threads to control 18 independent items. He had no way to unite these 18 forms of energy together. They worked independently. Combining them would mean they affected each other's attacking power. Also, the way Luo Feng's initial spirit energy was used on his armor was weak. This was due to his detailed control being weak, thus his armor had little gaps and was easy to break through. Now it was entirely different. 19th move. Luo Feng shouted his last move. Whoa, you can control 19 threads of spirit energy now, combining them without affecting their power. Babada was shocked. Before you could only do 18. Right. I've improved a little. Luo Feng laughed. Very good, let's try 2,000 times gravity force, controlling 19 threads of spirit energy and combining them without affecting each other. You've definitely made some progress on the control side's concentration stage. Babada praised him. The remaining 8 basic steps of control: disperse, acute, tenacity, flexible, strength, dance, illusion, harmony. Since you've made some progress in the concentration step, let's begin the acute step. 5 months ago, Luo Feng could only control 18 threads of spirit energy. After 5 months of hard training, he can do 19 now. However, with such small progress in the first step, his battle prowess had already risen by countless increments. Following the demands from the 9 steps from control, once he's made progress in all 9 steps, his spirit energy could be formed into an iron panel. With more training, it could be formed into a needle to pierce enemies. Normally, when spirit energy enters a body, it would just permeate and come straight out. However, after the 9 steps, it would be a lot more concise and deadly. Its piercing ability would be incomparable. It could be used as a weapon, however, without the proper technique, it would be difficult for one person to emulate. Year 2060, January 12th afternoon. Luo Feng's house, the second-level training room, within the gravity room. Under a light yellow light, a youth clad in full-blood red body armor sat crossed-legged. There was a shard revolving and dancing around him. Suddenly, his eyes opened. The screen beside him displayed 3100 G. Most Star Traveler warriors on Earth would explode the moment they walked in. Whoosh! Without a sound or trace, the blood-red armor immediately vanished into his skin, revealing a fierce body. He stood up. Compared to a year ago, his body was slightly skinnier. He even seemed a few centimeters shorter. However, just standing there, he emanated a power that was similar to a king-level monster, a power that made people tremble. Spirit energy training is indeed harder than fighters training. I just stepped into the 3rd level Star Traveler level 3. Luo Feng, quit being narcissistic. These trainings are considered easy at the beginning. It'll only get harder. Look at Hong and Thunder God. As they grow, it gets harder and harder, Babata said. Luo Feng laughed. 4 months ago, he had already broken into the Fighter Star Traveler level 3, however it was only today that he broke into the Spirit Reader level 3 Star Traveler. Right now, even with my fighter ability, I can defeat the 3rd representative. Luo Feng was extremely competent. His foundation couldn't be more solid. As a Spirit Reader, he was stronger than the 4th representative by countless times, as his foundations were solid. The soaring shuttle and arc cutter blade were easy to control, and Luo Feng's trump card, the hybrid copper essence shard, and the awakened cloud contact vine, which was a blood-red armor before, was more developed with vines now. The Luo Feng now, whether it was internal or external, he had changed drastically. He was now worthy of being a disciple of Mo planet. Suddenly, the phone outside the gravity room rang. Luo Feng walked out of the gravity room, picking up the phone and looking at the screen. It was Su Xian, with Su Xian running her own business and the base of operations being Yangzhou City. The two often spent time together. Hello, Luo Feng, I'm almost there. I was just buying the ingredients. Su Xian's voice sounded. My parents have gone on holiday. I've also let my housekeeper go home. Didn't we say we were going out to eat today? Luo Feng asked. I've just learned some tricks from television. I'll personally cook today for you to try. It's also my first time cooking. Oh, I'm already at the district. Luo Feng walked towards the window and looked out. There she was. A beautiful curved white car had pulled around the district. With Luo Feng's eyesight, he could clearly see Su Xian, dressed in a white cotton dress, smiling with happiness on the driver's seat. Su Xian, personally cooking. Luo Feng took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. Even if it tastes horrible, I have to finish it. I even have to put on an excited expression and praise her. Luo Feng quickly went into the bathroom. He went in the shower and washed himself with warm water. Immediately after, with just a thought, a golden energy surrounded his body. Evaporating the water droplets, he quickly got dressed and ran downstairs. At this time, Su Xian had just parked her car and was walking in with her food basket. Well, Luo Feng opened the door. You've bought quite the number of ingredients. Luo Feng was surprised when he saw the basket. You just wait and eat, Su Xian said confidently once she had placed the basket in the kitchen. She took out an apron from her bag and put it on. You come prepared, Luo Feng laughed. But of course. Su Xian went directly into the kitchen, closing the door behind her, beginning her battle with the pots and pans. Luo Feng laughed and walked towards the sofa, turning on the television. It was now the winter holidays. His little brother's girlfriend was on holiday and the two were happily on tour, enjoying their alone time. His parents had unexpectedly decided to go travel too suddenly. All that was left was Luo Feng. It was lucky Su Xian came regularly. The two had some alone time. After about 40 minutes, the kitchen door opened, a fresh aroma emanated out. Luo Feng picked up the smell. Wow, it smells good. I wonder how it tastes. It's time to eat. Su Xian was wearing gloves as she brought out a large soup pot and placed it on the dining table. Luo Feng went in to help with the rice bowls and other dishes. It's complete. Su Xian took off her gloves, apron and sat by the side. 3 dishes and a soup. Luo Feng, try them. Saying so, she looked with anticipation at Luo Feng, almost like a child who had finished writing her first essay and awaiting approval. Let me wash my hands first. Luo Feng got up. Try it first. Su Xian pulled Luo Feng back, clearly a little impatient as she stared at him. Luo Feng laughed. All right, I'll first try this potato with fried diced meat. It's potato with shredded meat, Su Xian corrected Luo Feng. This is shredded. Luo Feng looked surprised at the chunks of meat on the plate. Su Xian was embarrassed as she said, I have no experience, so my slices were not thin enough. I just chopped it up a little more. Okay, as long as it tastes good. Luo Feng held back his laughter. Using chopsticks, he took some potato along with some meat and put them in his mouth and chewed. His conditioned reflex, to smile, was well prepared from before, since it was his girlfriend's first time cooking. He had to encourage her no matter how bad it was. But his expression froze. What's wrong? Su Xian was startled, surprised as she looked at him. Oh, it's actually not bad, Luo Feng said, shocked as he looked at the shredded meat, picking up another piece and eating. Wow, it's really not bad. This taste is not far off from the restaurants, not at all. Whoever said that girls can't cook on their first try are clearly lying. Su Xian looked at Luo Feng, mumbling to himself, what are you saying? It's nothing, I'm complimenting you, Luo Feng said. But of course, I've tried some in the kitchen. It was delicious. Su Xian picked a piece up and ate. I must say I have some natural talent in cooking. Luo Feng wasn't lying at all. Su Xian's dishes were not bad. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was lucky his stomach didn't have to suffer. Luo Feng and Su Xian began to eat, chatting as they ate. Su Xian spoke frankly about her business and other matters. Luo Feng, the couple safety amulet you gave me, I'm always wearing it. It keeps me refreshed. Su Xian lifted from her neck a safety pendant. This was in fact a very special silver pendant that had unique engravings on it. It's of course something good, you can't even buy it with money. Luo Feng took one out from his neck too. These pendants were actually gifts from Babata for Luo Feng and his wife. With one each, they had some protective abilities. Items from the archaeological ruins are obviously good things. Su Xian laughed. Oh, these safety pendants were made for married couples. Luo Feng looked at Su Xian, with a queer smile, he said, Su Xian, when are we getting married? My parents are pestering me. Marriage, my family has been pestering me too. Su Xian's perfect smooth face began to grow red, however, there's no rush for this. Yup, no rush. Luo Feng caught on and nodded, that's good too, let's wait a few years. Su Xian stared at him wide-eyed. Angry haha, are you worried you'd be left on the shelf? Luo Feng immediately laughed. Su Xian was even more flustered. Come on, don't be angry, how about we register for the marriage this month? Luo Feng said. That's too soon. Su Xian seemed nervous. One's too fast, and the other's too long. Women. Luo Feng sighed a big sigh. Su Xian said with dissatisfaction, I'm just not ready and nervous. To see the usually calm and collected Su Xian throw such a little girl's tantrum made Luo Feng feel a sense of warmth in his heart. Indeed, this year had been warm and peaceful. His parents had been happy, his brother too had opened an investing company. And his own progress in training had been phenomenal and steady with his constant evolution, and his relationship with Su Xian steadily growing stronger. They were indeed ready to talk about marriage. Since the incident at Misty Island, the entire Earth had had peace for an entire year. The 5 countries, HR Alliance, 2 big dojos, they all had at least 3 or 4 Muya crystals from the incident. The lucky ones got 7 or 8 of them. This helped the several powers gain a few more representative fighters. Within the year, 2059, that year, was the year where the number of representatives on Earth had increased by the most, a total of 30 of them. Even though they lost several representatives during the Misty Island incident. However, the number of representatives on Earth had reached a staggering 81. With humanity growing stronger, dealing with the sea monsters had become easier. With the countries deploying Star Traveler warriors, there was no shortage of fighters. ID year 2060, January 13th, dusk, North America, New York. New York, during the Great Nirvana, was Earth's economic center. It was deemed the planet's capital back then, the predecessor of the HR Alliance, along with the various financial groups. Families were all in New York. However, the Great Nirvana occurred, and since New York was closest to the Atlantic Ocean, it was the first to get attacked. Hence, it became a paradise for the monsters. Just like China's Shanghai being linked directly to the East China Sea, so was New York to the Atlantic. Hence, America built a big military sector not far from New York. It even built a military base in New York to prevent the sea monsters from entering the mainland. A base that exceeded 500 m in length was like a malevolent monster had taken up that space in the river itself. Within that base, the rays of light from the sunset shone in. Within a bunker below, 5 American soldiers sat cross-legged on the floor, gambling. There were hardly any battles that occurred, and when they do occur, there were many casualties. Hence, when the soldiers gambled, the higher-ups wouldn't bother. Oh my God, lousy card. A young black man cursed as he threw his card away. 10 of spades, 10 of spades, 10 of spades. A white youth beside couldn't stop shouting, picking up the card that was dealt to him, flipping it over, only to curse, what bad luck, I've lost again. Haha, I've won again. A youth with blonde curly hair laughed. Through the bunker's little gap in the wall, he sent a flying kiss out. Oh beautiful Statue of Liberty, continue to shower me with good luck. The gap faced straight towards the Statue of Liberty, however, the statue had long fallen and turned to ruins. Bullshit, the Statue of Liberty has already fallen, I don't believe you'll keep winning, again, the bald youth shouted. Wow, quickly come see, what is that? One of the soldiers was pointing through the gap, the others immediately ran up to look. My God. Oh God. It's an emperor-level monster. An ear-piercing alarm rang, sounding through the entire base. The calm and relaxed base became busy and tense immediately. Countless soldiers began to take their positions and prepare for battle. With the sunset rays shining down, in front of the enormous military base, a large monster had appeared. This monster's body was about 180 m long. Its body structure was similar to a lion-type monster. Its body was covered with black scales that were as big as houses. Every one of them seemed terrifying. It even had a 200 m wingspan that was covered in black scales. They looked like they were made of steel. The horn on its head seemed to want to pierce through the heavens. Its singular black horn was wrapped by a gold pattern. Its complex patterns spread down to its neck, all over its back, and even to its tail. It was like its entire body was covered by a gold and black mixed armor. What was most chilling was those dark golden pupils. A pair of dark golden pupils, almost like God's eyes, keeping its gaze on the tens of thousands of creatures below it. A pair of pupils concealing a malevolence. Ice cold. Brutal. This was an existence that had never appeared on Earth before. An emperor-level monster in the air, it's courting death. Use the laser cannons to shoot it down. It's definitely going to die. While the base's many soldiers were shocked and afraid, they were still very confident in their laser cannons, man's greatest weapon. Whoosh. 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 3 white beams at frightening speeds attacked the black and golden monster scales directly. The beams dissipated. The scales were undamaged. Woo, a low humming noise. It was as though the gods' roar filled everywhere. The entire ruined New York's monster population lowered their head in fear. It was oppression on the spiritual level. All the soldiers in the base felt nothing but extraordinary fear. The generals in charge could only look in fear at the monster figure that took up more than half the screen. Just what is that creature? Even the powerful laser cannons couldn't hurt it one bit. Suddenly, the creature opened its mouth. Hell. Rumble. The earth was dark. In an instant, the space around the creature's mouth had warped. The entire base actually lifted off the ground and flew towards its mouth. As it flew closer, it became smaller and smaller. The base, which was originally bigger than the creature's entire body, had actually shrunk to no more than 5 meters long. The soldiers, who nothing more than ants to the creature, were all petrified with fear. Shouts and screams of fear filled the air. The creature swallowed the base in one gulp before closing its mouth. The entire base was gone. Oh my God! In the distant ruined skyscraper from which the laser was shot from, the soldiers were all pale, almost as though they had seen a ghost. Rumble. 2 other enormous sea creatures surfaced. If Luo Feng or Hong and the others had seen this, they would have recognized these 2 creatures were the other 2 Grand Emperor monsters. The waters began to boil as countless other sea monsters surfaced. They all looked as though they've seen their god in that mysterious creature. How the creature raised its head and roared, its horn piercing the skies. It was almost as though it was announcing it had come. Following the declaration-like roar from the mysterious creature, the 2 Grand Emperor monsters. Behind one was an enormous octopus-shaped monster that covered both the land and skies, engulfing the entire island. The other was something out of the Chinese legends, a dragon whose length meandered over 1,000 meters, except its body was constantly flickering with electricity and energy. The two Grand Emperors, too, let out earth-shattering roars. Rumble. The roars spread in all directions, countless other roars and noises started to come from the water below, where the countless number of water creatures began to swiftly follow the flow and attack into humanity's mainland area. China, Jiangnan headquarters cities Yangzhou City, Luo Feng's house. It was currently 8 p.m. On the sofa in the living room, Luo Feng sat with Su Xian, watching television while eating some fruits and snacks. Today one of my subordinate ladies ran over to tattle on someone while I'm not too fond of these reports. Our company's manager, Li, really doesn't know how to conduct himself in public. Does he have to be so narcissistic and arrogant? It puts me in a spot. Su Xian chatted with Luo Feng as she watched television. Just fire him, Luo Feng said frankly. Running a company isn't that easy. I can't just fire anyone on a whim. Su Xian said, Manager Li's skills and expertise are still decent. I'll have a word with him when I get back. Oh, I don't know anything. Luo Feng casually said, right, my parents are returning tomorrow. What? Su Xian was shocked. What do we do? What do we do? Relax, you can just stay here. Luo Feng turned to look at her, saying, anyway you are already mine, what's there to be shy about? What do you mean I'm yours? Su Xian stared hard wide-eyed at him. Luo Feng immediately laughed out loud. You? Su Xian immediately brandished her claws and prepared to pound on him. Hold on, telephone, Luo Feng shouted. Don't lie to me, Su Xian said, disbelieving. There's really a call. Luo Feng picked up the telephone and answered it. How are you, Luo Feng? A deep voice resounded. Oh, Mo Henderson. Luo Feng smiled. Do you need something from me? Ice Emperor Mo Henderson. Su Xian shut her mouth, shocked. She didn't dare to utter a sound or disturb his conversation in any way. Since the incident on Misty Island, this Ice Emperor and Luo Feng has had a little grudge. Both had not been in contact ever since. Luo Feng never would have thought that America's #1 strongest and third representative Ice Emperor Mo Henderson would personally call to look for him. It's a very important matter. It concerns the survival of humanity. You should hurry into the Palace of War Gods. All the representatives, chairmen, government officials, and higher-ups will be there, Mo Henderson said. What's happening? Luo Feng said, shocked. Earth and humanity's survival. There's no time to explain in detail. I still have people to inform. Just hurry over to the Palace of War Gods. As he finished, Mo Henderson hung up. Indeed, for the American government to relay news to someone as important and with status as Luo Feng, they couldn't just pick a random worker to call, lest Luo Feng just dismisses it. However, someone like Mo Henderson relaying the news had a lot more credibility. There was silence in the living room. Luo Feng arched his eyebrow. Luo Feng, what's happening? Su Xian said, worried. No idea. I'll enter the virtual space to see. I'll tell you when I get back. After telling her, Luo Feng directly went to the second floor and into the gravity room. Closing the gravity room door behind, in its normal condition, the room maintained just 1x Earth's gravity. Luo Feng sat cross-legged. Babada, help me connect straight into the virtual space of the Palace of War God's Luo Feng's directed his thoughts straight to his wrist cuff space. Talking to Babata. No problem. Laughed Babata, who was wearing underpants, lying in a rocking chair, and being massaged comfortably by a servant within the wrist cuff space. Whoosh. An enormous room. This was the first time Luo Feng was entering the room where the war gods lived. He entered into the room, donning a full golden Chinese robe. Representative Luo, please head straight to the top floor's meeting room. An automated voice sounded in that room. Top floor's meeting room. Luo Feng was shocked. That was the war god's biggest meeting room. Usually most meetings were held there. For the gathering this time to be held there, it obviously meant something big had happened. Luo Feng quickly left the room and headed up the winding stairs. Luo Feng met two other representatives, along with some war gods in white robes. Luo Feng began chatting with the two representatives. And it was clear that these two representatives weren't sure of what was happening either, just that the American sighed and urgently informed everyone to enter the virtual space. At the war god's top floor meeting room, already more than 50 representatives donning golden robes had appeared, along with war gods in white robes. The many in white consisted not only of war gods, but also the higher-ups and leaders from the 5 great countries. Those leaders may be presidents or vice presidents, but their battle strength aren't all at the war god level. Normally, they wouldn't have the authority to come in. Today, however, they had special permission. Luo Feng. Jiayi. Luo Feng walked over to shake Jiayi's hand. Do you know what's going on? I think something big has happened in America. I'm not too sure of the details. Jiayi shook his head. However, according to the brief conversation we had with the American president, things are very serious. Something catastrophic. However, they didn't get the chance to explain things in detail. They had to rush to inform all the other countries and parties. Catastrophic. Luo Feng's heart sank. Let's go. You still haven't met quite a number of our Chinese leaders. Go get familiar with them. Jiayi pulled Luo Feng along to meet several leaders. The number of people in the meeting room steadily grew. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Before 5 minutes were up, all the representatives, leaders of the 5 great countries, the HR Alliance chairman, and people had all arrived. It could be said that within that short time span, all of Earth's powers, leaders, and governments had all gathered in that one space. The first representative is here. America's president is also here. Luo Feng turned his head. Hong, Thunder God, along with M.O. Henderson and others, had arrived together. Amongst them was the president. The meeting room suddenly grew silent. The president walked straight to the podium. Fellow leaders, representatives, chairman, the black-skinned president had a troubled expression and lowered his voice as he spoke. Right now, all of the world's powers are gathered here. It should be a joyous gathering. However, I must painfully inform everybody catastrophe and the end is upon us. Everyone's expression changed. A country's president couldn't possibly lie in front of everybody. I'm unable to fully explain it. Please everyone, take a look at this footage, the black-skinned president said seriously. Whoosh. A large screen appeared at the front of the meeting room. It began to run a video. At the start, the sun was setting. A military base was peacefully sitting on the river. It's the district in New York from the Great Nirvana period, Jiayi said softly. Just what's going on? Luo Feng's eyebrow arched as he looked on the screen. The scene was calm, until suddenly a huge silhouette broke out from below the water. Its speed was terrifying and fast that it was hard to see clearly. One could only make out a black silhouette that rose up and floated in front of the base. This was a mysterious creature that man had never experienced before. Strong claws, enormous wings that were covered in scales, a powerful tail, and a horn that pierced the skies, plus those cold expressionless golden eyes. This was a huge creature whose length exceeded 180 m. What kind of creature is this? Never seen before. Looking at its length, it should be the Emperor level. An Emperor-level monster appearing in front of a military base, is it? Courting death, a laser cannon would kill it immediately. The representatives, along with some of the country's leaders, had begun a soft discussion. Everyone was still glued to the scene, waiting to see how it would unfold. At the same time, everyone watching the screen and the creature all had a certain indescribable sense of fear. However, the magnitude was different between the strong and weak. Hong and Luo Feng didn't feel too much fear. This made Hong, Thunder God, Luo Feng, and several other stronger fighters very suspicious. At their level, there shouldn't be anything on Earth that could make them feel fear. On the screen, 3 glaring laser beams hit the creature directly. Everyone held their breaths as they watched. The lights dispersed. What? The scales are undamaged. That's impossible. Even a Grand Emperor monster may be able to defend against the strongest lasers, but it wouldn't escape unscathed. The meeting room erupted in noise. Even the calmer warriors, including Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng, changed their expressions immediately under the power of the laser beam. The Grand Emperor monsters, Hong nor Luo Feng, wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Everybody, I can guarantee that those 3 laser beams were at 100 power. The black-skinned president said seriously, "Please continue watching." Silence. Everybody continued watching. On the screen, the mysterious creature opened its mouth, warping the space around it. This was clear even to the naked eye. The base, which was much bigger than the creature, had actually floated up. It even grew smaller and smaller as it flew towards the creature's mouth, to the point that it had shrunk till no more than 5 meters wide before it was swallowed. My God! That's impossible. Oh God! No matter how calm the leaders were, or the warriors, everyone was stunned. This scene had completely destroyed man's understanding and physics. It was something science could not explain at all. For a base that exceeded 500 m long to fly up and shrink, how was this possible to actually eat a base? All of the base's 50,000 soldiers were all eaten, no survivors. The black-skinned president said seriously. However, he took a deep breath. This is just the beginning. He pointed towards screen in which the mysterious creature was howling, with this creature as the leader, the other 2 Grand Emperor and countless other sea monsters. They all follow its command and have begun to attack inwards. Saying that, countless sea monsters appeared on the screen, madly rushing down the river towards the mainland. On the screen, the scene changed. It was the continent of North America. The mysterious creature had actually swallowed yet another base. There's no way to resist. No matter how strong the base, or how brave the soldiers, how powerful the warriors, it swallows the all in one gulp. It's a nightmare. Catastrophe. Apocalypse. The black-skinned president looked towards everyone in the meeting room. Everyone had grown silent. No one could utter a sound. The sea monsters are on the move and progressing, with that mysterious creature as the leader. We have no way to defend everybody. What should we do? The black-skinned president anxiously looked around the meeting room. Everyone's expression was serious. The president continued worriedly. Currently, the death toll has already hit 210,800. This means over 2,100,000 death notices. His eyes began welling up. Everybody's hearts sank as they heard this. They had lost so many lives already. Luo Feng watched the mysterious creature on the screen. The creature was killing and eating American people. While it was painful to watch and he pitied them, his feelings weren't particularly strong. On the contrary, what he felt was more of an oppressing feeling. If it was America today, what about tomorrow? If it were his own Chinese countrymen being eaten in the tens of thousands, so many of them dying. He couldn't imagine such a scene happening. That must never be allowed to happen. Luo Feng clenched his fist tightly. Just where did this creature appear from? No one has ever seen it before. 4 claws, with wings, with scales that cover the wings. How is it able to swallow a base in one gulp? What is this monster? There was a soft discussion in the meeting room. The various countries' leaders, chairmen, representatives all had a difficult and worried expressions facing such an unknown creature that popped out from nowhere. Such a terrifying beast, it had everybody flustered and lost. Even Hong Thunder God looked serious. They were clear. To be able to lead 2 Grand Emperor monsters, and to be unscathed against the most powerful laser beams. This creature's power far exceeded theirs. I know. I know. Suddenly, an English-speaking voice resounded. Luo Feng's ears automatically activated the virtual spaces translating facilities. What do you know, Luo? Feng turned his head. Everybody in the room turned. An old man with a full head of white hair shouted. Everybody looked over. The old man said, I am Claus, from the HR Alliance. I'm in charge of the archaeological ruins, research and documentation. What do you know? Hong, dressed in black, asked him. Everyone in the meeting room turned to him. The old man with a full head of white hair bowed slightly before straightening up. Greetings, chairman, representatives. Everybody knows to get to the representative level is to in fact step into the Star Traveler level 1. Most of the representatives remained silent. However, a few countries' leaders along with the few dozen war gods in this meeting were shocked. Silence, Hong said seriously. Silence. The white-haired Claus continued, following the ancient civilization records and data. Once a star traveler reaches level 9, to progress further would be to reach the star level above. That lies the universe level, and it takes countless galaxies to give birth to a universe-level fighter. However, in the vast universe, there exists some very unique monsters, the space beasts. Hong, along with Thunder God and others, were shocked. They obviously didn't know of the space beasts before. Space beasts are extremely few in numbers. Any one of them grown up can easily reach the universe level. They can easily destroy a planet. Claus's eyes were lit. He pointed towards the screen's mysterious creature. This mysterious creature is probably a space beast, the swallowing type of space beast. The swallowing type is a particularly strong type among the space beasts. To be able to swallow the base means that it has some special devouring abilities in the universe. Only this particular type of space's beast should have this kind of ability, so I assume that this is a swallowing type space beast, Claus said with confidence. There was a moment of silence in the room before noise erupted. What's the universe level? What's the star and universe level? Space Beast. It takes countless galaxies for a universe-level fighter. Does that mean that there's intelligent life from other planets? The meeting room was chaotic beyond compare. While this old man's news was extremely shocking, with the various Earths' powers' discoveries about the ancient civilizations and ruins, many powers on Earth actually knew of the universe and its basic knowledge. People like Hong, Thunder God, were very familiar with the cloud contact vine and its information. Some countries even knew about the Muya crystals. With that said, Hong and Thunder God felt even more pressure to push into the star level. Obviously, the upper levels of humanity wouldn't be that clueless. It was just the news was too shocking to release publicly. Normally, people who became representatives and reached the country's upper echelons would only then be deemed worthy of receiving such information. However, it was clear that many in the meeting room didn't know about these things. Silence. Hong spoke up. There was immediate silence in the meeting room. The elites of the entire world turned to look at him. What he said earlier isn't wrong, Hong said seriously. To become a representative means to step into the Star Traveler level 1, and there's a total of 9 levels. Above that is the star level, and above that lies the universe level. Universe level warriors are extremely strong. They can easily destroy a planet. I shall not mention more about anything else. Hong's voice was cold as ice. All I know is that this mysterious creature, which is actually a space beast, is a catastrophe that is hard to get rid of. We all need to work together to think of a way out of this predicament. Claus, can you send all the information on the space beasts over here? Claus froze. He looked at Isadora, the chairman of the HR Alliance, behind him, and saw her nod. Okay. Claus nodded. Oh, can you tell me just how strong the space beast is approximately? Is it at the universe level? Hong said seriously. If it was a universe-level existence, then there would be no need for resistance, because there was no power at all. To do it, the only way was to arrange for evacuation procedures for humanity's survival and future generations. No, it's definitely not at the universe level. The white-haired old man shook his head. According to my calculations, and from what I know, a universe-level space monster should at least be about a few thousand meters long. Some are even crazier, a few tens of thousands of meters long. This particular devouring beast is a total of only 180 m. According to my calculations, it's probably a Star Traveler 8 or 9, maybe a star level. Hong and Thunder God looked at each other. This was a predicament humanity might have a chance of resisting. Luo Feng looked at the mysterious creature on the screen. It was actually easy to guess. A Grand Emperor monster was about a Star Traveler level 6. This particular creature was much stronger, hence, a Star Traveler level 8 or 9, or even a star level, was possible. If it's at the star level, then it'd be troublesome. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Please sit everybody. The third representative, M.O. Henderson, shouted. Let's all think together of a solution. How can we deal with this? Let's just call it temporarily the swallowing monster. How do we deal with it? Not killing it means more people will die. In the meeting room, everyone sat down and began their discussions. Even with the discussion, the truth was humanity's hands were tied. The strongest weapon they had before, laser cannons, with its highest efficiency and power, didn't even leave a mark. On that devouring monster scales, what else could they do? There was only one way left. Nuclear warheads. Nuclear warheads definitely had a terrifying power, however it required the target to be hit directly in the center for the damage to be highest also. The radiation that results from the blast usually creates even more mutations of creatures under normal circumstances. Humans would never resort nuclear warheads. The gains didn't justify the losses. This time, however, there was no choice. Humanity didn't have any stronger trump card. Using nuclear warheads. How big of a yield? 50 megatons or more. Is there a guarantee? The world's elite were all anxiously discussing speed. At the start of the footage, when it flew out from the water, how fast was it? Someone shouted immediately. The speed was calculated quickly. When the devouring monster first showed itself, its speed was 13,082 meters per second. Subsequently, according to satellite records, there was an instance when it was even faster, 14,899 meters per second. A worker from the American side messaged through the internet to the virtual space meeting room. That fast? Hong, Thunder God's expressions changed. Their speed was way slower than this. Creature. Luo Feng's expression too wasn't looking good. Now that he was a level 3 spirit reader, even with the soaring shuttle, his max speed was only a little more than 5,000 ms. This was relying on both his spirit reader powers and the soaring shuttle. Luo Feng estimated flying speed in the air. As a fighter, even Thunder God wasn't faster than himself, yet the speed between him and the devouring monster was too different. Babada, Babada! Luo Feng's thoughts shouted out. What do you need me for? I'm sleeping. Babada's thoughts reached Luo Feng. Within the virtual space, AIs were able to enter. It was after all a space built by the AIs. And Babada was above the AI that built the War God Palace, much stronger. That was why he could enter the space without the War God Palace's AI even noticing. Tell me, that creature on the screen, what exactly is it, and is there any way to kill it? Luo Feng said. Only Babada could help now. His knowledge and experience of the universe was much more vast than Earth and humanity. Oh, let the demon Babada take a look, Babada said confidently. Luo Feng waited quietly. My God, Babada shouted surprised, I've seen a ghost. Where did you get this footage? How did you get this footage? What footage? This is Earth right now. This mysterious creature is on Earth, destroying and slaughtering, Luo Feng said. On Earth? You are saying that this golden-horned beast is on Earth, Babada said, disbelieving. Right, it's currently in the North American continent, Luo Feng said. How is this possible? In the Master's 60 million years of life, traveled countless galaxies, he only met a total of 3 space beasts, and none of them were of the higher-level bloodline. Babada couldn't believe it. And a golden-horned beast actually popped up on Earth. Luo Feng was unsatisfied. Babada, clarify yourself. Remember what I told you before. In the universe, the space beasts are really powerful, and among the space beasts there are various bloodlines, 3 types specifically. One of them is the strongest, the one that when it reaches maturity, becomes a sector lord. This is the strongest bloodline in the universe, the one I introduced that eats the Milky Way, the flaming star beast. And what you see here is the space beast that is similar and is at the top of the bloodline, the golden-horned beast. It's even more ferocious than the flaming star beast. Its reputation is even bigger. Once it's fully grown, it'll be a sector lord. These golden horned beasts and flaming star beasts all belong to the space beast swallowing type. However, the flaming star beast is fire-based, and the golden horned beast is metal-based. It's the strongest type, stronger than even man's strongest bloodline. The golden horned beast is ferocious and brutal. Its attacking powers are extremely strong. Babata sighed, it's over. Now that it's on Earth, Earth is done for, there's no hope, it's over. It's over, there's no hope, it's over. Babata's words were like a hammer pounding on Luo Feng's soul. His entire person was in shock. The Earth is done for. It seemed exaggerated, however, since 50 years ago, from the ancestors of China, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, from the Xia, Shang and Zhou dynasties, the spring and autumn and the warring states periods, there were countless births of special people that shone lights on eras. The Qin emperor Lu Guanzhong of the 3 kingdoms who united the kingdoms, burning red cliff etc. Liang Jin of the northern and southern dynasties, Yuan Ming Qin of the Tang Song dynasties. Up to the 21st century, man was living in a modernized society during the escaping and evacuation when the Great Nirvana happened. It had been peaceful within the bases, and people lived happily. At a particular base and citadel, there was a student at a high school. His name was Luo Feng. His classmates, teachers, his dojo buddies, instructors, his parents and relatives, his loved ones, and the people he had interacted with since he was young, they were all nothing but droplets in the entire Chinese community. However, they were still part of China. Now it's over. No. Luo Feng felt his soul trembling, a piercing pain. If the entire Earth's population was to die, what was the point of he himself living? We have to kill it. Luo Feng pointed at the golden horned beast on the screen. It must definitely die. Luo Feng, what are you thinking? Babata asked. Babata, the gold-horned beast, must die, Luo Feng said. Are you running a fever? You are only a level 3 spirit reader. What power do you have to even stir up this star-level gold-horned beast? You are a disciple of Yunmo planet, but this beast's background stretches way further. It's of the elite bloodline. Its power is huge. To kill it now is simply just dreaming. Babata said, we have no reason to fight it head-on, even if it was dangerous. When the time comes, you just have to enter the Yunmo planet ship. Once the ship closes, no matter how strong it is, it wouldn't be able to break through. Also, with the weight of the ship, it wouldn't be able to swallow it either. No, Luo Feng dismissed Babata's suggestion. Don't be stupid. Why not we just bring along your family and loved ones into the ship too? Babata said. Babata, are we nothing but tortoises that hide in their shells, hiding away from this crisis after everything has passed and we walk out? Oh, the rest of humanity is gone. The colleagues that my parents have, the neighbors etc. all dead. All that's left would be me and my family. There's no meaning in that. How can my parents live with that? How can I live with that? Luo Feng asked. It was impossible to imagine. It was a scene Luo Feng couldn't imagine. It was terrifying. It chilled his heart. I cannot understand you humans and your way of thinking. Babata was unsatisfied. You aren't a match at all, and you still want to fight. Man cannot live without society. Man cannot live without his nationality or motherland. If the earth was empty and lonely with just one survivor, it's as good as being dead. Luo Feng's heart chilled at the thought. Babata, when a country is destroyed, its survivors have a name. They are called slaves of a vanquished nation. The earth was his roots. China was his roots. When the root dies, the leaves too would dry and wilt. And himself, he was nothing but one of the countless leaves, just one that was a little better. When the root dies, how can the leaves live? Babada, tell me, how can we kill it? Luo Feng's thoughts went through. Come on, there's no way, Babada said without any hesitation. Babada, you can build a spaceship, can't you build a strong enough weapon to kill it? Luo Feng's thoughts questioned, extremely anxious. A weapon capable of killing a star-level creature. Babada understood Luo Feng's anxiousness. He thought about it carefully. Luo Feng, in the universe, a star level is considered quite strong. Universe level warriors, and on, can battle interstellar fleets with only their bodies. This means normal interstellar fleets have a hard time killing universe level fights. Killing a star level 2 requires quite a powerful weapon. That level of weapon, building it is complicated and difficult. It also requires at least a few years of work, Babada said. However, with the gold horned beast speed, 1 month would be enough for it to wipe out the entire Earth. Luo Feng understood. The gold-horned space beast was leading countless sea creatures and invading across Earth and its lands. It was indeed too fast. What's more, Luo Feng, building a strong weapon is the easy part. What about operating and firing? To hit the target with such a weapon is very difficult, Babada said. That's why, if you really want to fight, there's only one way. Tell me. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. There are some wreckage of universe battleships. Those remains could be used to build a weapon, while time could have corroded some of them and made them unusable. If I can work on them, they might be able to work again, Babada said. Of course, all this relies a lot on luck. Ultimately, a weapon able to kill a star level is considered powerful even amongst an interstellar fleet. For example, your head ship is only a transport ship. Its weapons are comparably weaker. Luo Feng listened. There was some hope. Right. Look through the ancient ruins. Look for a weapon that surpasses humanity's. Babada, can you measure accurately the strength of this space beast? Luo Feng asked. To know oneself and his enemies was the only way to win 100 battles unscathed. It. Babada said, look, that horn on its head, that's covered in gold engravings. Does it have one protruding out? Luo Feng looked carefully at the screen. Right on the head of the gold-horned beast, besides the one horn that pierced the sky, there was a slight protrusion beside it. A gold-horned beast's growth is very easy to determine because at different stages, it has different unique feature. Infant stage, it only has one horn. On his head, growth stage, it begins to grow its second horn. Youth stage, it begins to grow its third horn. Young adult, the fourth horn. Maturity, it grows its fifth horn. As its power grows, the engravings on its horns get more complex, until finally, the horns look almost totally gold. That's why it was named the gold-horned beast, Babada said. Luo Feng understood. Its second horn has only just begun to protrude. That means it hasn't stepped into the star level for too long, Babada continued. However, its bloodline is too strong. Its growth speed is terrifying. In its growth stage, it will madly devour metal to absorb, thus its power rises constantly. To kill it, we need to do it now and quickly, before it gets even stronger. Luo Feng understood. Once it reaches maturity, it becomes a sector lord gold-horned beast. Its growth speed would definitely be shocking. No wonder he devoured the base. It's mostly made of metal. Luo Feng sighed. relax, as a swallowing beast, while he might have his own internal world. It's still a little punk in its infant stage, there's a limit to its intake. Babata said, however Luo Feng, I still have to advise you not a single one of the space beasts are worth stirring up, their blood contains accumulated memories and experience from ancient times. To kill a space beast is very difficult. To kill a gold-horned beast that's ranked at the top is even more difficult. The master once heard, there was once an undying in the universe who met a Sector Lord level gold-horned beast and wanted to kill it normally, for an undying to kill a Sector Lord was an easy feat. However, while the beast couldn't win the battle, it still managed to flee Babata's side. These bloodlines with populations that are extremely small, even if you can win in battle, killing them is extremely difficult. Luo Feng was silent. If we don't try, how will we know? Luo Feng said, Babata, this battle, I have no choice. It has to die. If not, to allow it to destroy humanity on Earth, I'd rather die first. Luo Feng said seriously. Luo Feng had never regarded himself as noble or great. He could watch an entire base get swallowed by the gold-horned beast. However, when faced with humanity's extinction and China's destruction, he felt that he was just a leaf without any roots, and there would be no meaning to living. He'd rather die than let it happen. That stupid way of thought. Babata was helpless. It's a pity the UNMO planet ship doesn't have any weapons. For undying beings, those weapons didn't have much meaning. Like the UNMO planet ship, its body was made of the hybrid copper essence. One shard was more than a ton. How much did the entire ship weigh with its strength? It only needed to accelerate to a terrifying speed, along with its piercing abilities. No one damage it. Normally, flying about in the universe, breaking through asteroids and banging right through them, cutting them just like tofu. With impact, even a planet could be cut through. Killing a star level was like cutting vegetables. It is pity the ship was damaged and couldn't fly. As Luo Feng was discussing with Babata in his head, so were the others in the room. Old Wang, if it is a level 8 or 9 star traveler level creature, we still have hope. If it's in the star level, then the chances of success are only 1. The two old men sat and quietly discussed. Oh, Oldly, anything from your discussion there? An old man with a head of white hair asked. Oh, during the Great Nirvana, there was no place to test a large amount of nuclear warheads. However, during the headquarter city era, there were large open spaces with tens of thousands of kilometers. The only thing is Oldly nodded his head. A detailed plan has to be discussed by the countries' experts. I'm thinking if we fail. You are talking about the Human Survival Project. Old Wang looked at him. Oldly looked back. The two of them had worked and lost blood and sweat during the Great Nirvana. Building the headquarter cities, they of course couldn't bear to lose their country and people. The commoners are all living peaceful lives, and suddenly the end is here. Old Wang closed his eyes, tears welling up, before he opened them again. His gaze was firm. I believe all the countries are the same. Let the Human Survival Project begin quietly. If we are unable to defend against it, we'll do it full scale. For the full details, we'll discuss after leaving the virtual space. Oldly nodded, but he felt a sense of heavy breathing. Perhaps if things weren't that bad, Oldly said quietly. The entire meeting room, be it fighters like Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, or the country's leaders, or some of the specialists invited by the weapons divisions, they were all racking their brains for a solution. They were the Earth's elite. No one was willing to give up. Everyone in the meeting room was feeling anxious. "Brother Hong, do you have any guarantee Thunder God and Hong were sitting in a corner? No one around dared to go close. None at all. Hong shook his head. "However, even if we have no guarantee, in the end, we will still have to fight as a Star Traveler, level 7, along with my own domain. I already have no match in the Star Traveler level, plus my fast evolving cloud contact vine that I've been feeding the Muya crystals to. Even if I battle to the death with a Star level 1, I might still have some hope. The biggest problem lies in we not knowing much about the swallowing beast," Hong said seriously. "Right," Thunder God nodded. However, Hong and Thunder God clearly didn't know a Star level 1 human fighter and a Star level 1 monster was very different, not to mention the scariest of the monsters, the space beasts, even more so the elite of the space beast bloodline, the golden horned beast. This was the leading bloodline in the vast universe. This was also why Babata had deemed it the end of the world. Attention! Attention! The American president, the American side, has just sent over a footage regarding the swallowing beast. Immediately everybody went silent. Luo Feng too looked over. A new footage was showing on the screen. This was in the vast wilderness. A base was on a wide river. At this particular base a large number of soldiers and personnel were in the midst of fleeing one after another. The disc-shaped battleships were flying and leaving. They had just received orders from headquarters, give up the base and quickly retreat. The American president said headquarters had determined from our satellites that the swallowing beast was headed in that direction. However, it's too fast, the retreat hadn't completed. On the screen, a golden light stopped. It was that four-clawed, scaled-winged swallowing beast. There was silence and a sense of dread in the meeting room. "Another is about to get devoured." Luo Feng shook his head. On the screen, the swallowing monster actually rushed straight at the base, almost like lightning, and swept past the base. Its wing scales acted like knives and sliced past the base, cutting through almost like it was tofu and destroying the base. The soldiers who were unable to evacuate in time were either crushed to death or cut into slices by the wings. The base had turned into a wreckage. With its ice-cold golden pupils, it looked at the battleships fleeing in all directions. Their speed was just pitiful compared to its own. It simply moved its front claws. Shoo shoo shoo. 5 golden rays shot out. Its speed was shocking. It immediately hit 5 of the battleships. Those hit immediately exploded into large fireballs, lighting up the dark night sky. That was the end of the footage. "Attention all," the American president said seriously. "This footage has shown us 2 things. 1, it didn't devour the base this time, it destroyed it. 2, it has long-range abilities." Bastard. Bullshit. In the meeting room sides, the nuclear warhead experts had formed a discussion group. After seeing the footage, they exploded and began to curse. The old men with heads of white were all elites and of status. It was usually impossible to get any one of them to lose their composure. This time, however, a great many of them were raging, their faces bright red. "What's wrong?" Hong looked over. "Let me explain." One particular big-nosed Russian nuclear weapons expert stood up. He looked at everyone. "We've been discussing of using a large amount of nuclear warheads on the creature's body or inside his mouth. What we were most worried about before was its swallowing ability. once devoured, whether our electronic signal would be compromised and we wouldn't be able to detonate. However, we pretty much can deal with that. Now we realized our biggest problem: it has long-range capabilities. This big-nosed Russian said angrily, with this swallowing monsters. Unbelievable defensive abilities, even with a large amount of nuclear warheads. If they don't get within 50 meters to detonate, they probably wouldn't be able to break through its scales. Everyone in the meeting room was startled. Attention all. The cons of a hydrogen bomb is its shockwave and the resulting nuclear radiation. Its initial explosion is but a small factor. However, its initial impact are nothing to this swallowing monster radiation. Even the representatives here aren't afraid of it, much less the swallowing monster. That's why only the explosion at the start can harm it. Luo Feng nodded his head as he heard. When a large amount of nuclear warheads explode, that initial explosion had temperatures that went up to over 20 million degrees. However, it has to be right on its body. For such an existence, the closer the better. The best would be inside its mouth. Its internal organs' durability cannot compare to its outer scales. To detonate over 100 megatons of nuclear warheads in its mouth would blow its head right off. Luo Feng's eyes lit up as he heard 100 megatons of nuclear warheads. He didn't believe that wouldn't do the job. Within his wrist cuff, Babada's body stood. Detonating 100 megatons of nuclear warheads in its mouth. Babada was eating an apple, shaking his head, wishful thinking. They obviously don't understand. The swallowing beast, its reputation is known far and wide in the vast universe. The golden horned beast, an elite bloodline even among the space beast. Even the low-level civilizations, middle, high-level civilizations, all cannot belittle it. If it was so easy to kill, it wouldn't be a golden horned beast. It's a pity I have too little knowledge on the golden horned beast. I'm not clear on its weaknesses. Babada felt helpless. Even for undying beings, meeting the space beast was hard due to their small population. They could be rated as rare and uncommon animals. China's endangered animal was the panda bears. Even now, several zoos didn't have variations of the pandas, the golden horned beast. Even undying beings. Yonemo planet's master 600 million years of life, traveling over countless galaxies, had never seen a gold-horned beast. Even the golden horned beast, for birth till death, such an incredibly long life of roaming the universe, would probably never meet another of its kind. Its population was small beyond compare. Due to that factor, seeing one was hard enough. When one had the chance to meet one, it was even harder to get the chance to dissect and analyze one, and if one had the chance to dissect one, it was hard to research just what the beast had and its special abilities. Hence, in the vast universe, the knowledge on the space beast had always been blank. Even the undying beings weren't too clear, they just roughly knew. Maybe if the Yonemo planet's master had lived longer, with greater powers and met more warriors, they would have known more. 600 million years of undying, it was indeed young. Virtual War God Palace, Meeting Room. Attention all, now the biggest problem is if we were to fly the ship with the nuclear warheads to him, it would shoot it down with a golden light within a 1000 m radius, it would be destroyed. What do we do within a 1000 m radius? Even if it successfully detonated, even a Star Traveler warrior wouldn't be killed. That Russian with the big nose said. Attention all, to detonate the bombs on its body, we would only have one chance. Once we fail, with its intellect and the damage it would receive, I'm afraid it wouldn't let another ship close to itself again, we would have no more chances, the Russian said as he looked at everybody. Suddenly, Hong stood up. When the time comes, we'll use my prehistoric level autojet to deliver the bombs with my autojet's defensive abilities, unless it attacks it up close, even its golden lights wouldn't be able to destroy my autojet with the nuclear warheads in the autojet. Once it gets close, the AI system will self-detonate. Thank you, the Russian with the big nose was elated. Hong's prehistoric level autojet was the Earth's strongest battleship. A universe-level autojet, it could forcefully go against an Emperor-grade monster. Hong's prehistoric level was even more capable of fighting a Grand Emperor level monster. With its defensive abilities, it was even higher than Hong's. It was definitely one of Hong's greatest rewards from the archaeological ruins. With this, the chances of detonating the warheads in the creature's mouth is high, much higher. The big-nosed Russian was extremely excited. The Earth's leading experts too were all elated. Yet at that time, Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, connecting his thoughts to Babata. Attention all! Luo Feng stood up. Everyone in the meeting room turned over, looking at Luo Feng with suspicion. Hong and Thunder God too turned over. Curiously, Luo Feng wasn't a nuclear expert, nor was he a leader of a country. What could he say regarding the swallowing monster? I have some information, Luo Feng said. Seriously? There was a sudden silence in the room. 1. When the monster swallows, it warps the space around it. It isolates the things from the outside world. To control an autojet to detonate from far away is impossible. Also, when it's swallowing, within that swallowing space, the autojet and the nuclear warheads will automatically break apart, so the chances of trying to explode it within its mouth is very low. The moment he said those words, everyone's expressions changed. This was the worst news they could receive. 2. The swallowing beast's power is indeed at the star level, Luo Feng said. 3. The only good news is that it has a limit to how much it can swallow. It is not a bottomless pit, just like how it chose to destroy the base instead of swallowing it. Luo Feng's voice resounded across the meeting room. This third news was the only good point. The first two were just devastating. Representative Luo, are you sure? Are you very sure? The nuclear experts were all looking towards Luo Feng. Definitely, Luo Feng nodded. This swallowing monster has the ability to swallow, digest, and absorb metal. No wonder it ate the base. Damn, we are in trouble. This news flustered a great number of people. At this time, Luo Feng walked towards Hong. Hong was still troubled over his news that the monster was at the star level. Head Luo Feng looked at Hong. It looks like you've earned some rewards from this 1 year. You actually have precious information on this swallowing beast. Hong looked at Luo Feng. He didn't find it strange at all. There were many researchers on Earth who dug into the archaeological ruins after becoming a representative, not researching. Would the weird thing. I would like to acquire a list of all of Earth's archaeological ruins, Luo Feng said seriously. Every archaeological ruins condition. I hope the list comes with some sort of description for each one. This is Hong was shocked. I want to see if we can find a powerful weapon from these ruins, Luo Feng said. Hong shook his head. The list of ancient ruins, along with their descriptions, I can give you, however, Luo Feng, to find a weapon capable of Killing a star level is too difficult, and even if there was one I'd expect it to be corroded by now. I want to give it a try. Luo Feng didn't want to hesitate. He had time, but humanity and Earth didn't. Looking at Luo Feng's expression, Hong nodded his head seriously. All right. I'll immediately send over the list, however, you must be careful. Yes, Luo Feng slightly nodded his head, his body suddenly disappeared from the virtual space. He had left the space. Humanity's survival is at stake. Hong muttered, Luo Feng is trying his best, everyone is trying their best. I really hope we can pass this calamity. Yangzhou City's Mingyu sector. Within the gravity room, Luo Feng opened his eyes. He swiftly got up. The door of the room automatically opened. Su Xian, Su Xian. Luo Feng quickly rushed down the stairs. Su Xian, who was in the living room watching television, saw Luo Feng coming down and got up asking Luo Feng, what's happened? There's no time, come with me now, we have to go get my parents and little brother back. Luo Feng was insecure about his family being outside. I'll explain along the way. Oh, okay. Su Xian could see that something major had happened. Within the Emperor-class autojet, they swiftly flew out of Yangzhou City. Hello, Mom, where are you to? Dongbei headquarters city. Good, I'll be heading over. Don't leave, I'll pick you two up. Don't ask, I'll explain on the way back. Luo Feng hung up and called his brother. Hello, Luo Hua, where are you? Oh, in Yangzhou City. Rush back home now. Yes, immediately. Only after finishing the two calls did Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Luo Feng, what's happened? Su Xian only just dared to ask. Calamity. It's Earth and humanity's calamity, Luo Feng said seriously. This made Su Xian's expression change immediately. A swallowing monster has just appeared from amongst the sea creatures. Hong and Thunder God are no match for it, Luo Feng said. Even the strongest laser cannons have yet to leave a mark on its scales. Right now, the American side has lost many bases and hundreds of thousands of people, and it's quickly rising. Su Xian was slightly shocked. Hundreds of thousands, that many? Many. Luo Feng shook his head. At this rate, the South America, North America, Africa, Asia, Europe and other headquarter cities will all be destroyed. The amount of deaths will go up to the hundreds of millions, and without the headquarter cities, humanity will be like lambs sent to slaughter. This calamity might be even worse than the Grand Nirvana period, Luo Feng said. At this, Su Xian was finally flustered. The Grand Nirvana, it was humanity's greatest disaster. However, for Luo Feng, Su Xian and that generation of people who didn't experience it, they often heard from their parents' generation. To them, it was like a nightmare, the entire humanity's nightmare. Returning from the Northeast base with his suspicious parents. Mid-flight on the return trip, Luo Feng let Su Xian keep his parents company, while he himself looked at his watch communicator and ordered one, connect with my communicator and pull up a virtual display. D. A screen with the words, Archaeological Ruins appeared in front of him. Archaeological Ruin 1 located at the North Atlantic, the Bermuda Seas. Surroundings right at the ocean floor. It is a 1200 m tall silver pyramid. It is extremely dangerous. Any material which entered gets destroyed immediately. With the warrior, till now, the number one ruin and its remains have yet to have more discoveries. Archaeological Ruin 2, located in underground Russia's Wrangel Island, is a Remains of a split-open spaceship. Archaeological Ruin 3. Archaeological Ruin 31, located deep within China's Hubei Shenangjia, is a gigantic circular-shaped ship with a diameter of over 800 meters. Its surface has many small holes, which are releasing a large amount of poisonous gas. These gases can permeate skin. Till now, no one has survived after entering Ruin 31. It has the same level of danger as number 1 and number 12. Entering these three means certain death. Scanning till the end, Luo Feng carefully thought about every one of the ruins. Some of them were scary, like number 31, while some of them were only remains. Like number 2, some of them were special, like number 9. Babata Luo Feng's thoughts went through. You've seen it right. What do you think? Which should I go to? Luo Feng asked in his mind. Except for the three big dangers, the other ruins in the countries have all been searched. No point going, Babata said. These three big dangers, 1 and 31, are the real dangers. These are ruins that even universe fighters will die if they go. You should go to 12 of the three. Universe fighters will die from them. Luo Feng was shocked. Right, when you have greater power, will come back. Your target will be Archaeological Ruin 12, Babata explained. This ruin, with your current power, might come with some dangers, but with caution, it shouldn't be too big a problem. At this time, Luo Feng's gaze were as sharp as knives. No matter the danger, I still have to go. Within the wrist cuff space. Babata rubbed his face, while he didn't fully approve of Luo Feng's stupidity. However, towards his master's disciples' willpower and determination, he was extremely satisfied. The master once said, be it evil people or good people, or even demons, the truly strong always have a determined heart. Luo Feng was very clear on his motives and path. Even in the virtual meeting room, he was shocked and shaken by the news initially, but he quickly made up his mind. Back then, when he talked to the Southeastern Military Sector's military commanding officer Li Dewei, Luo Feng had made up his mind. When I close my eyes for the final time, when I die, I don't want to have any regrets, because I didn't work hard enough in the past. No regrets. If I don't risk it all now, and watch as my people die, my culture destroyed, while only my family lives on this earth, will I regret this in the future? Luo Feng asked himself in his heart. The answer was clear as day. Definitely. So now's the time to risk it all. Do it. Even if he was down to his last drop of blood, as long as he succeeds, he believes that when he dies and closed his eyes, he would be smiling. Actually, ever since he chose the path of becoming a warrior, Luo Feng had never feared the thought of death. He just wished his death would be worth it. Late night, the moon shone brightly on the villas, many of which still had lights on. The auto-jet landed on a grass plain. Luo Feng, Su Xian and his parents walked down. Hello. Luo Feng picked up the phone. It's me, Jia. An obviously distressed voice sounded. Luo Feng, something bad has happened. What else could have happened? Luo Feng was somewhat shaken. Now that the calamity had come, what else could happen? Luo Feng, previously in the meeting room, the various leaders, using the satellites, had discovered, after the swallowing monster had destroyed all of North America's bases, it actually began to swiftly head over to Europe and began destroying some of their important bases. I believe very quickly, it will head over to Asia's bases and do the same. Without the bases to stop the sea creatures, countless sea creatures would Rush inland. I'm afraid it'll only be a day or two before our main base will have to battle it. Jiayi's words made Luo Feng go pale. You mean Luo Feng's eyes were red. With the swallowing monster traveling over 10,000 meters per second, it can destroy all the bases on Earth within half a day. When that happens, the countless sea creatures will quickly follow the rivers and kill inland even. If we fought it out, I'm afraid humanity's struggle will last at most 3 days. 3 days before half of us gets wiped out. 7 days, everyone will be gone. Luo Feng choked and cleared his throat. My God. I thought we had 1 month. Luo Feng shook his head in disbelief. In the sector, Luo Honghua and his wife, along with Su Xian, were all shocked at Luo Feng's expression. Ever since Luo Feng had attained his position and status, they've hardly ever seen him so distressed. Right, I too thought we had time, but Jiayi's voice was low and serious, filled with pain and agony. Why is it like this? Luo Feng was flustered. There was too little time, too little. Initially, if the swallowing monster had moved slowly, eaten a few bases every day, humanity would have more time, but right now, the monster was actually preparing to destroy all of humanity's bases within half a day, allowing countless sea creatures to attack humanity. It was too cruel. However, Luo Feng understood if he was a swallowing beast, he too would first quickly destroy his enemies, and comfortably devour everything else. Luo Feng, the swallowing monster, will destroy the bases, along with the laser cannons. It's too intelligent, it has intellect, it's very clear the laser cannons are dangerous towards the Emperor-level creatures. That's why it easily used its golden beams to destroy the cannons. Jiayi said, it's even too lazy to chase after the fleeing armies. It lets the Emperor-level monsters do that job. To be chased by an Emperor-level creature, even the armies ranging in the tens of thousands would all die. To kill an Emperor-level monster is to save over 10,000 people or more, Jiayi said, and one representative alone doesn't have the guarantee to kill an Emperor-level monster. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. He himself had to, within the shortest time possible, go to the archaeological ruin and come back just as swiftly. When the time came, building the weapon would be left to Babata and himself. He would have to go on a massacre. Emperor-level monster, you want to massacre humans, I'll massacre you all. Luo Feng's gaze was ice-cold, unprecedented cold. At a time like this, he himself was going a little crazy. Anxiousness, rage. To be forced to the edge of such a cliff, with nowhere to run. Luo Feng, because of how crazy the swallowing beast is, will carry out the nuclear warhead plan today, Jiayi said. If we can just kill that swallowing beast, we will have hope. Right now it is in Europe, looking at its direction. It'll quickly head to Russia's side. When that happens, we'll carry out the nuclear plan in Russia. Luo Feng nodded his head. Before the Grand Nirvana period, Russia was the largest country on Earth. During the headquarter city age though, area didn't have any meaning. Man could only live in bases. And the population in Russia was lower. The bases were all constructed on the continental plates. That's why there was over 10 million square kilometers of uninhabited space where it would be ideal to conduct the nuclear warhead attack. Tonight Luo Feng silently prayed in his heart. It was a very crucial time, no time to waste at all for Luo Feng. Dad, Mom, all of you should remain in the house, no matter the danger. You Just have to enter the second floor's gravity room, Luo Feng emphasized. The material of the gravity room was incredibly durable, even a star-level warrior would have a hard time trying to break, though. It was after all a training device for a star-level warrior. Within the gravity room, they would be much safer. Babada set the gravity room for my parents, my brother, Zhenan, and Su Xin. These 5 max, Luo Feng said. Also, set the gravity to 1 time, normal. Already done. Babada's efficiency was extremely high. He could control it directly from a distance. Little Feng, be careful, Luo Hongua, Gong Xian Lan said to him as they were returning after finding out the severity of the problem. Only Luo Hua and Zhen Nan weren't too clear on what was happening. Big brother, come back early, Luo Hua shouted. Luo Feng waved and swiftly left the house into the night. This night was humanity's race against the time. Luo Feng's auto-jet was swiftly flying in the night, leaving Yangzhou. The fastest speed of the auto-jet is currently 8,000 m per second. How long will it take to reach archaeological ruin 12? Luo Feng asked. This auto-jet's basic speed wasn't very fast. However, during his free time, Babada had kept the jet in his virtual space and made several adjustments. Its speed immediately rose, from 10 times the speed of sound, rising straight to 8,000 m per second. Following Babada's words, this improvement didn't count as anything. To be able to fly in the universe, for a ship to be able to go light speed, was the most basic thing ever. Compared to light speed, their current speed was nothing. Luo Feng didn't say much. He had no place compared to Babada, who was from a higher civilization in the universe, the living AI. Such an improvement was indeed easy. To reach archaeological ruin 12 will take about 20 minutes, Babada said. Oh, Luo Feng's handphone rang. He checked. It was the head Hong calling. Hello. Luo Feng picked up. Luo Feng, there's something we need you to sacrifice. Hong's voice came through. Please speak, head, Luo Feng said without any hesitation. Following the nuclear warhead attack plan, before my prehistoric level auto jet attacks, there will be other limit model auto jets carrying atomic bombs attacking. This is to confuse it, Hong explained. Luo Feng nodded slightly as he heard. Right. Hong's prehistoric level auto jet was a unique jet from the Dojo of Limits. It was triangular, just like Luo Feng's. The other countries all had disc-shaped auto jets. To allow Hong's auto jet not to raise any suspicion, they needed to have more triangular battleships carrying atomic bombs to attack first, making the creature lower its guard. Atomic bombs. Several tens of thousands tons of atomic bombs, even Luo Feng, Hong, or Thunder God, they wouldn't even bother them, much less the swallowing beast. We want to use the other triangular auto jets to carry atomic bombs to attack. The beast will realize that the attacks have no danger. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. After that, we will suddenly send what seems like another harmless attack, but with a much more powerful explosion. Luo Feng thought about it and agreed it was a good plan. It seemed simple and easy to succeed. Luo Feng, there aren't too many auto jets from the Dojo of Limits in Asia. Hong said, I need to reach the battlefield within the shortest amount of time possible. I hope your auto jet can be used as one of our cannon fodder. No problem, Luo Feng said without hesitation. One auto jet didn't mean much to Luo Feng, much less during such a crisis. Even Hong was willing to sacrifice his higher-level auto jet. How could he be petty about it? Your autojet actually has a backdoor command. I can control it from afar. Hong said, I'll begin controlling it now. Are you currently in the jet or out? Come out. Luo Feng flew out directly. Looking at the dark blue triangular autojet, Luo Feng watched while in Babada's eyes. This ship was only capable of flying within atmospheres. In the universe it was nothing but cheap goods and a toy. However, it had been with Luo Feng for a pretty long time. You've also done your part for humanity. Luo Feng looked at his autojet. I'm controlling it to leave. Hong's voice sounded from his phone. Immediately, the dark blue triangular autojet swiftly left, heading towards the Jiangnan headquarters main sector. It was obviously heading to stock up on atomic bombs first. Head, can you tell me how much explosives is going in? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Due to the lack of time, we are going with 150 megatons, Hong said. During the Great Nirvana, there was no space to test such a large amount. When the time comes and it explodes, even if it's night, even China would be able to see a little sun illuminate the darkness. 150 megatons. Luo Feng nodded his head. This was humanity's last weapon. It might actually help mutate and evolve a large amount of the creatures. However, they couldn't care anymore. To have to deal with Emperor-class monsters was actually a good thing. They couldn't compare at all to the swallowing monster. Luo Feng, Archaeological Ruin 12 is in the Pacific Ocean, not far from Hawaii. And that group of islands, from here to the destination is 8,000 kilometers. You can only rely on the soaring shuttle now to fly, estimating a speed of 5,000 meters per second. You require 1,600. Your speed exceeds 5,000 m per sec. It will be about 25 minutes to get there, Babada said. Okay. Let's go. Luo Feng didn't hesitate, jumping on the soaring shuttle and becoming a beam of light, swiftly heading towards the Pacific Ocean and Hawaii. Europe, China, Russia all teamed up. Europe gave 3 atomic bombs, China gave 5, Russia gave 8. The Dojo of Limits gave 2. These 18 atomic bombs were separated into 18 triangular battleships, one of which was Luo Feng's. And the 150 megaton hydrogen bomb and the atomic bomb used to detonate it were contributed by Russia. As time was critical, during the rush to find the warheads, they realized Russia, one of the 5 great countries, could actually produce a perverted plaything with a yield of 150 megatons, and in humanity's crisis, Russia would definitely not hide it anymore. They actually just took out this huge thing. They placed it within Hong's prehistoric level autojet and flew it towards North Asia's district. With 18 other cannon fodder, there were a total of 19 triangular battleships. They came in different colors, some were red, blue, black, etc. Within it was Hong's higher level ship, 1 heaven and earth level ship, 4 Emperor level ships, and 13 other limit level ships. These 13 ships may be weaker, but they could go into autopilot mode too. All 19 were unmanned. Just from appearances wise, these 19 ships hardly had any differences. We must succeed. We must succeed. America, Russia, Europe, China, India, 23 headquarter cities, HR Alliance, the whole world's elite were relying on the satellites, watching as the 19 battleships flew. The 19 were separate, some were in front while some flew in the back. Night, the Pacific Ocean. Luo Feng had become a beam of light after riding the soaring shuttle and swiftly flying towards the group of islands around Hawaii. Luo Feng had the ability to control 19 weapons separately, while rushing. There, he was watching his watch and multitasking. This itself was definitely nothing to him. The first ship Luo Feng was watching through his communicator watch. On the screen, a black triangular battleship was swiftly flying towards northern Asia, where the swallowing beast was in the wilderness, destroying a base. North Asia. The black beast, which was over 180 m long, its claws waved and it flew swiftly into the sky above, its golden pupils ice cold. They were brutal and savage. The golden horned beast was the most fearsome of all the space beasts. Its bloodline itself contained savagery and was tyrannical. Suddenly, it stopped and floated. It had noticed a little speck of something flying towards it. Perhaps it couldn't keep up from behind, however, with the satellites tracking and coming on from the front, it had the chance to clash. Woo! The gold-horned beast waved its right claw. Boom! The first triangular battleship was one of the Emperor-level battleship cannon fodder. Following the AI system's order, it would explode the moment the swallowing monster began to attack, regardless of the distance. Rumble. The moment the Emperor-class battleship exploded, the 20,000-ton yield atomic bomb too exploded. On Luo Feng's communicator watch screen, all that could be seen was a little sun that illuminated the dark night, stirring the faraway swallowing monster. The mushroom cloud rose up and the ripples of shock waves rushed in all directions, just like water rippling, brightness. With just a breath, the swallowing beast was over 100 kilometers away. There were no signs of damage on its body. A 20,000-ton yield atomic bomb exploding a few 100 meters away was nothing than a breeze to the swallowing beast. The second ship is coming. According to the screen, the second battleship was flying over. 18 cannon fodder atomic bomb ships, all with about 15,000 to 60,000 tons of explosive power. If a 20,000-ton yield atomic bomb was to explode in a city, from the center out, a few hundred meters would be laid waste, and 2,000 to 3,000 meters out would be covered in damage and glass and debris. A city with a population of a few 100,000 would lose 100,000. With this kind of power, detonating it here, with an area of over 10 million square kms of uninhabited land, was ideal and wouldn't affect humanity. The second ship, it didn't attack the second ship from the distance. That's great. Mid-air, night. The gold-horned beast opened its huge wings. The explosion from before piqued its interest. The second ship was only 50 m away from it before it used its claw to attack. Rumble. Another little sun had ignited in the wilderness. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Woo! The gold-horned beast felt the explosion on its claws and thought it was rather comfortable, and according to this ancient memories, the moment it stepped into the star level, this planet had nothing that could damage it. This was the reason it only surfaced after reaching the star level. The third atomic bomb, the fourth atomic bomb. One after another, little suns illuminated the night sky. One after another, mushroom clouds rose up. The bombs were just like fireworks in the northern Asian region, exploding one after another. Explosion, explosion, explosion. The entire Earth's elite watched anxiously as each ship attacked. Even Luo Feng, who was flying above the sea, Hong, who was in the dojo of limits, and Thunder God were all nervous to the point their palms were sweaty, because the main meal that was mixed amongst the cannon fodder was about to make its entrance. 18 decoys and 1 plane carrying the hydrogen bomb as of now. 9 consecutive planes have exploded with their atomic bombs. The 10th plane. In this moment, all the Star Traveler level fighters and the higher-ups of China, America, Russia, and the other countries were watching the direct satellite broadcast. All of their hearts were hanging because according to the plan, the real one would be one of the planes in the range of the 10th to 14th night. The golden horned beast lightly waved its scaled wings as it swiftly flew forward. A bit of excitement could be seen in its dark golden eyes. The heat, particle flow, etc., resulting from the consecutive explosions of the atomic bombs caused the portions of its body that came into contact with the atomic bombs to go a bit numb. And it realized this stimulation to its body caused its body to grow faster. For example, when someone trains their muscles, they need to burden them to a certain extent to make them grow faster. As for this golden horned beast, after living in the ocean for such a long time, it never felt threatened before, so it grew normally. This bit of stimulation proved quite beneficial. The golden horned beast saw another triangular fighter jet approach from the distance and let out a joyful cry. Whoosh! The fighter jet was as fast as lightning. The golden horned beast happily shook its powerful tail that was covered in scales. Its tail was extremely fast, way faster than the speed at which the fighter jet was flying at. Rumble. When its tail came in contact with the fighter jet, the atomic bomb exploded. An atomic bomb with a yield of 30,000 tons exploded right on its tail and explosive energy exploded, forming a bright sun that covered the golden horned beast's entire body. The shockwave swiftly spread out in every direction, and the ground shook like a wave. Pacific Ocean. A human image was flying a few hundred meters above the ocean, like an extremely fast stream of light. Luo Feng, your fighter jet is gone. Babada's voice sounded in his mind. Luo Feng was staring at his tactical communications watch on his wrist. If it's gone, then it's gone. Watch the 11th plane. Luo Feng stared as the display of the tactical communications watch switched to the 11th fighter jet, a blood-red colored triangular fighter jet. It's the head. Luo Feng's heart started pounding. Luo Feng, let me remind you that you've already arrived above the location of archaeological ruin. 12. Babada's voice rang. Whoosh! Luo Feng swiftly accelerated, and then stopped above the ocean. Let's wait a bit before going down. Luo Feng stared at the display. This 11th time is the real one. If a 150 megaton bomb explodes right on the surface of a golden horned beast that just stepped into the star level, hard to say, since I've never heard of anyone actually doing something like this before. Babada was quite excited. Unlike him, Luo Feng was filled with nervousness and expectation. Not just Luo Feng. In this moment, Hong, Thunder God, other peak fighters, the leaders of all the countries, the higher-ups of the military, etc., were all watching nervously. The 11th plane, this is the real one. Success. And humanity will be able to survive this disaster. And if it fails, then humanity will fall into a nightmare far more horrifying than the Grand Nirvana period. America, main headquarters. The black-skinned president was currently together with his cabinet members as they watched the display in front of them. The president was even grasping on to his daughter's hand, tightly grasping. "Dad, it will succeed, said his daughter. "It will definitely succeed, it definitely will." The black-skinned president held his breath completely. The entire room could feel the pressure. All of the people in there watched the blood-red colored fighter jet on the display, which was swiftly flying towards the golden-horned beast. China, wilderness. A large number of troops were moving on the ground, and a disc-shaped fighter jet was patrolling in the air above. This was the forward military base that just retreated in the southeastern military sector. In the fighter jet, Commander Li Dewey was currently staring at his tactical communications. "Watch. It will definitely succeed. It definitely will," repeated Li Dewey to himself silently. His gaze was sucked to the watch's display like a magnet as sweat appeared on his forehead. His entire body couldn't help but to slightly tremble. At this moment, Russia, India, EU, and the 23 headquarter cities were all watching this same scene at the same time. Everybody prayed to themselves in their heart in front of a disaster like this. Even crazy people and people filled with ambition and evil were praying for success. Still 30 more seconds until contact with the swallowing beast. Hong and Thunder God watched the display in front of them as the AI's voice reverberated in the room. 23 seconds. 22 seconds. In the countdown, Hong and Thunder God's gaze were like blades, as if they were going to cut open the display in front of their eyes. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Northern part of Asia. Its entire body was as black as ink, and its single golden horn that had golden engravings on it seemed to pierce towards the sky when the golden-horned beast was flying. It comfortably shook its tail twice. So comfortable. Its tail went a bit numb after coming into contact with the atomic bomb. At the same time, its tail started to absorb its metallic power within. Woo! The swallowing beast discovered the 11th triangular fighter jet, which was a blood-red colored fighter jet. The swallowing beast immediately let out a joyful cry that shook the sky and earth. Even though the golden-horned beast has a long history, this one has only been born for a few short years. As of now, it can only count as a child. The swallowing beast spread out its scaled wings, and then it flew forward. Its scaled stomach was preparing to come into contact with the plane. It will definitely be comfortable for its stomach to go a bit numb. Succeed. It definitely must succeed. Kill it. God, protect humanity. Please succeed. As of now, the higher-ups and elites of the world were all extremely nervous. Luo Feng, Hong, and the others were so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe when they saw that the swallowing beast was going to use its stomach instead of its tail or claws to come into contact with the hydrogen bomb. An unsuppressible excitement rose in everyone's hearts. 2. 1. The final countdown rang in Hong's room in the dojo of Limit's headquarters. Time seemed to be frozen in this moment. The skin on the golden-horned beast's stomach collided with the blood-red colored fighter jet with alarming speed, and around 10 meters before they collided, the atomic bomb in the blood-red colored auto jet already exploded. The explosion of the atomic bomb triggered the explosion of the hydrogen bomb. With a 150 megaton yield, humanity's most threatening weapon, the fighter jet self-destructed. The hydrogen bomb exploded. When faced with this explosion, which was who knows how many times more powerful than the previous ones, the golden-horned beast immediately retreated. Off of instinct, clearly, it sensed danger. However, The hydrogen bomb exploded right in front of its stomach. How could it hope to retreat in time? Boom. It blew up. In this moment, the screens that Luo Feng and the others were watching instantly became white. China, Jiangnan headquarters city, main city sector. The lights on the street were shining in the night. Look. To the north. So bright. To the horizon in the north appeared a sun in the sky. This sun had an unrivaled brightness. This caused many people on the street to freeze. How could there be a sun late into the night? Holy. Quite a few people excitedly made phone calls to tell their family and friends. Some people even prepared to record this on their phones. No signal on my phone. What's going on? How come I disconnected? In a cybercafe to the side, a few teenagers rushed out. Wow, there's a sun in the night. It's a nuclear bomb, a nuclear bomb. It definitely is a nuclear bomb. The streets went into an uproar. In this moment, all of China, all of Russia, and all of the EU saw this shining sun. The gigantic mushroom cloud caused one to gape at it with their eyes wide, and over half of the world's communication lines were cut off. In China, EU, and Russia, only the higher-ups with special connection lines were still able to communicate. Silence. Leaders from every country, the higher-ups from the military, and every star traveler-level fighter was staring at their display. The display wasn't so glaring anymore. It's just that the smoke was rumbling and the gigantic mushroom cloud charged to a height 100 kilometers above the ground as it entered the ionosphere. The number of monsters that instantly died in the northern part of Asia reached an astronomical number. Large numbers of monsters were instantly vaporized into nothing by the high temperature, and even more were directly killed by the powerful shockwave. Did it work? Above the Pacific Ocean, Luo Feng stepped on his soaring shuttle as he stared at his tactical communications watch nervously. All of the higher-ups on Earth were watching and waiting nervously, as if they were waiting for the declaration. The declaration as to whether all of humanity lives or dies. Northern part of Asia. A golden flowing light ferociously charged out of the rumbling smoke, and then stopped flying. Black scales covered its entire body. The scales that extended from its neck and back to its tail had golden engravings on them, as if it was wearing black and gold armor. Its head was still held up high, and its golden horn was still as sharp as usual. However, a gigantic wound that was over 10 meters wide appeared on its abdomen. Blood was flowing from it. Its large and powerful muscles could be seen entangling each other like tree branches as itself repaired. Woo! The golden-horned beast let out a roar of anger. Something as majestic as it was actually injured on this planet. China's Kyoto headquarters city, main headquarters. After seeing the swallowing beast raise its head and roar with anger and the wound on its abdomen on the display, everyone froze. This. A gray-haired old man widened his eyes, his face filled with nervousness, surprise, anger, and dissatisfaction. Pu. He immediately spit out a mouthful of fresh blood and then collapsed onto the ground. Someone immediately went to support him. However, all the other leaders either were trembling, had pale white faces on, or were filled with disbelief. No, this can't be. Jiai, in a Chinese suit, stared at the display. Despair. In this moment, a very small amount of higher-ups on Earth directly died of stroke. Some of them had heart attacks. All the other higher-ups were completely filled with anger and disbelief. They couldn't accept this, and this moment, no matter the skin or ethnicity, all of them felt the same despair and disbelief. The golden horned beast was alive, which basically declared for the humans on Earth death. Luo Feng grit his teeth as he stared at his watch communicator, his eyes blood red, his fist clenched so hard you could hear his bones grinding, the veins popping out from the back of his hand. If it was a human star level 1, a 500 million tons of explosives would kill him immediately. The golden horned beast really lives up to its elite bloodline of the space beast, be it defense or offense, they all have the metallic properties of a devouring beast. Babata was feeling proud for the space beast. Metal properties were naturally stronger in defense. Not to mention a devouring metal type, one that swallows metal to grow. Its defense was just absurd. Don't say any more, Luo Feng raged. Within the wrist cuff virtual space, Babata, who was lying on the sofa, was just about to continue singing the beast's praises, discussing the golden horn beast. However, Luo Feng's cold remark totally cut him off. You actually dare to chide me, demon? Babata bared his teeth, revealing his fangs, before muttering apprehensively, I'm the great demon. Babata, back then, I've killed countless sector lords, to actually be chided by this punk, who's on the verge of insanity from mourning. Forget it, I'll be the bigger man and forgive him. Babata understood the logic behind Luo Feng's pain. However, he himself was unable to experience it, after following the UNMO planet's master for over tens of thousands of eras. Seeing one planet and its race get destroyed was an all too familiar sight. That was why he felt nothing. But he knew Luo Feng was on the brink of losing his mind. It was safe to assume that the Earth's elite were all on the verge of hysteria, trying their best to suppress their madness. Luo Feng couldn't care too much. He immediately called his family. Little Feng, we just saw the northern side light up very brightly, almost like a sun. Your little brother said this was from a hydrogen bomb. What exactly has happened? Luo Hongwa just spoke before Luo Feng said immediately, Dad, Mom, all of you should immediately head to the second floor and into the gravity room if you want to know what's going on outside. Bring my Taiwanese notebook and go onto the internet to check it out. All the other computers right now shouldn't be able to enter the web anymore. Remember, if I do not return, you all shouldn't come out from that room. Okay. His family could feel the sense of urgency and desperation of the situation. Yet they didn't know just how serious the entire thing was. After hanging up the phone, Luo Feng lowered his head to look into the dark endless ocean. The only hope now is to find a weapon capable of killing the golden horn beast within one of the three dangers. Archaeological ruin number 12. Down. Luo Feng's gaze was like an ice-cold sharp blade stepping on the soaring shuttle. With an aura about him, he rushed straight into the ocean. Darkness within the ocean from night, ripples about, endless and vast. A beam of light shot straight into the water, rushing straight downwards. Luo Feng, the distance between the surface to the seabed is about 5100 m and archaeological ruin number 12 is below the seabed by 3300 m, Babata said. Understood. With Babata's instructions, even though he was surrounded by seawater, Luo Feng's path remained clear and straightforward. This serene waters had a large amount of sea creatures, with a large number of sea creatures actually following the rivers and attacking inland, yet there still only made up a small portion of the sea creatures. After all, there were just too many sea creatures. One must know, man's strength was above that of the dry land monsters, but why? Does Hong still have to enter into negotiations with them and not just kill all of them? This because the land creatures had some emperor-class monsters, but no grand emperors. However, with the entire population of human warriors only hitting up to 1,000,000, an outbreak of a level 3 tide mouse alone usually ranged up to the hundreds of millions. A level 1 outbreak usually ranged in the hundreds of millions. If the land creatures were to forcefully go against humans, their numbers and strength would be too much. One nest alone had quite a number. Humans couldn't compete. No matter how strong Hong was, would he be able to kill the countless number of monsters on Earth? That's why they maintained peace. The land creatures forced humanity into this. Be it in numbers or variety, the land creatures were much less than the sea creatures. Even if they blocked all of the rivers, it would only mean a small portion of their population was blocked. Heading downwards, Luo Feng saw a large number of sea creatures. Heng. Luo Feng, who had become a beam of light, had killed all the sea creatures. Within a 100 m, fresh blood stained the ocean around. Kill. It was totally convenient to kill. Luo Feng's rage, pain, and sense of injustice led to him killing all these sea creatures to vent of the steam. Also, Luo Feng could imagine what would happen if the countless sea creatures had rushed inland through the rivers, attacking the bases, killing countless humans. Seabed. Luo Feng had reached the bottom. The place was uneven, almost like a mountain range. 5,000 m deep, the sea's pressure was terrifying, but Luo Feng's cloud contact armor had greatly reduced it. It reduces damage, helps in defense. His cloud contact vine far exceeded the capabilities of a black god set. Especially the first feeding had helped the cloud contact vine evolve greatly. 3,300 m below, Luo Feng swiftly head downwards, breaking past the rock layers on the seabed, constantly drilling downwards. Babata, for such a secret place, how did Earth's countries first discover it? Luo Feng asked as he pushed downwards. Just relying on Earth's apparatus would be impossible. They relied on the apparatus found in some interstellar ship remains to search the entire planet. Babata said, other than something like me, who's able to actively disguise signals and separate them, making you all unable to detect. Every other ruin has probably been discovered already. Luo Feng, we've reached. Babata said. Luo Feng immediately slowed down. Pung. Breaking through the rock stratum, he bumped into something hard, causing his whole body to tremble. Battleship remains. Luo Feng used his spirit energy to search the place, immediately spreading 500 m wide, getting a rough image of the entire structure. This was an extremely large battleship, and Luo Feng's spirit energy could only check and survey a small portion of it on observation. Luo Feng could feel it was bigger than the Dojo of Limit's headquarters by a little. After swiftly breaking the rocks around, he immediately drilled into a hole from the already damaged ship. Chi, Luo Feng, we've come to the right place. We've come to the right place. Babata was excited. What's up? Luo Feng realized too, the walkway within the ship was made with an alloy, one that was already rusted and corroded from time. This is a mothership from an interstellar fleet. Babata said. That means it is the leading commanding ship of the entire fleet. Mothership. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. I initially suspected it was a mothership, otherwise, normal ships cannot be Called a danger at all, Babata said. This mothership is about 16,000 m long, 3,200 m wide, 800 m tall. While it's not the biggest battleship in the fleet, its defensive capabilities are the strongest. Its offensive capabilities are also one of the strongest. Luo Feng too was getting excited. Where are the weapons? Where's the danger? The mothership's entire body was the real archaeological ruin number 12. The real danger was within the ship's secret cabin. Hold on, let me search. Babata too had his own methods of searching. He swiftly scanned the entire mothership carefully. Luo Feng, because of the damage, this mothership has no defense abilities. The weapons within has all been taken down. Those that weren't have already corroded or rusted. It doesn't have any security, Babata said. Right now, the hope is within this archaeological ruin 12. You just have to follow down this path and walk straight. The core of archaeological ruin number 12 was one of the mothership's secret cabins. While walking within the enormous ship's remains, Luo Feng, all of the country's leaders have gathered in the War God Palace meeting room, Babata suddenly said. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. Earth was currently in a predicament it had never faced before. Even the strongest weapon, the hydrogen bomb, has been used, and after that one time, the Golden Horn Beast would never let humanity get another chance again. They decided the military will be taking over the countries. They are beginning the survival plan, Babata said. What? Luo Feng's expression changed. The military represented the bases and market, stock exchange, markets, etc. Almost everything wherever people lived, what they did, ate, this were all governed by the military. Even rations were determined by them. Where they lived, when to evacuate, were all according to their plans. To enable the military this way, the situation was obviously at its most dire. Regarding the survival project, it was obvious the countries had all assumed the battle was lost. Now the only battle was to see how many survivors they could get. One could only imagine how many people would be lost in this battle. The number of survivors would definitely be very little. Even if they survived, they would still be danger. Hurry, let's find the strongest weapon and kill that golden horned beast. Luo Feng continued, heading to the reputed archaeological ruin number 12. A moment later, in a secret enormous cabin, a disc-shaped spaceship about 100 m wide was parked. Its entire body was black, even though it was parked there for unknown tens of thousands of years. Its body had corroded very little. A dragon with 2 wings was engraved on its body. Archaeological ruin 12 represents this ship, just this one. Luo Feng raised his head from below to survey the ship. The various countries have all been racking their brains over these many years to get into this black disc-shaped spaceship. That was because many have died from entering this ship. Even representative warriors have died in here. Till today, it remains undamaged. Haha, so it's this. It's actually this. Back then, the Master destroyed an interstellar fleet. It looks like this. Mothership was one of them, and within it was probably a prominent figure. They could actually afford a Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model spaceship. It's no wonder no one on Earth has entered it. This X-81 spaceship is a reputable ship known for taking risks and dangers within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Babata was extremely excited. Luo Feng knew the Black Dragon Empire. It was the empire that controlled the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. Even the Silver Blue Empire was one of its 500 vassal states. Luo Feng, There's hope. This X-81 spaceship's construction cost is more than the entire mothership. The weapons that are fitted in the X-81 have the powers to even kill a star level 7 or 8 creature. Babata was extremely excited. Who would have thought that this mothership actually had someone capable of buying an X-81? There's hope of even killing a star level 7 or 8. Luo Feng was shocked. He had learned much from his time spent in the virtual space over the year. He also understood more. A universe-level fighter could go up against an interstellar fleet without any weapons. A star level 7 or 8 was at least a 100 times stronger than a star level 1. It was extremely close to the universe level. It was one of the top warriors in the universe. Even an interstellar fleet would have problems killing one, much less a scout ship. This is a Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship, Babata said. There are 8,000 over galaxies in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, countless planets. These are considered very good scout ships. They are mostly used by universe-level fighters or those with wealth and reputation. Only these people can afford them. A ship used by universe-level fighters that comes with weapons capable of killing star level 7 or 8 fighters. What's strange about that also? All I'm saying is there's hope and a chance. Powerful fighters would not stand there stupidly or put themselves at such risks. Luo Feng couldn't help but carefully analyze the ship in front of him. Pure black, disc-shaped. Hee, with this X-81, I demon Babata won't have to work that hard to build a ship from scratch. As long as I can hack into the X-81's AI system and take over the control systems, then I'll do some modifications on this X-81 scout ship. Luo Feng, once that's done, you'll be able to ride it and have adventures in the universe. Babata was excited. Building from scratch couldn't compare to the convenience of just getting one immediately. Okay, Luo Feng nodded his head. Also, Luo Feng, even if I build a ship, it won't be better than this. Its craftsmanship is good, and its foundation material used to build the entire ship is a metal called black yttrium. The lousy remains that you gave me could never come close to this metal. Black yttrium you can't get anywhere without the proper equipment. No matter how good I am, with such lousy materials, all I can build is a normal universe ship. It can never be better than this. This X-81, with the black yttrium metal, even universe-level fighters have to use a large amount of effort to break through. Babata praised it. Normal universe-level fighters normally ride ships of this grade. They normally wouldn't bear to buy anything even more expensive than this. Luo Feng nodded. This ship was a universe warrior standard for ships. The UNMO planet ship was for a champion amongst the undying, the master of the UNMO planet. It was a pity that it was broken. If it wasn't broken, riding the UNMO planet ship with just a straight rush, it'd cut through the golden horned beast. It was after all a terrifying ship, capable of cutting through planets. Luo Feng, controlling this ship would be very difficult, Babata said. Earth's countries have risked so much just for this X-81 scout ship. They've lose countless lives, without even being able to enter the cockpit door. Babata, how do we get in? Luo Feng asked. Following the document Han gave him. The toughest part of the archaeological ruin. No, 12 was the entrance route. Once the cabin door was open, there was only one path to follow. At the end of the path was the cockpit door. Yet, many of the various countries' elites have all died just in that path. To open the cockpit door was something even Hong or Thunder God couldn't do. The construction details of the X-81 I'm very familiar with it. Within the virtual space, Babata was wearing a black robe. He lifted his head. After opening the main door, the main and only path is a laser path. The lasers shot out in this path can easily kill even a Star Traveler level 5 or 6 Earth's representatives. Star Traveler level 1 or 2 would still die. Even if their black god sets mitigate some of the damage, only Hong or Thunder God, with the black god sets, might stand a chance. Luo Feng listened carefully. The lasers are very powerful weapons if you humans on Earth carefully researched lasers more, you might have better results, Babata assessed. Very powerful. Luo Feng hardly heard Babata praise something like that. Of course it's powerful. Babata continued, logically speaking, the more light is concentrated in one point, the stronger it gets. This means its power can constantly increase. Theoretically speaking, the laser's power can rise indefinitely. Of course there are many difficulties doing this in reality. However, the laser weapons from the higher civilizations in the universe are weapons that even sector lords have to be careful of. Of course, the lasers in this path aren't of that level, Babata said. All you have to do now is to rush past the laser path and open that cockpit door. Once you pass the laser path, we can get in from there. Opening the cockpit door won't be easy. Your head Hong and that so-called Thunder God. Honestly speaking, Thunder God, that name irks me. Within the wrist cuffs virtual space, Babata snorted, the two of them do not have the means to open the door. This cockpit door, to lift it up, requires a star level 3 or 4 warrior to open. Star level 3 or 4 warrior. Luo Feng shook his head. He definitely wouldn't be able to lift it. The difference was too huge. Can we just break through it with the knife shard? Luo Feng asked. The door's material is black yttrium metal. You think you can break? Though I just said, even universe fighters would have to use a large amount of effort. The hybrid copper essence shard may be powerful, but with your power, Babata said, okay, that's it. All you have to do is to put this plaything and wedge it in the groove below the cockpit door. A strange tool appeared in front of Luo Feng. At first glance, it looked something like an axe. The edge of the blade was extremely thin. Also, this tool was about 3 m long, 1 m wide. You just have to use that thin side and wedge it between the door and the ground in the groove. That'll do it, Babta said. Okay. Luo Feng channeled his thoughts. Immediately, the cloud contact vine leaves extended, becoming an armor that protected Luo Feng's entire body. Following the dust-filled ground, walking towards the ship cabin door. Luo Feng floated at the cabin door, both hands grabbing the cracks of the door, pushing forcefully, open. Voila! The cabin door was opened. What appeared was a pathway that was about 30 m long. Both walls on the sides had little clusters of holes, not glass items. And such is what Luo Feng had imagined. Laser path. As Luo Feng took a deep breath, the soaring shuttle had transformed into the mountain bulwark, protecting his body. So he fiercely rushed forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immediately, beams of white light lit up the entire pathway. Some of the lasers, as though they had sensed Luo Feng, the holes in the walls adjusted and bent accordingly, shooting directly at Luo Feng. The speed of the lasers, 300,000 kilometers per second. Even the golden horned beast wouldn't be able to dodge it, much less Luo Feng. Rumble. A portion of laser hit the mountain bulwark, and that smashed into Luo Feng's body. More lasers began to hit Luo Feng's body directly. at the same time. Over 10 beams hit him. Within the pathway, Luo Feng, who originally rushed in, used an even faster speed as he got shot to fly back out. On the ground, Luo Feng was rubbing the ground for a few dozen meters before punching the metal wall of the mother ship. Luo Feng, what are you doing? Babata couldn't help but shout. Rush in and wedge this tool between the ground and the door, wasn't that what you said? Luo Feng massaged his chest. If I don't rush in, don't tell me I can just use my spirit energy to control this tool. I'm just afraid the moment it goes in, it'll be destroyed by the lasers. Luo Feng had full faith in the cloud contact vine. The first cultivation helped it evolve extremely quickly. It ate mostly Muya crystals after that too. Currently, the cloud contact vine's power was at the Star Traveler level 7 or 8. If the vine were to battle Luo Feng, unless Luo Feng used his hybrid copper essence shard, he wouldn't be a match. It was because of the vine's strong defense that Luo Feng dared to enter. No problem, this tool won't be destroyed so easily, Babata said, just use your spirit energy to control it. That makes it much easier. Hearing those words from Babata, Luo Feng didn't have to worry about the durability of the tool anymore. Those were, after all, lasers that could kill star travelers. Once more in the cabin door, Luo Feng used his spirit energy to control the axe-like tool, 19 strong. Threads of energy wrapped around the tool. Xiao. The axe became a beam of light. Pa. A white laser beam hit it. The axe immediately got shot outside. It really didn't break. Luo Feng's spirit energy was controlling the axe tool. The lasers are too fast. What can we do? Luo Feng glanced around before coming up with a plan. Mountain bulwark. The soaring shuttle broke into 365 knife blades, swiftly forming the mountain bulwark. The mountain bulwark covered the top of the axe tool, sticking to the ground. Go. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. Xiao. The mountain bulwark and the axe tool below it moved as quick as lightning. Lasers shooting directly at it. Gather. The lasers hit the mountain bulwark. Separate. The mountain bulwark actually immediately separated into 365 knife blades. With so many knife blades, a large number of the laser beams began directing themselves towards them, and the axe tool on the ground was moving as quick as lighting, sticking to the ground and heading straight in. Between the Yttrium cockpit door and the ground, there was bound to be an extremely small gap. Chi. The axe tool penetrated in with its extremely thin blade. Hoo. The axe tool began to emit a weird noise. All that could be seen was the black Yttrium cockpit door began to lift up. Under the door was the axe tool. What was once the extremely thin blade of the axe tool had actually become 2 levels. The upper level unrelenting in lifting the door, it lifted the whole black Yttrium door. This scene made Luo Feng dumbstruck. Babata, you said this black Yttrium door requires a star level 3 or 4 to lift up. Luo Feng was amazed. Why don't you look at what I'm using? This is a Hercules jack. Oh, with the universe language, it's called XXX. Babata said, it's similar to Earth's normal jack. You must know, maintaining a spaceship requires lots of tools. When I was building ships before, I acquired many different tools. This Hercules jack is just one of them. Like when a ship gets damaged, or whatever gets stuck, if the warrior cannot move it, what can he do? Use the Hercules jack. Babata said proudly, this Hercules Jack's technical capability is extremely high. Luo Feng was amazed. Luo Feng, why are you not rushing in yet? Babata said. Luo Feng looked towards the end of the laser pathway. The cockpit door had already been lifted a good 1 m, the universe repair tool. Hercules Jack was still continuously lifting the door. The black metal pathway was covered in dust, the laser attacks from before only left little marks. Hoo. The Hercules Jack was slowly and steadily raising the door up in the laser pathway. Luo Feng had covered himself in the cloud contact armor swiftly from head to toe. He was fully covered at first glance. He seemed like a blood-red statue. Charge. Luo Feng rushed fiercely in, sticking close to the ground and charging forward. Above him, the soaring shuttle had transformed into the mountain bulwark. Shoo. Flashes of laser beams shot directly at the mountain bulwark and Luo Feng. The moment the mountain bulwark was shot, under Luo Feng's control, it immediately separated into 365 knife blades, with so many knife blades flying around. The laser's reaction system caught on and began to generate even more lasers, directing them at the blades. Luo Feng too was massaged by a couple of shots. Gather. Luo Feng's entire body was hit by a laser and knocked onto the ground. The lasers on the side even caused him to slide leftwards. Within an instant, Luo Feng had become like a ping-pong ball, being shifted around wildly by the shots of lasers, yet he was strongly maintaining his spirit energy to guide himself forward. Whoosh. Luo Feng slid under the power jack, which was lodged into the ground, rushing into the ship. I'm finally in. Luo Feng felt soreness and pain from his entire body. At the same time, he felt the cloud contact vine's discomfort, as though it was still reeling from the many shots it took. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. Don't pretend, it was no big deal. I'll feed you more when we get back. The cloud contact armor's blood-red color began shimmer and sparkle, as though it was very excited. Schwa. The power jack behind immediately vanished, the cockpit door fell and crashed straight onto the metal floor. I'm keeping the Hercules Jack, Babata said. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. He was in a spacious straight path. Babata, now where do we go? Luo Feng didn't know what dangers awaited him in that dark path. Haha, Luo Feng, you've already entered the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship. Relax, there's no more danger, Babata said. Walk, hurry, and head towards the command room. Insert the signal device into the ship's AI system only once. I'm connected with the ship directly. Will I be able to hack into the AI's defenses and control it? Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Suddenly, something similar to a storage card for notebooks appeared. Luo Feng raised his hand to take it. Just use the golden side and insert it into the slot. Let's go to the command room, Babata said. Lead the way, Luo Feng thought. Left. Under Babata's instructions, Luo Feng swiftly made progress in the Black Dragon ship. The Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship's command room. It was dark and black. When Luo Feng had slid through the door earlier, the moment he entered the ship. Ding. The spacious command room lit up. A man dressed in military uniform was sitting calmly in the center of the command room. Behind him were 3 underlings dressed in black standing. This uniformed man and his 3 underlings were not moving. The command room's control display lit up. XXXX, the screen displayed a large number of universe language words. The translation. Human race star traveler spirit reader intrusion. Danger level, weak. Measures exterminate. Within the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship's lower levels, a closed room suddenly lights up. Within lay 3 motionless metal robots. These 3 robots were about 2.1 or 2.2 meters tall. Their entire bodies were black. Their eyes were red crystals. Ding. When the signal from the ship's main AI system reached over, the 3 metal robots' red crystal eyes lit up. Ka, ka, ka. The energy capsules with their body began to quickly rotate, at the same time. The doors of that room swung open, the 3 robots stepped out in an orderly manner and became 3 beams of light heading through the lower level pathways to the mid-level pathways. Luo Feng was currently at the stairs between the mid-level and upper levels. Luo Feng swiftly followed the stairs to the upper level. Luo Feng, there are 3 metal robots behind flying over to kill you, Babata said. Luo Feng was shocked and then hurriedly scurried up, leaving as much distance as possible, his eyes fixed on the stairs in front. Luo Feng's feet could feel the tremors. Those were the tremors of feet hurriedly rushing and catching up. Babata, didn't you say there'd be no more dangers once we entered? This ship has sunk for more than 800,000 years. It actually still supports its robots, so much so that they are still working. Manets. Stubborn. Babata couldn't help but say, this ship's owner must have collected a large number of power cells in the storage room, that it can maintain its power till today. Luo Feng didn't have the time to discuss with Babata. That was because the metal robots were arriving. Rumble. A black beam of light, following the stairs, rushed fiercely to the upper level. Luo Feng had seen the metal robots clearly. Their entire bodies were made of ferrous metals, its eyes gleaming red. Their fists seemed mismatched. Just due to the size, they were too big, like a couple of heavy hammers. Break. Luo Feng's soaring shuttle transformed into the mountain drill. During the time the robots were rushing over, the mountain drill lit up with 18 golden light beams, swiftly wrapping around the drill and gathering at the tip. Ong. The mountain drill brought along with it a fearsome wind and ear-piercing sound, swiftly drilling into the chest of one of the robots at this point. Luo Feng was a level 3-star traveler spirit reader. The soaring shuttle had also reached the second level of the 9 stages of the 3 big states, simultaneously controlling 18 threads of spirit energy. Even Hong and Thunder God will be damaged from such an attack. Gather. The metal robots had flown directly up the stairs and smashed into a wall. Swish swish. The other 2 robots below also rushed up. Rumble. A heavy punch flew right in front of Luo Feng's face. As the mountain drill had just attacked one robot, it hadn't had the time to recover and attack a second time. Fast. Luo Feng was secretly shocked. It's faster than my flying speed by quite a bit. At the same time, a strange whip had appeared in Luo Feng's right hand, forming a curved line, viciously hitting on the metal robot's head. Paw. Whilst being hit by the whip, the metal robot continued to punch Luo Feng's body. A large number of vines and leaves appeared on his body, layers on layers to protect him. Swoosh. Luo Feng was hit by a fist and flew backwards. During that time, his gaze was cold. A blood-red shard appeared before him. This shard was unbelievably sharp. Hybrid copper essence shard. cut its head off. Immediately, 19 extremely tough threads of spirit energy, like 19 tentacles wrapped themselves around the blood-red shard. In that moment, it gave off an extremely strong driving force. This made the shard's speed greatly increase also, as it was unbelievably sharp. The air resistance it met with was extremely low. The driving force exceeded the resistance. Naturally, continuous increase in speed. Show. The blood-red shard was shockingly fast. It immediately flew towards the heads of the 3 robots, trying to cut off their heads clean. Ka. An ear-piercing sound. There were actually sparks from the metal robots' necks. The initially extremely fast hybrid copper essence shard had been deflected away. After receiving that heavy attack, the robots retreated. A little Luo Feng opened his eyes wide. It was clear to see the robots' necks were slightly scratched. There wasn't even a proper wound. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 robots became light beams and rushed forward once again, with no feelings or emotions whatsoever in their red crystal eyes. Babada, just what are these robots? Shouted Luo Feng in his mind. He didn't have any more cards up his sleeves. Even the hybrid copper essence shard didn't have any effect within Luo Feng's calculations. Relying on the mountain drill, he could even go up against a Star Traveler level 7 or 8. However, by relying on the hybrid copper essence shard, something even undying level fighters had trouble damaging. He could perhaps harm a Star level 1 fighter. The premise for that was, however, that the enemy stood there without moving, letting him attack. Babada, what now? Luo Feng said. Don't worry, I'm working on it, Babada said. You are working. Luo Feng couldn't worry about anything else. He turned in the pathway and ran. However, his speed couldn't compare to the 3 metal robots, hence too long. Vines grew in Luo Feng's hands. When he saw that they were approaching, he would whip them with this. He managed to slow them down. No good. I've reached a dead end. Luo Feng's spirit energy had scanned the place and he realized there were no more routes in front to run. Luo Feng was startled. His spirit energy had realized the 3 metal robots behind had actually fallen. Motionless, Luo Feng turned around. The 3 black metal robots weren't moving at all. Luo Feng, these 3 robots are under my control, Babada said. Control? Luo Feng was shocked. These metal robots were controlled by the ship's wireless AI system, since they were actually wireless signals. As long as the security levels aren't that high, I can hack into it. When you were fighting them before, I was quickly working on hacking in, and now I've got total control of the 3 robots. Babada was very satisfied with himself. The robots' danger levels are actually not that high. It's just that their entire bodies are metal. These 3 are all made of black yttrium metal. For you to break them very difficult. Black yttrium metal. Even universe-level fights have to use a large amount of effort to break it. The good points about the metal robots is that they are extremely durable. And you can use strong metals to create them. The weak points, however, are far too many. For example, those 3, they didn't have any intelligence, hence their attacks were simple. With a little more intelligence, if the 3 teamed up, while they might have difficulty breaking through the cloud contact vine and killing you, capturing you wouldn't be difficult, Babada said. Alright, on to the command room. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Walking forward, the 3 metal robots were following behind obediently. Luo Feng suddenly looked up ahead. It was an exquisite-looking silver door. We've reached the command room, Babada said. Even after acquiring the 3 metal robots, Luo Feng wasn't in the least excited. The only thought plaguing his mind was to acquire a strong enough weapon to kill the golden horned beast. This concerned the survival of the entire Earth's humanity. Creak. Luo Feng used quite a bit of strength to push open the silver door. This door hadn't been open since the time the ship had sunk. The moment Luo Feng opened it, there was a slight convection in the air between the inside and outside. A breeze blew out from the spacious and luxurious command room. The command room was well lit. In the center sat a uniformed military personnel. There were 3 black uniformed bodyguards behind him. Luo Feng was shocked from seeing people inside. Who? A breeze blew past. The soldier sitting in the chair, just like dust, became powder. Even his uniform had degraded to powder. It was just like this that his whole body, which had degraded to powder, began to blow off the chair onto the floor. Little by little, the black uniforms of his 3 bodyguards behind fell apart from the wind, landing in pieces on the floor, with a few pieces still hanging on their bodies. At the same time, they revealed their bodies and skin. One of them was a female. Luo Feng even saw her half-naked body. This. Babada, didn't you say this ship has sunk for more than 800,000 years? What's up with these 3 people? Luo Feng used his spiritual force to sense that the 3 had no life force. They were clearly dead. But they hadn't decayed. Were they undying beings? How was that possible? Hee, the one on the chair, that dead soldier, was indeed a prominent figure. These 3 bodyguards are not actually human. They are a special kind of merchandise called liquid silver guards, Babada said proudly. These liquid silver guards, their main material, liquid silver, is even more expensive than the black yttrium. They even have a built-in AI system. Normally, they behave just like humans. They can even talk and run errands, etc. What's more, because their body structures are made of liquid silver, their bodies are like water. Even if they are attacked by strong opponents, they can easily mitigate the force of impact. That's why they are extremely good bodyguards. For example, when you encounter an assassination, they can use their entire bodies to block. Even though their attacks aren't too strong, however, when surrounded by them, even universe-level warriors would have to use quite a bit of time to break free. They are extremely good bodyguards, Babada said. However, these liquid silver guards are different from machines. Liquid silver guards, 1, only listen to orders from their master. 2, they require power to maintain their lives. Power to them is like their life force. Over 800,000 years, their energies have been depleted, Babada said. Even if it wasn't, the ship's AI cannot order the liquid silver guards. Luo Feng nodded. Looking at the control board at the side, the screen above it suddenly displayed a jade green-haired woman figure, staring at Luo Feng. XXX, the universe language reverberated about the command room. Please leave. Luo Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Over the last year, under Babada's guidance, the universe language may have still been difficult to speak, having to constantly translate to Mandarin in his head before considering how to answer, but listening wasn't too big of a problem anymore. Luo Feng, insert the signal device into the control board's left side. That green entry point, Babada said. Don't bother with the ship's AI and her rubbish AI. No matter how intelligent, are nothing but AIs. If they cannot control weapons or anything, then they pose no danger at all. Right now, she is nothing but a stripped naked woman who has been bound and tied up. Within the wrist cuff virtual space, Babata sighed and shook his head. Now I'm going to ravage her gaga. He revealed his two fangs. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly. He immediately inserted the signal device into the green entry point on the board. Do. An ear-piercing alarm immediately erupted within the command room. Large numbers of words immediately appeared on the screen. Haha, watch me, Luo Feng. This AI system is not bad. However, within 30 minutes of hacking, this black dragon ship will be ours. Babata immediately began focusing on his hacking. The ship's AI system, too, naturally began to resist and begin its defense. Warning, system under attack. The universe language resounded. Please enter the password within 30 seconds, otherwise, self-destruct will engage. 30:29:28. When that voice sounded, Luo Feng's expression changed. Damn, self-destruct procedures. Luo Feng, we are in trouble. This ship's owner is too much of a bastard. He actually programmed the AI to self-destruct. When it is attacked, Babata too was obviously panicking. What do we do now? Is there no other way? Luo Feng asked. 30 seconds, even the universe's strongest AI cannot possibly hack into this kind of system. Within 30 seconds, Babata was in panic. I have no clue about the bullshit password. It's over. I wanted to ravage this AI system. I didn't expect her to resist to the point of suicide. It's over. It's over. Babata was feeling helpless. Luo Feng couldn't help but rage. Babata, at this point in time, there's no point in saying these kind of words. Quickly think of a solution. What should we do? Within the wrist cuff virtual space, Babata's blood-red eyes were wide open. He blinked a few times. He knew Luo Feng was very angry. Indeed, Luo Feng was raging within. There was no time to crack jokes with Babata. 10:9:87. Luo Feng was extremely worried. There's no choice. Within his mind, Babata said with a dejected voice. Chi. Suddenly, the control board gave off an ear-piercing sound. Large numbers of words began to appear madly on the screen. A large number of the buttons and panels on the control board even began to burst in flames. 5:4. The control board's voice began to grow more obscure and stutter. Do. An ear-piercing alarm rang throughout the entire ship. It wasn't just the control board that was on fire. Even the ceiling, a few pathways, and many other places in the ship began to ring out, fire sprouting out all over. It was as though it was about to explode. Babata, what are you doing? Luo Feng asked. Gather. A sound rang out, almost like an explosion had erupted. The control board screen had gone all black. The lights within the command room also went out, shrouded in darkness. Luo Feng, I could only do this. Within his mind, Babata's voice spoke. What did you do? Luo Feng asked. This Black Mountain Dragon X-81 ship was programmed by its master to self-destruct if ever there were any external signal devices trying to hack the AI system, unless she can key in the password within 30 seconds and hacking this system within 30 seconds is impossible. So there was only one solution: using an overflowing amount of current and energy to destroy the AI system. Barbaric destruction. The end result is that the ship's control system will be damaged. Several transmission systems too would be burnt, Babata said helplessly. However, if I didn't do so, the result would be the ship would initiate its self-destruct program and, with a boom, explode. And Luo Feng, you need the ship's weapon. I could only do this, Babata explained. Luo Feng understood immediately. In the beginning, Babata had wanted to use the soft approach to hack and control the ship's AI. However, the conditions didn't allow it to save the ship from exploding. He could only resort to this. Babata, thanks, Luo Feng said. Within the wrist cuff virtual space. Dressed in a black robe, a disheartened Babata was obviously upset with his failure. His initial chest-pounding and proud demeanor ended up in a result that couldn't be considered winning. Babata, thanks, Luo Feng's voice spoke through. Babata was startled. Thanks. Babata, who was originally disheartened, raised his eyebrows and smiled, revealing his cute fangs, laughing. No need for thanks, Luo Feng, hee, aren't I incredible? Such barbaric destruction also requires power. My abilities as an AI far exceeded hers. Within that time span, I overflowed her with power, till the point she couldn't resist and finally collapsed. Luo Feng turned around to look at the three liquid silver guards and the powder and remnants the military man had left behind. Luo Feng, back then, because Earth was close and within a 1,000 light years, with many races with good potential, the Master had made Earth part of his territory. Back then, it had belonged to the Silver Blue Empire. That's why the Master displayed his powers. With one spirit energy attack, he attacked an enormous interstellar fleet, causing the soldiers' souls to be annihilated. The fleets falling onto the various planets. Babata said this particular Black Dragon ship's master should have been a prominent figure from that fleet. To be able to afford a Black Dragon Mountain X-81, along with the liquid silver guards within the Milky Way, he's considered to have status and rank. Babata assessed. His remnants should be good. Take it. Luo Feng nodded. Also, those liquid silver guards may have depleted their energy. I wonder if my reserve energy crystals are compatible. I'll keep those three liquid silver guards, fix them a little and see if they still be used, Babata said. At the same time, the three half-naked liquid silver guards vanished. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. The dead military man's ring, weapon, and other remnants were kept away. Once again using the power jack to jack up the door, casually walking out the laser pathway and out of the ship. Babata, when can the weapons on this ship be ready? Luo Feng asked. This Black Dragon ship's AI system and control systems have been damaged, but the weapons and others are undamaged. However, over 100,000 years, even if this ship had the three robots maintaining it, I estimate the weapons should still have several small problems. Relax, I've checked through, to build a weapon capable of killing a star level 6 or 7 is still possible time. However, I'm not sure, about 1 or 2 days. Who? The black disc-shaped ship instantly vanished. I'll be keeping this ship and beginning on the weapons repair, Babata said. Okay, sorry to trouble you, Babata. Luo Feng couldn't help but say. Hee, no problem, Babata said. Oh, right, when we head out, I'll also store the mothership's remains. The mothership's body was much bigger than the X-81. Babata's storage space was indeed much bigger than Luo Feng's storage. Ring. Whoosh. Luo Feng swiftly followed the pathways within the mothership. His family constantly on his mind. He didn't even know what was going on with the various countries and the situation with the devouring monster, just how bad it had gotten after receiving the hydrogen bomb attack. What would the angered golden horned beast do? Luo Feng was extremely uneasy and worried. With his greatest speed, he swiftly left the seabed and came out on the surface, stepping onto the soaring shuttle, becoming a beam of light and swiftly heading towards Asia's mainland Huaxia. Madness enveloped Yangzhou, one of Jiangnan Base's 8 large districts. Painful screams of agony and anguish filled the skies. Several skyscrapers had been demolished into halves, some bursting with flames. It was as though the city was experiencing an apocalypse. A small district under the moonlight. A disc-shaped battleship had landed in a grass patch. 3 special forces military personnel stepped out, almost like a breeze of wind, swiftly rushing into Luo Feng's house. Dang dang dang. The 3 men swiftly rushed up to Luo Feng's second story. Up there, within the gravity room, were beds, sofas, and computers. Luo Feng's parents, Luo Honghua, Gong Xian Lan, his younger brother Luo Hua, and his girlfriend Zhen Nan and her parents, and Su Xian, all of them were staying within the gravity room. It was a good thing the room was 6 m wide, spacious enough for a group of people to stay. Zhen Nan's parents were called overdue to Zhen Nan's earlier panic by Luo Hua, who thought of them as his future mother and father-in-laws. Mr. Luo Honghua, please leave the gravity room. Quickly, staying here isn't safe for you all. Mr. Luo Honghua, please leave the gravity room. Quickly, staying here isn't safe for you all. The 3 military personnel standing outside the gravity room, one of them said anxiously, the ground and the building's foundations may all end up as targets for the swallowing monster. The head has ordered for us to take you, Mr. Luo, and your family time is crucial. You'd better hurry. I've already told you over the phone, I'm not going. We won't leave. You all better leave. We'll wait for my bro to return before leaving. Luo Honghua, Gong Xian Lan, and Luo Hua said. The 3 men outside were helpless. Suddenly, the leader of the group's communicator watch vibrated. He looked, color changing in his face. Leader's official's number. Immediately answering. Leader, Representative Luo's family refuses to go, the leader reported. Yes. Yes. The personnel stood at attention, quickly ending the call. Mr. Luo Honghua, we've just managed to contact Representative Luo. He'll be here shortly, the leader said towards the gravity room. The Luo family within were all extremely excited. Luo Feng is returning. Tonight was indeed a nightmare. They were constantly worrying about Luo Feng. Within the gravity room. Disperse, the leader waved his hand. The 3 of them quickly left. Immediately. Up in the sky of Yangzhou. Within the darkness, a beam of light swiftly pierced through the sky. Luo Feng had donned the cloud contact armor, standing on the soaring shuttle, right hand holding the curved shield. It was a weapon he had acquired from Yunmo, Planet's dead master, who had left it behind for him. Arc Cutter Blade. The Arc Cutter Blade and the soaring shuttle were comparable to each other. One was for fleeing. The other was for attacking. With regards to controlling the spirit weapons and their uses, Luo Feng understood already back then when he could only control 18 threads of spirit energy. He attempted to form the mountain drill's second stage. Even with countless tries he still failed. That was due to his control of spirit energy being too crude, too weak. And after the 9 secrets of control, with steady progress, Luo Feng's foundation became more and more solid. These 2 weapons, after 2 or 3 attempts, he managed to use them. Luo Feng, why were we unable to contact you earlier? Earlier, I had gone to an archaeological ruin. The signal there was probably Blocked while flying, Luo Feng was communicating, "What's going on? What's going on? That swallowing monster has gone on a mad rampage after being injured. It's currently destroying Huaxia, India, and some other bases. It's basically venting all its rage in Asia, and beginning to attack the big cities and humanity," Jia said anxiously. "Also, Yangzhou has been involved too." What? Luo Feng panicked. "The little district of Mingyu hasn't been affected yet. The entire city of Yangzhou has suffered about 12 beams of golden light attacks. It's pretty serious," Jia said. Luo Feng was even more worried. It was lucky Yangzhou wasn't too far from the east coast. Luo Feng could reach Yangzhou quickly. My God. Flying high up in the sky, Luo Feng took a deep breath. The entire Yangzhou city was filled with screams of pain and anguish. Even from far away, close to 10 million people were concentrated in the city. At that time, about 12 places had deep craters, and the surroundings of these 12 places, the skyscrapers, were all set ablaze. Fires burned in the small districts. Large buildings had collapsed. It was almost like the city had been bombed by over 1,000 tons of explosives. These 12 places had large numbers of military personnel, policemen gathered. It also had survivors, crying in pain. Bastard Luo Feng was raging within. Lucky his venting is just like this. He's spreading it out over the various cities within his mind. Babata's voice resounded. If he had focused his rage on just Yangzhou, he could have easily destroyed the whole city. Luo Feng understood this. Shooting out randomly 12 beams of golden light was considered a very normal and easy attack for the golden horned beast. Maybe from its point of view, this was only a small city. The main district was the big city. Maybe it felt it shouldn't waste too much energy on a small city. Luo Feng swiftly flew towards Mingyu district, entering his own home through the second-story window. The gravity room's metal door automatically opened. There were a total of 7 people inside. Brother Luo Hua was the first to rise from his chair in front of the computer. Luo Hongua, Gong Xian Lan, carefully examined Luo Feng, only relaxing after seeing he had no external wounds. Beside, Zhen Nan's parents smiled, but it was clear their faces were pale. When we entered the gravity room, the door shut and we couldn't open it. No matter what, Luo Hua said. It's what I programmed, Luo Feng said. Compared to a government defense shelter, Luo Feng had more faith in the gravity room's sturdiness. The gravity room was something. Even Hong, with his maximum strength, could only leave a small mark on that golden horned beast. Even if a golden beam of light were to hit the room, it wouldn't damage it at all. Su Xian. Luo Feng held up Su Xian's hands naturally. They were cold and her face was pale. Luo Feng, come and see. She turned the computer screen over and Luo Feng looked down at it. The screen displayed a large amount of footage and pictures. One of the pictures was the scene of the wreckage of a skyscraper. The swallowing monster is rampaging all over the world. It was wreaking havoc earlier here in Asia, now it's gone to Africa. Look at its speed. I estimate it'll head to Europe soon, Su Xian said. How many from China have died or been injured? Luo Feng asked. Not clear. Su Xian shook her head. Luo Hua said from beside brother, following a few satellite images and footage from the 6 headquarter cities in China, a conservative estimate would be that we lost more than 5 million people. The moment that was said, Everyone's expression in the gravity room changed immediately. They were obviously in pain and anguish. A conservative estimate, and it's 5 million. Luo Feng's heart sank. Millions of his fellow countrymen. The swallowing monster is mostly attacking the main districts, since the population and the population density there is greater. It attacked like crazy. If it just attacked the skyscrapers it would still be okay, since nobody is in those buildings at night. However, when it attacked the residential areas and communities, small districts, Luo Hua looked at the blurred bodies on the screen and couldn't continue talking. Beside, Mother, Gong Xian Lan, Su Xian and Jin Nan couldn't help but cry. It was too tragic. Luo Feng's face paled. Golden-horned beast, his gaze grew ice cold. However, at that point in time, he was still powerless. The leading bloodline in the universe, the space beast that was the most savage, named the golden-horned beast, even though it had only reached the star level. For humanity it was the end. From its birth to now, this was the first time it had been injured. It was extremely furious. That was why it needed to vent and destroy, hence Asia, Africa, Europe and subsequently North and South America. A few bases, it just flew over and casually sent a few beams, 10 beams of golden light. However, for a few of the larger cities, it would go all out. Humans were weak and small, like ants. And right now, the golden-horned beast was like a giant, running from one ant nest to another and stepping on groups and groups of ants. Humanity was trembling under the golden-horned beast's rage. Its revenge carried on for over 4 hours. In South America, a cry of pain, explosion sounds were all mixed in the air. The golden-horned beast opened its large-scaled wings. Its chest scales seemed to have recovered fully. Without a single mark, it looked down and surveyed the city below, its eyes cold and filled with madness, before it suddenly raised its head. Woo! Its fearsome roar reverberated around, the air surrounding it all shaking from the sound. It formed an attacking wave that was visible even to the naked eye. It was as though it was declaring that its dignity and position shouldn't be disrespected. Xiao. The golden-horned beast swiftly left, flying into the sea, down to the seabed to rest. That one night it had destroyed all of humanity's bases, suffered damage and subsequently rampaged madly. It had indeed used up a large amount of energy. It had grown tired and needed to rest. Yangzhou Mingyu Little District, Luo Feng's house. The living room's television was still broadcasting. Huaxia's leaders were all announcing to the country. My fellow countrymen, tonight, we feel incomparable sadness and pain. This is a catastrophe for all of humanity. We fight for survival. Within a short time, it seemed like all of China's citizens were watching and listening. At the same time of the broadcast, large numbers of little screens and footages were being shown. It wasn't limited to China, all of the other countries on Earth were doing it. The citizens on Earth all knew what exactly just happened. A catastrophe, much bigger than the Grand Nirvana had come. At that time, the citizens who originally had disputes with the army, after watching the large numbers of deaths from both citizens and soldiers, changed. Several youths stepped up one after another to join the army. Large numbers of trained and ready personnel signed up. Large numbers of warriors and fighters began to join the army. Also, at the same time of the television's broadcast, the motherland's countless rivers had countless sea creatures rushing inland to kill all that could be Scene was the army battling it out with the monsters along with the situations of the other countries. It was tragic. Humanity versus the monsters, it was a battle between the races. For survival, Luo Feng watched the television with a heavy heart. Suddenly, Luo Feng's watch communicator vibrated and he answered. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. There are 12 emperor-level beasts that just flew out from the sea in the eastern region of Yangzhou City. Within them, there are 6 that are headed towards the southeastern military sector. Please head over there immediately. To give support, please head over there immediately to give support. Jiayi's voice was extremely panicked. Received, Luo Feng replied. Luo Feng, at a time like this, I won't say any more, please, Jiayi pleaded. Strength-wise, there were only a few fighter on Earth capable of killing a group of Emperor-class monsters. These were Hong, Thunder God, Luo Feng, M.O. Henderson and a few others. Ka. After hanging up the phone, Luo Feng turned to everyone else in the house. Luo Honghua and the others were all looking at him. Be careful. Luo Honghua only spoke those 2 words. Luo Feng nodded. With a thought, whoosh, 3 pure black metal robots appeared in the room, which shocked everyone in the house. XXXX. Luo Feng gave an order using the common language of the universe. He ordered one of them to protect his family, the other 2 to prepare the moment Yangzhou City came under attack. They were to go out and assist in the defense. XX. The 3 metal robots received their orders. While their AI systems capabilities were low as they required a very precise order to be given, they were still much better than the battleship's AI from before. Little Feng. Big brother. Within the hall, everyone looked shocked at Luo Feng. 3 robots. Earth did have robots at the time, but they were all clumsy and stupid. Dad, all of you should hurry upstairs, go into the gravity room when it becomes dangerous, Luo Feng said. When he was done with the instructions, he didn't dare waste a minute as he immediately flew out of Mingyu district. It had already begun to grow brighter in the day. The entire Yangzhou city, however, had already been lit up way before. Large amounts of voluntary personnel youths filled the streets and armies were everywhere. Up in the sky, Luo Feng was on the soaring shuttle, swiftly flying towards the east. It's a pity those 3 robots were only repair and maintenance robots on that ship. Within his mind, Babata spoke. Attacking capability-wise, they can't compare to you, Luo Feng. Have you finished fixing the liquid silver guards? Luo Feng asked. How about the weapon? The liquid silver guards use a C-grade power source, however, it's been depleted for a long time after using it for many hundreds of thousands of years. They require repairs. I think it should take about 3 days. As for the weapon, I've already taken the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship's most powerful weapon down and have begun repairs on it, Babata said. As for the required power source, I have some reserves. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. The laser cannon, according to Babata, was a very advanced weapon in theory. Its power could go close to being limitless according to legend. The more advanced laser cannons could even pose a threat to sector lords. How's the power of Luo Feng asked. It can kill a star level 6 human fighter, Babata said. A star level 6, compared to a star level 1, is stronger by tens of times. Even if it was a space beast, it definitely won't be able to block the laser cannon attack. Hearing the words, definitely won't be able to block, was a big relief to Luo Feng. Babata may behave like spoiled brat at times, but he never spoke rubbish. However, I need time, Babata said. As fast as possible, think of ways, the faster, the better, Luo Feng said. If I rush it at my maximum capacity, I estimate it would require about 28-30 hours, Babata said. Luo Feng pondered about it. 28 to 30 hours, that was a little more than a day. China would have heavy losses over such a long time, but its main cities would probably still be standing unless that swallowing monster was to show up again. Pray, he could only pray within his heart. Whoosh. Luo Feng's flying speed wasn't at all affected by his mental conversation with Babata. He was heading towards the southeast military district, China's capital base, the general headquarters. Several leaders were here. The general headquarters screen was displaying two scenes from satellites. One was displaying 6 enormous Emperor-class monsters flying towards the southeastern base, while the other displayed a youth clad in blood-red battle armor on the soaring shuttle, flying over. Luo Feng is already flying towards the southeastern base, Jia Yi said. Broadcast this battle to the entire country immediately, one of the leaders from China spoke, his hair white and his body thin and frail. Old Zhou Jiayi was shocked as he looked at the old man. Old Zhou said seriously, Jiayi, you said before, even within the Emperor class monsters, there were strong and weak ones, even representative warriors may lose to the Emperor-class monsters at this crucial time of life and death. We need our representative fighters to risk it all and fight for us in a time like this. Are you going to just let them sacrifice for nothing in secrecy? The leaders within the headquarters were all at a high level of intellect and wisdom. They understood human psychology well. They understand everything from just a hint. Representatives can only make the decision to risk their lives themselves. The country can't force them. Only if they are willing, so we have to make them willing. We have to stir up their blood and determination. Only with that can we win. Only with fortitude. Will they risk it all? Old Zhou said. Immediately, every television screen in China began to switch. Southeastern military base in danger. Southeastern military base in danger. Currently, there are 6 Emperor-class sea monsters flying towards the south east base. Under the reporter's voice, the scene appeared in every television screen across China, be it households, screens in the streets, or the screens in the underground bases. They all showed the same scene. 6 Emperor monsters, extremely malevolent. One was entirely green and black. Its abdomen was purple and long like a snake. Its total length was close to 200 m. That means, when it stood straight up, it was comparable to a 70-story building. It was like an enormous submarine in the sky, mountain-shaking whale king. Its gaze had a mysterious red glow. This scaled long dragon was the renowned East Sea's green dragon. Nearby was an enormous, transparent jellyfish. Its umbrella-like skin span was more than 30 m large. Its countless tentacles were all at least a few hundred meters long. 6 Emperor-class monsters. Every one of them were incomparably strong, especially the East Sea green dragon and the poisonous jellyfish emperor. Even if Jiayi was to come, he would have to be very careful about them. When China's 1,200 million citizens saw the screen and the scene, they held their breaths. When have they ever seen such fearsome creatures? The reporter on the side was quickly explaining the details of each of the Emperor class monsters, making them worry even more. For the southeast bases, hundreds of thousands of military personnel. No. A little girl covered her eyes as she couldn't bear to watch It can't be. The elderly were in front of the televisions, quietly praying to Buddha and the goddess of mercy. Emperor-class monsters. 6 of them. Youths filled with hot blood were all wide-eyed, whatever they had trained 4, and their knowledge of the monsters were nothing in the face of these 6 Emperor-class monsters. Before that swallowing monster attacked the entire Earth, the military districts and bases had all their lasers destroyed against these 6 Emperor-class monsters. The southeastern military sector has begun their retreat and evacuation, however their speed cannot compare to the monsters' flying speeds. Their speeds go up to 820 m per second. The citizens watching the screens all held their breaths. Suddenly, the screen switched to a different scene. A youth clad in blood-red armor standing on board the soaring shuttle, flying at breakneck speed. Immediately, the countless citizens in front of the screens were all excited. Flying this was humanity's elite warrior, a being that exceeded the war gods. Its representative, Luo. Representative Luo is currently flying at his fastest speed towards the southeastern military district. The calculations show that Representative Luo's flying speed is currently reaching 5,610 m per second. Wow, I haven't misread it. My god, it's really 5,610 m per second, 16.5 times the speed of sound. The reporter's voice was filled with shock. It wasn't just him, the Star Traveler warriors watching too were all shocked. In terms of flying speed, even Hong and Thunder God couldn't compare to Luo Feng. He's catching up. Representative Luo is catching up. On the screen, it finally showed Luo Feng and the 6 Emperor-class monsters in the same screen. When he first appeared, compared to the 6 ridiculously enormous Emperor-class monsters, Luo Feng was just like an ant, one ant against 6 giants. The scene made everyone watching nervous and anxious. Suddenly, the enormous jellyfish emperor suddenly spit out a green fog that spread over a few thousand meters. It was a poisonous gas. Suddenly, the screen had gone all green. The reporter on the side explained. This was the jellyfish emperor's poisonous gas, adding on with some details about the jellyfish emperor, which made the people even more shocked. This jellyfish emperor was one of the most poisonous monsters on Earth. What's happening? What's going on? How's Representative Luo dealing with the gas? Everyone's hearts were tensed. Luo Feng Su Xian's body was trembling. Luo Feng Wei Wen raised her head to look at the screen in the street. Nervous beyond compare. Within the poisonous gas, Luo Feng was on the soaring shuttle. His spirit energy had formed a protective barrier around him with the toughness and density of his barrier of spiritual force. There was no chance for the gas to even seep through. Killing one Emperor-class monster is akin to saving hundreds of thousands and millions of my fellow countrymen. Luo Feng looked at the 6 Emperor-class monsters rushing towards him, their gazes ice-cold and filled with killing intent. That's why, I'll kill all of you. Boom. Luo Feng fiercely waved the arc cutter blade in his right hand. Pooh. It was as though space itself was cut open. The arc knife actually became an enormous golden-colored arc blade, madly dancing around. The first to bear the brunt of this attack was the jellyfish emperor, its flexible but tough body under Luo Feng's controlled arc blade was immediately sliced in half. The monster with a triangular brain, carrying a huge shell on its back, was also sliced along with its shell. Slice, slice, slice. The arc cutter blade, compared to the soaring shuttle, was stronger in its attacking abilities. The 6 Emperor-class monsters, while the 1 East Sea Green Dragon was a little harder to slice, eventually it still succeeded. 6 Emperor-class monsters, under the frenzied dance of the arc knife, were immediately cut into 7 or 8 pieces. Various pungent smells, fragrant-smelling blood flew out. China, countless people glued to the screens, their hearts all tensed. The footage about the devouring monster before had all of humanity feeling dejected and hopeless. Now all of Huaxia's sons and daughters were all hoping for victory, for something to give them hope. There was a little hope for survival. On the screen, the poison quickly dissipated. There was only Luo Feng waving his hands in mid-air on the soaring shuttle. The golden blade, which was at least tens of meters long, returned to his hand. The surrounding space was filled with large amounts of body parts falling, be it large claws, a tentacle, or scales, or minced meat. We've won. We've won. The monsters have all been killed. This scene made countless people erupt in joy. Finally there was some good news. Representative Luo is too powerful. His flying speed is 16.5 times the speed of sound. With Representative Luo around, we can win. Countless people at the time remembered Luo Feng's name. The southern central military sector is in danger. Representative Yao Weiwu is rushing to assist. The screen changed quickly again. Luo Feng may be very strong, but he was still one man. He couldn't fight 2 battles at the same time. Battles happened all over, one after another. In the motherland, beacons of light were lit all over. In the dire times of humanity's survival, representatives were stepping up and appearing. One after another, mysterious names that no one had ever heard of were being recognized by countless people. Luo Feng, Zhu Shi, Yao Weiwu. At this time, they were humanity's strongest warriors, and they shone the brightest in the time of need. January 14th was fated to be a crazy day. On the 5 continents the humans of Earth were living on, countless sea monsters were moving forward through the rivers. Because of distance, most of them haven't reached the headquarter cities and the Emperor-level monsters. And the human Star Traveler-level fighters have already begun their peak showdown, and every country and every headquarter city broadcasted their battles. Each battle contained the hopes of many. And all the hopes of everyone on Earth caused a formless aura. That blood-boiling aura caused a few hesitating representative fighters to become passionate and to stand up to fight. Battles are always bloody. Of course there are stronger and weaker monsters in the Emperor-level category. The weaker ones are comparable to a Star Traveler Level 1 stage, while the stronger ones are comparable to Star Traveler Level 3 and 4 stages. The only advantage that human Star Traveler level fighters have are their Black God sets. These caused the casualties of the human Star Traveler fighters to be lower than the Emperor-level monsters. However, no matter how low they were, representative-level fighters still died. Since the biggest advantage the monsters had were their numbers. The number of Emperor-level monsters on land were already much higher than the human representative fighters, and there were even way more Emperor-level monsters in the sea. Even though there were nearly 90 human Star Traveler level fighters, on just January 14th, 903 Emperor monsters came out of the sea. 10 times more than the humans, and this was just a portion of them. The huge showdown between humans and monsters caused the names of many mysterious fighters to be known by all. Luo Feng Mo Henderson Eastbourne, Each of their names were shining. And the most famous one was Luo Feng. In Luo Feng's first battle, he killed 6 emperor-level monsters. After that, he swiftly went around China. When other Star Traveler-level fighters move out, they might have a bit of difficulty dealing with one emperor-level monster. Sometimes, they even have to retreat. But Luo Feng is different. Once he moves out, there will only be one result: victory. From dawn until 3 p.m., the number of emperor-level monsters that died to Luo Feng had reached a horrifying 37. Holy, all the emperor-level monsters killed by the other Star Traveler-level fighters in China hasn't even reached half of that number. His name shook the ground. In time, China and all the other countries broadcasting the battles caused countless people to praise Luo Feng. And then, killing 37 emperor-level monsters was a huge encouragement to humans. However, to see monsters, they were extremely enraged. Powerful monsters also have intelligence. The loss of 37 emperor-level monsters quickly enraged the 2 Grand Emperor-level sea monsters. The Octopus Beast Emperor. This Octopus Beast Emperor was different from the Grand Emperor back in the Misty Island. The Grand Emperor from the Misty Island only got to that level from eating Muya crystals. As for the Octopus Beast Emperor and the Lightning Dragon Emperor, these 2 Grand Emperors grew from battling in the boundless sea over and over again. They are much more powerful. Around 120 kilometers from Kyoto headquarter city, midair. The battle on January 14 was still ongoing. On one side was the Octopus Beast Emperor, which seemed like a floating island that covered the sky and earth. In terms of body size, the Octopus Beast Emperor was one of the largest monsters on Earth, much larger than the Grand Emperor monster back at the Misty Island. Just its gigantic brain seemed like a small mountain. Its 8 tentacles were much thicker than the tentacles of the Grand Emperor from the Misty Island, while their length seemed to be about the same. And on the other side was the human fighter Luo Feng. Representative Luo Feng is extremely fast. Watch out. Every country was broadcasting the battle. Since the battle progressing so quickly, they didn't have time to carefully explain what was going on. You dare to underestimate me? You're scared of Thunder God and Hong, but not me. With a wave of his hand, a golden arced blade that was a few dozen meters long landed on Luo Feng's hand and then transformed into the arc cutter blade. Luo Feng also received the news. When the golden horned beast was rampaging across Earth, it went out of its way to visit Hongning headquarters city to attack the Dojo of Limits headquarters and kill the 2 most powerful human fighters, Hong and Thunder God. The 2 Grand Emperor-level monsters probably told the golden horned beast that the 2 hardest humans to deal with are Hong and Thunder God. However, the golden horned beast didn't succeed. Hong and Thunder God hid in the spaceship headquarters training room to avoid danger. The transport spaceship itself was already quite sturdy, so there was no way for a Star Level 1 stage golden horned beast to destroy it, and don't even mention destroying the even sturdier training room through the outer shell of the transport ship. As for the weight, the transport spaceship was over 10,000 meters long, and a unit of 100 million tons was needed to weigh it. Keep in mind that an aircraft carrier, which is like a tiny speck to the transport spaceship, is already a few tens of thousands of tons heavy. The material making up the transport spaceship was denser, and the size of the ship itself was over 10,000 times bigger than the aircraft carrier. Its weight could be extrapolated from there. A Star Traveler Level 1 stage can at most lift up an object that is a 1,000 tons heavy. A Star Level 1 stage to lift a transport spaceship. Weight in the unit of 100 million tons is impossible. It can't destroy it. It can't move it. And it also can't swallow such a huge thing, absorb it, even it will need an extremely long time to absorb such a huge transport spaceship. The golden horned beast gets full after swallowing a few military bases made out of Earth's metal, so its appetite can be extrapolated. So, Hong and Thunder God have escaped danger. I wanted to get rid of you quickly, but who would have thought that your defense was so powerful? Then I guess we'll take more time. Luo Feng's gaze turned cold. The arc cutter blade in his hand waved once again. The curved blade pieces on the arc cutter blade quickly assembled and then finally transformed into a curved golden blade that was only 1 meter long and as thin as a cicada's wing. Compared to the blade that was around a few dozen meters long before, this one was extremely focused and dense. Whoosh! With a flash from the golden curved blade, as if it was entering an apple, it directly sliced into the mountain-like brain of the octopus beast emperor. Ong! The octopus beast emperor let out an ear-piercing cry while lava and ink-like poison ferociously sprayed over. This battle caused everyone on Earth to hold their breath. When Luo Feng was completely covered in the black-colored poison, countless people were worrying. Keep in mind that other than the swallowing beast, the strongest monsters in the sea were the 2 Grand Emperors. One of them was the Octopus Beast Emperor, while the other was the Lightning Dragon Emperor. The Lightning Dragon Emperor wins with its speed, electricity, and power. The Octopus Beast Lord wins with its defense, regenerative capabilities, poison, and strangling power. In terms of poison, the Octopus Beast Emperor is number 1. Ang. The Octopus Beast Emperor suddenly let out cries of pain and its 8 thick tentacles started crazily shaking around its gigantic mountain-like brain, continued to bulge and depress. Its 2 eyes, that were bigger than houses, were filled with madness and pain. Pung! A wound that had a diameter of 2 to 3 meters exploded on its head. Instantly, white and red liquid directly sprayed out like a fountain. The Octopus Beast Emperor's 8 large tentacles fell down powerlessly, and its gigantic body started descending rapidly. Rumble! Its gigantic body, which was like a floating island, smashed into the wilderness below, causing the ground to shake as if an earthquake was going on. A few houses that had been standing there for a few dozen years were split apart because of the shockwave. Dust emanated everywhere. The Octopus Beast Emperor of the 2 Grand Emperors is dead. And in the black poison, Luo Feng stepped on his soaring shuttle and flew out of it to take a look at the corpse of the Octopus Beast Lord that fell to the ground. Suddenly, people of all ages, gender, skin color, and nationality were extremely excited. Yet, Luo Feng was calm. This Octopus Beast Emperor sure was suicidal. Babata held an apple in the wrist guard space as he insulted out of disdain. He isn't even Thunder God or Hong's opponent after leaving the ocean. Now that Hong and Thunder God are hiding, it thinks it's invincible. Luo Feng, you're actually even stronger than Thunder God, so taking care of that little shrimp is like eating breakfast. What an idiot! As he said that, Babata ferociously took a bite out of his apple. For the current Luo Feng, using the arc cutter blade was enough to kill a Star Traveler level 6 stage monster emperor. Once he uses the hybrid copper essence blade piece, he can even rival the world's strongest fighter Hong. The whole world was in an uproar because Luo Feng killed the monster emperor. And the Star Traveler level fighters who stood at the peak were even more shocked. The Grand Emperor, after so many years, even Hong and Thunder God couldn't deal with those two Grand Emperors in the sea, even though Luo Feng and the Grand Emperor had their battle in the air and not in the water. Other than Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God, is there a fourth person on Earth who can battle with the Grand Emperor? The third chairman Ice Emperor M.O. Henderson, the fourth chairman Eastbourne. None of them can. Only until now did the fighters all over the world understand Luo Feng was a genius whose strength was comparable to M.O. Henderson and Eastbourne right. After stepping into the Star Traveler level, and 1 year later, he has strength comparable to Hong and Thunder God. In terms of strength, Luo Feng should be the third chairman, and maybe even the second chairman, but Luo Feng never challenged anybody and quietly stayed in Yangzhou City, Hongming headquarters city, Dojo of Limits headquarters. The transport spaceship had sustained some damage on the outside, but the inside wasn't damaged. In one of the training rooms in the transport spaceship, a barefoot man in black quietly sat cross-legged. In front of him was a bald man wearing white and was also barefoot. One black, one white. These two were precisely Hong and Thunder God, who were hiding in the transport spaceship's training room due to the golden horned beast. This Luo Feng sure is Earth's genius spirit reader. His strength actually was able to grow so quickly. Hong opened his eyes, and his eyes were calm. With his strength now, he is the undisputed one spirit reader on Earth. He probably isn't too far off from second brother either. That's a good thing for such a genius to be on Earth. If I die, I'll be able to rest in peace. Hong's eyes were as calm as the ocean. Suddenly, a bit of electricity started to slowly appear in the entire training room, which caused Hong to let out a face of surprise. The white-robed bald Thunder God, who was originally calmly sitting cross-legged, still had a calm expression on. However, electricity started faintly appearing around his body. In just moments, the entire training room transformed into a domain of electricity, with electric snakes flowing. The white-robed bald man opened his eyes. Lightning could barely be seen in his eyes as he let out a smile. This smile seemed to be like the smile of China's legendary Buddha. "Brother Hong," said Thunder God slowly, "the legendary man and Earth as one foot stayed in ancient Indian yoga, and the completed state of man and body as one foot. In China's internal martial arts, the way of stepping into the state of the domain was to surpass them." "Congratulations," smiled Hong. Hong himself was an expert in Chinese internal martial arts, while Thunder God practiced both of them. Some of the instruction manuals on Earth were based off of combining these ancient martial arts and the power of humans today. Maybe they are much more powerful, but in terms of their realms, Hong and Thunder God have greatly benefited from ancient civilization. Man and Earth as one, man and body as one, man and blade as one, completed Tai Chi, etc. These were all descriptions of the highest level. And then, above them, was the domain. "Brother Hong, me and you have been brothers to the death for a few dozen years. It is unthinkable that we retreat this time." Thunder God looked towards Hong. Hong looked towards Thunder God, as if he saw the scene of the two of them fighting on the border of life and death back during the Grand Nirvana period. "Okay, let's go together." Hong slightly nodded. Let's go together. Thunder God let out a smile. TL note terms like eldest brother, third brother, second brother, etc. have no good direct translations, so I'll just leave them like that. Brother Hong, Thunder God laughed, no wonder I was never your match. The domain is actually like this. Hong laughed. Domain. Even in the vast universe, it was considered a high state to reach so much. That a universe-level fighter that happens to be born in one galaxy may not even have his own domain. Second brother Hong looked towards the white-robed bald-headed youth. After that devouring monster rampaged for one night, it should be at the bottom of the sea resting. Even if we were to battle it to the death, we have to get it out from the sea first. That's why, right now, I'll share whatever I know about the domain and its usage with you. Thunder God nodded. Stepping into the realm of domain, he finally realized the domain level was deep and immeasurable. He could only be considered a rookie after just stepping in. Hong was someone who had stepped in for tens of years. He was definitely much stronger. While Hong was sharing his experience and usage methods with Thunder God, the battle between humanity and the sea monsters had reached a whole new level. Huaxia, Jiangnan Base East, a few hundred meters in the air. Arrived at destination. A disc-shaped battleship was in the air above the wide river. This wide and big river was Huaxia's famous Changjiang. Wawa Wawa. Within Changjiang, there were countless blurry sea creatures randomly. Throwing a bomb in would kill a few 100 monsters. Countless sea monsters were madly following the river and advancing inland. Throw number 12 medicine. Yes. A hole appeared at the bottom of the disc-shaped battleship, a green liquid with strains of red flowed out into the river and mixed. The battleship followed the course of the river and flew, the medicine constantly flowing out, mixing below the river a few seconds later. Hell. Jie. Hiss hiss. Various kinds of howls and roars sounded. The originally blurry Changjiang, filled with sea monsters, began to boil. Some of the monsters even jumped out from the pain, while others began to madly attack in all directions. A short time passed and Changjiang returned to its quiet state. The number of sea creatures moving seemed to have lessened by quite a bit. Yangzhou City, one particular command base. Huaxia had a total of 6 bases. Why this place ended up being called the base center was because these 6 bases had the strongest defense. It was humanity's final standpoint. After so many years, humanity had been using all kinds of methods and ways to strengthen its defenses. Within the command base, Luo Feng was currently together with the just retreated Li Dewei commanding officer. Bastard Li Dewei expression was ugly. What's wrong? Luo Feng asked. The sea creatures following the river have entered inland according to my plans. Li Dewei's face was ashened. When a large number of the sea creatures flood the rivers, we would poison the rivers, causing a large number of them to die immediately. 1 was to kill a large number of them, 2 was to let the bodies block the way. The result was nowhere close to what we wanted. Li Dewei's eyebrows creased. The newly researched poison number 12 is actually better suited for the climbing types of sea creatures, and against the intestine types, thorn skin types. The results. Li Dewei shook his head. Luo Feng could feel the heaviness in the air. Even though he could kill one Grand Emperor, just how much impact did he make? On the bigger picture, the monster that made humans the most helpless was the golden horned beast. We aren't afraid of the sea creatures, the Emperor-class monsters. Evenly Dewey said seriously, bases, we've been constantly upgrading and fortifying. No matter how vicious the sea creatures are, we'll never be exterminated. The only thing that frightens us is that devouring monster. None of the bases could stop it these 2 days. Lee Dewey's hair had all gone white. January 15th, wee hours 5 a.m. Luo Feng sat in his own house, in front of his computer, looking at the notebook screen and its many news, because of the day's many groundbreaking battles. The monsters had suffered heavy losses, especially the loss of the Grand Emperor, the Eight-Claw Emperor. They were frightened and didn't dare rush as quickly. This allowed Luo Feng to take a breather. His body was rested, but his heart was still anxious. Yesterday morning, the golden-horned beast entered the seabed to rest. Who knows when it'll reappear? Luo Feng's heart was anxious and worried. Babada. When will the laser cannon be ready? Luo Feng, don't worry, soon, Babada said. Luo Feng took a deep breath, trying his best to contain his worry. Turning to look outside, through the glass window outside, the sky was still dark. When will dawn come through? Luo Feng mumbled. When? Luo Feng looked down towards his wrist cuff. His watch communicator was vibrating. It was his head Hong. Hello, Luo Feng answered. Luo Feng, immediately enter the Wargoods Palace virtual space, Hong said. I have important news to announce. All right, Luo Feng answered. Luo Feng, your power has grown by a lot. Hong praised him. Keep on working hard. He ended the call the moment he finished his words. War God Palace virtual space. Shua. A golden-robed Luo Feng suddenly appeared within a spacious room. I wonder what the head is so anxious to announce, gathering everybody from the different countries. For Luo Feng was curious. Leaving the room, he headed swiftly towards the top-floor meeting room. Along the way, he met a few friends. Luo Feng, how are you? A white man shouted. Terence. Luo Feng walked alongside this man. How's Europe's situation? It's bad. There's already been 3 bases, which have begun battles with the sea creatures. Terence, the European man, shook his head. I estimate within half a day, all of Europe's 6 bases would have begun an all-out battle with the sea creatures. Luo Feng shook his head. The entire world situation was bad. The worst was definitely the American side. After all, they were the first to suffer the wrath of the golden-horned beast. The Asian countries were still okay, however, according to the news Luo Feng received. Places like Jiangnan Base were estimated to begin battling the sea creatures within a couple of hours. Within the meeting room, a lot of people began to gather quickly. Attention everyone all. Only 2 people sat right at the top, a black-clothed Hong and the white-clothed Thunder God. Right now, at this crucial moment, I've called everyone here to announce something very important. Hong's gaze was sharp as knives. I believe everybody knows that the sudden appearance of the golden-horned beast has brought upon Earth its greatest catastrophe to date. Without killing it, Earth and humanity will be annihilated. Everyone below remained silent. Luo Feng looked at his surroundings. Everyone's expressions were ugly. The devouring beast is a space beast from the universe. Its growth speed is incredibly fast. While we may not be able to deal with it now, we managed to hide in the ship and survive, escaping the threat. However, as the devouring monster gets stronger, there will come a time where we won't even be able to run. Hong's face was filled with pain and anguish. Luo Feng nodded his head. He too agreed with this point. this golden-horned beast was a space beast with the most elite bloodline. When it's fully grown, it could become a sector. Lord. That's why, we have to kill it, must. Hong's entire aura immediately began to grow frantic and serious. It must die, Thunder God said coldly beside him. First Representative, we all know we must kill it, however even a 1/500 million ton hydrogen bomb couldn't kill it. What other plans do we have? An old American man with a head full of white said anxiously. Other representatives shook their head. Even the strongest laser beam didn't even leave a mark on its body. It's too strong, there's no way at all. I have a son and daughter. Hong stood up, surveying everyone. I'm not a good father. I put all my focus on training and martial arts, hardly caring for them however they are still my children. I do not wish to let my kids live without hope. My dojo of limits has an enormous flying ship, one so huge even the devouring monster cannot devour. At this point, I can simply put all my children in and let them hide in there, but I'm very clear, once that devouring monster matures to the universe level, there would be no safe pot anywhere on Earth. Not a single place. Hong's voice shook everyone in the room, including Luo Feng. Thunder God and I have decided to combine forces and fight it to the death. All to kill that devouring monster. Hong's voice reverberated in everybody's ears. To the death, kill the devouring monster. Thunder God stood up and said. Beside. Stunned. There was pure silence in the meeting room. Everyone was shocked. Everyone knew of the devouring monster's strength. Head Luha couldn't help but stand up. Head Allure, wearing a golden mask, also stood up. A total of 8 people stood up together. The decision is made, no need to try and dissuade us, Hong said calmly. However, everyone felt his resolve about that heavy decision, one almost as heavy as MT Tai. It was a resolve no one could shake. First Chairman, Second Chairman, do you two have any guarantee? First Chairman, suicide is not worth it. If humanity cannot stop it, we still need to rely on you to lead the survivors. Many from different countries stood up. Hong shook his head. If the devouring monster doesn't die, there will be no survivors. These words caused a great many of people to tear up. Despair. So much despair. Luo Feng closed his eyes. What Hong said was true, if not for Babata, who knew how to maintain, assemble, and operate the machinery, even with a black dragon ship, theirs was no way to repair it enough to use it. Babata, Luo Feng's thoughts shouted out. Something the matter? Babata replied. Is the laser cannon ready? Luo Feng asked. I still need 1 more hour, Babata said. Can it kill the golden-horned beast with 1 shot? Luo Feng asked. Relax, this is the Black Dragon Mountain's X-81's greatest weapon. It can definitely kill the golden-horned beast with 1 shot, destroying its soul. There's no doubt at all about it. Babata was extremely confident. Very good. Luo Feng opened his eyes, looking at the elites from the various countries, all struggling in pain, along with Hong and Thunder God, who were ready to sacrifice themselves. Attention everyone, all. A loud voice reverberated across the meeting room. Everybody went silent, including Hong and Thunder God. Everybody looked up. Under the gaze of the Earth's elite, Luo Feng said seriously, I have a guaranteed way to kill the devouring monster. Everyone in the meeting room was suddenly dumbfounded. You could hear a pin drop in that dead silence. Nobody on Earth could dare to say he/she had a Guaranteed way to kill the devouring monster, even the ones with domains Hong and Thunder God could only say they were going to fight it to the death, risking it all just to battle and give it a shot. There was no guarantee. Luo Feng Hong stared hard at Luo Feng. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly beside him. Thunder God too was staring hard at Luo Feng. Can you repeat it? Luo Feng, what did you just say beside? Jiayi grabbed onto Luo Feng, his voice trembling with anxiety. Luo Feng. Leaders from the various countries as well as representative warriors were all staring at Luo Feng, almost like people on the verge of drowning seeing a rescue boat pass by. Many of them began to clean and rub their ears, worried that they may have heard wrongly. Some even turned to their counterparts beside and asked if he was speaking the truth. Nervous, anxious, apprehensive, different emotions filled the meeting room. I said. Luo Feng took a deep breath, looking at the surrounding people. I have a guaranteed way to kill the devouring monster. You really do have a guarantee. Luo Feng, what will you use to kill the devouring monster? Luo, you aren't bluffing, are you? Different skin colors, countrymen couldn't help but shout out one after another, some with their hair all wild, but faces still flushed red. Silence, Hong shouted loudly. The meeting room gradually grew quiet. Hong said loudly, I'll ask Luo Feng. Everybody please remain calm. The scene was after all filled with the Earth's brightest. It was only due to their desperation to save their country, race, culture and Earth's survival that they lost their cool hearing those words from Hong. They couldn't help but calm down. Luo Feng. Hong looked at Luo Feng. Everyone in the meeting room looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at Hong. Ask away. What will you use to kill the devouring monster? Don't tell me you'll be battling it out with it. Hong looked at Luo Feng. The meeting room contained the leading experts of the world. After listening to Luo Feng, will they know if he really had a guarantee or he was just lying? Attention all. Luo Feng surveyed the crowd. During the last assembly, I requested a record of all of Earth's archaeological ruins and their information from my head. I can attest to that. Hong nodded. That information was indeed handed to him personally. When that devouring monster appeared, I too was extremely worried. I thought of ways and thought that the archaeological ruins might have some hope of saving the world. Luo Feng said seriously, there are many ruins. Most countries have already excavated. The only three that remain are the three big dangers. Three big dangers. Many people were taken aback. They were clear of the three big dangers and their level of danger. Number 1, 12 and 31. Which of these did you go? Hong couldn't help but ask. Everyone of Earth knew of the dangers from these three ruins. Number 1, at the seabed of the Bermuda, the Silver-White Pyramid, and number 31 ship. Around the poison fields, I cannot enter. Luo Feng shook his head. I went to number 12 ruins, the Black Ship. Many within the meeting room nodded. There were many who knew of number 12, however, no matter who was sent there from the countries, all suffered losses. That ship, to be able to maintain its laser path energy supply, I recognized straight away that ship shouldn't be too heavily damaged. Indeed, Luo Feng's eyes lit up. When I entered, there were indeed some weapons damaged, however. The strongest single-target weapon, the laser cannon, was almost perfectly fine. I obtained several repair robots from the ship and it's currently in repair. I believe it'll be ready to use soon. Laser cannon, is it that powerful? Several people were suspicious. Don't speak rubbish if you don't know. An old white man with messy hair stared at Luo Feng. The laser cannon you acquired, what grade is it? Luo Feng was slightly shaken. Within his mind, Babata said, tell him, it's 8B 6th grade. It's 8B 6th grade, Luo Feng said. My God, B6th grade, humanity has been saved, humanity has been saved. That old man with messy hair was so excited he began to cry and laugh on the spot. Immediately, several representatives beside asked, Bruce sir, this B6 laser, just how powerful is it? Attention all. This Bruce old man surveyed his surroundings, saying loudly, there are many here who know we on Earth who study lasers powerful enough to kill monsters. Begun our research from the ancient ruins and their damaged or broken laser cannons, excavating them, and research allowed us to build ours. Back then, I obtained some information. The power of the laser cannons in the universe are separated into different grades, Bruce said, translated to Earth language. The grades are A, B, and C, these main grades. For example, an A1 laser cannon can kill a normal Star Traveler level 1 warrior. An A2 laser cannon can kill a normal Star Traveler level 2 warrior. And so on. The A9 grade can kill a Star Traveler level 9 warrior. And the B grade laser cannons are very precious in the universe. The B1 laser cannon can kill a normal Star level 1 warrior, Bruce laughed out, and so on. The B6 can kill a Star level 6 warrior, according to the information. This grade of weapon wasn't even found in an interstellar fleet. Suddenly, the meeting room erupted. Haha, there's hope, there's hope. There's no need for more deaths, no need for so many others to die. Haha. Ho ho. Many leading experts and elites lost their composure from their happiness. Nobody bothered what was composure over this piece of news. Luo Feng Hong looked at Luo Feng, smiling, thanks. Head Luo Feng was just about to open his mouth. There's no need to call me head. If you respect me, then be like Thunder God. Call me brother. Hong Hong smiled. He was indeed very grateful to Luo Feng. Even in a fight to the death, he only had a 20-30 chance of winning if he could avoid death and still kill the devouring monster, who would still willingly go suicide. Brother Hong, Luo Feng shouted. Haha, good, haha, happiness, I haven't been so happy in a long time. Hong lost his composure completely. Thunder God walked over from the side. Oh right, Luo Feng. Hong's expression grew serious, speaking, I know the laser cannon speed can reach light speed. That devouring monster has no chance to dodge. However, if it doesn't die from one shot, that devouring monster can definitely escape underground and swiftly find a way for its revenge to destroy the cannon. That's why there's only one chance to kill it. Luo Feng was shocked within. Right. Laser cannon, also known as the light cannon, was indeed fast. However, after the first shot, the second shot took some time to prepare and charge. Within that short time, the devouring monster, with its unbelievable speed, could definitely escape. The moment it escapes, it wouldn't give Luo Feng another chance. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. His consciousness left the virtual space, back to reality. It was already after 6 in the morning. It was already bright outside. Night has passed, the day has come. Luo Feng stood on his balcony, breathing into the glass, his hot breath causing the window to fog up. Luo Feng, it's done, it's done. Waha, I, Babata, am just too awesome. Over 800,000 years of non-usage, I still have my ways to fix it. Babada's proud laugh resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng was happy. He didn't have the mood to bother about Babada's arrogance. Instead he asked, "Where's the weapon? Take it out and let me see." "Damn, don't rush." Within the wrist cuff space, Babada stretched. "This laser cannon may be a single soldier's weapon, however, it's still a universe's single weapon. It still takes up quite a large space. It requires 6 m long, 6 m wide, 3 m high. Such a space, your balcony here cannot take it." "That's called a singular weapon." Luo Feng was shocked. "Call any robot or warrior and they can easily lift it. Of course it's a singular weapon," Babada said unsatisfied. "Don't you see, the huge ship-based weapons, just their bodies alone are the size of your Earth's mothership." Luo Feng rubbed his head and laughed. "That's right. An intergalaxy weapon, compared to just a weapon for space, the difference should be huge. Also, Luo Feng, you have no way to use this weapon. Don't you have those 3 repair robots? Pass one over to me, I'll give it instructions." Passing this kind of jobs to robots is just right, even though they have no sense of creativity. They wouldn't commit any form of error for such a job, Babada said. Luo Feng definitely agreed. Those 3 black metal robots, one of them was quickly taken by Babada into his storage space, engaged in its reprogramming. Why hasn't the devouring monster appeared from the seabed? On Luo Feng's house's balcony, Hong, Thunder God, Jiayi, and others, including Luo Feng, a total of 12 people were gathered. The sun was high up in the sky. It was after 12 in the afternoon. "What's the rush? If it doesn't come out forever, that would be the best." Hong laughed as he glanced at Thunder God. Luo Feng was however looking at the big black metal robot in front of him, calmly settled with the enormous weapon. 6 m long, 6 m wide, 3 m tall. Its entire structure looked to be made from crystal. Its interior was extremely complex. It made them dizzy just looking at it. The mouth itself was 5 m. Can one shot really kill the devouring monster? Mo Henderson, from America, was worried. "Relax," Luo Feng said confidently. "Don't be fooled by that devouring monster's 180 m long body. Its brain is only 20 m long. A laser beam with a diameter of 5 m shot will completely blow its head open, destroying its body and soul. It'll be so dead it can't even die again." "Oh, blow its brains out." Mo Henderson was excited. The group was waiting anxiously. Only the black metal robot was moving at all, with the sun glaring down on its body. There was hardly any reflection. Minutes and seconds passed. Noon, 1 p.m., 3 p.m., 5 p.m. When the sun had reached the West Mountain, just as it was setting. "Hello," Hong answered his watch communicator. "Head, the devouring monster just flew out from the Slovak island, close to Antarctica. It's out from the sea," a voice transmitted from the watch. The 12 people present were excited. Almost at the same time, everyone else's watch communicators vibrated. "It's here." The devouring monster had finally come out. On the balcony of Luo Feng's house, the 12 warriors' gazes all fell upon the black metal robot. "Luo Feng, are you certain you should let the machine control the B6 laser cannon?" Thunder God couldn't help but ask. "If we don't use the robot, who will we use? Who amongst us knows how to operate a B6 laser cannon?" Luo Feng laughed. Everybody else laughed. Their smiles, however, contained hints of nervousness. They couldn't help it. The pressure on them was too much after all. If they failed, it meant the end of humanity. Luo Feng looked at the metal robot. Action, Luo Feng said. D. The metal robot's red crystal eyes suddenly lighted up, raising both its metal arms, grabbing onto that enormous, crystal figure laser cannon, so immediately flying up into the sky. As the sun set in the west, the black metal robot swiftly vanished into the sky with the crystal laser cannon. Luo Feng and the others looked up at it. Don't look anymore, let's quickly enter the house, we can follow it with the satellite, Han shouted. Immediately, everybody else began to enter Luo Feng's workroom on the second floor. Hua la la. The endless Pacific Ocean was gently swaying. The time now in Huaxia was after 5 in the evening, however over there, it was late at night. Tonight, it was all dark, there was no moon. Who? In the air above the Pacific Ocean, a totally black figure, with a horn covered in gold engravings, an enormous beast, was flying, its wings covered in black scales, made it look even more like a black shadow. It was precisely this existence that had the world cowering in fear, the devouring space beast with the most elite bloodline, golden-horned beast. In flight, its golden pupils surveyed below, they were filled with cold brutality. More than 10,000 kilometers away from the golden-horned beast, the sun had just set and the sky wasn't completely dark. A 212m tall black metal robot was easily grasping onto a crystal figure. Enormous laser cannon, swiftly flying, leaving Huaxia's drylands range. Entering the ocean range, the direction it was heading towards was closing the distance between it and the golden-horned beast. Yangzhou City, Luo Feng's second-floor workroom. On the left wall, it was almost as though the entire wall was covered with a screen. It depicted the devouring monster flying in the night, and on the right, it was the metal robot grasping the crystal cannon flying towards it. The metal robot's flying speed is 2,109 m per second. A metallic voice reverberated around the room. The devouring monster's flying speed is 15,219 m per second. Within the workroom, gathered 12 warriors of Earth. Luo Feng, this explanation voice, is an AI system, Hong said to Luo Feng softly. Attention all, the celebratory wine we'll enjoy when we succeed in a moment. I've already prepared. Beside, Thunder God took out a wine glass from the liquor cabinet and poured a total of 12 cups of wine. Attention all. Let's all watch how that devouring monster dies. Haha, you are going to have to prepare more celebratory wine. Luo Feng and the others laughed. Everyone was laughing. However, every one of them were still tense and nervous. This was just a way to diffuse their tension and relax. No one dared to fully relax at the time passed by the minutes and seconds, even though the distance between the black metal robot and the devouring monster had reached 10,000 kilometers. The devouring monster could travel tens of kilometers within a second. Minutes and seconds passed. The air in the workroom was getting more tense, almost as though it had solidified, making it impossible to breathe. The distance between them is 2,100 kilometers. The metal robot has already stopped, the mechanical voice spoke. On the screen, the left side, the devouring monster was still flying, as though it was headed straight towards Huaxia's mainland, and on the right, the metal robot had already stopped, it was floating in mid-air. The laser cannon has a light. It's already started up. Luo Feng and the other 11 people held their breaths as they watched. The metal robot was grasping the B6 laser cannon with one hand, the other hand Carefully directing the aim, the enormous crystal figure laser cannon began to light up its entire body. The light followed the veins around through the center and all over. It takes the cannon 50 seconds to prepare a shot, Luo Feng said softly as he explained. Jia Yi was obviously nervous. He nodded. The laser cannon's attack follows a straight path. Before, the straight path required piercing through the land. They have to get closer. About 1,000 kilometers distance should be just right. Luo Feng nodded. This laser cannon was a universe weapon, even though there might be air resistance and dust within a planet. These hardly affected the laser cannon. 50 seconds passed. On the right side of the screen, the metal robot controlled the enormous laser cannon's muzzle. Shishi white light followed the cannon's muzzle to revolve one round, causing the entire muzzle to shine brightly. It's ready, Luo Feng said softly. It can attack anytime. It can attack soon. Thunder God couldn't help but say. It's all right. The time is enough. Jia Yi cleared his throat, staring hard at the screen. Quickly, 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 Mo Henderson mumbled softly. It's good, it's good, it can attack now, Hong Tu chimed in. Everyone was nervous beyond compare. The 12 on site were Earth's brightest, with mental control and capacities of the highest grade. However, at the time no one had ever been this nervous before. Even in the face of death, they never even felt a fraction of such nervousness. The American General Headquarters. God, please protect your children. The black-skinned president's forehead had beads of perspiration. He drew a cross on his chest, staring hard at the screen. Besides the generals beside, also the ministers beside, all held their breaths. Huaxia General Headquarters. The first senior official, Old Zhou, was standing at attention, his eyes glued to the screen beside him. The other leaders didn't utter a single sound. Europe, India, Russia, the HR Alliance, 23 bases, leaders of the world all held their breaths to watch the scene unfold. An incomparable amount of pressure was pushing down on humanity. Survive or die. It was all about to unfold. The distance between the metal robot and the devouring monster was 1,200 kilometers. 1,150 kilometers, 1,100 kilometers. The entire world was nervously watching the scene, yet the black metal robot's metal face didn't have a single trace of nervousness. Its red crystal eyes suddenly lit up. A signal was immediately sent straight into the laser cannon. At that time, an incomparably glaring, resplendent and enchanting beam of white light shot out of the 5 m long muzzle of the laser cannon, flying straight above the Pacific Ocean. Within the blink of an eye, this beam of white light that was extremely enchanting reached within 1,082 kilometers of the target, the devouring monster space beast, golden horned beast. Within the dark night, the sky above the Pacific Ocean, the golden horned beast's wings flapped casually. Its golden pupils were overseeing the sea below. At that moment, time froze. Chi. It was just like one's hair being scorched badly, with a chi sound. That extremely glaring beam of white light directly pierced through the golden horned monster's head. The entire top half of its head, including a small top portion of its left wing, was just passed by the light. There was almost no sound or even a trace, only that extremely short chi sound. Nothingness. The golden horned beast's head was immediately left with only the bottom big mouth, lower jaw, Everything from the nose up was gone, everything including the brain waves are all gone. The white beam of light was incomparably dazzling when it was shooting past the golden-horned beast and continuing forward before flying into the atmosphere. It actually broke past the atmosphere and headed straight through to the star-filled space. Time stopped at that moment. Within the workroom, on the left side of the screen was the devouring monster stuck in its flying posture. Its head, however, was only left with its mouth. There was basically nothing on top of that. On the right side of the screen was the dazzling beam that shot towards space. Within the workroom, the 12 warriors had almost stared right through the screen before erupting in madness. Haha, succeeded, Jia Huaxia's #1 person was excited and jumping up and down, waving his fist about. Cackle, chanting, Mo Henderson was proudly shaking his bottom. Haha, succeeded, Luo Feng shouted excitedly. Come, hurry, let's drink, we have to celebrate the success. Thunder God immediately picked up a wine glass beside himself from beside. That's great. Hong too was flushed with excitement. And within Luo Feng's mind, Babata's excited voice resounded, aren't I something, Luo Feng? I told you before, this is a laser cannon that can kill a star level 6, shooting this beast, just brushing past it and killing it was super easy, and it had no choice but to die. Wahahaha. Babata was extremely proud and satisfied. Every country on Earth suddenly erupted in glee. Emotional. It's finally done, we've finally passed this calamity. Luo Feng walked excitedly towards Thunder God. Luo Feng was startled. The loud and excited room had suddenly gone silent. Even the representative Zhu Shi, who was originally shouting, stopped. Luo Feng's heart trembled and turned to look at the screen. On the screen, on the left side, the devouring monster's head was still left with only a mouth. The suspicious thing was, it was still floating. Its 2 horns, one short and one long, were still floating beside. The 2 horns engravings suddenly started shining with a dazzling golden light. The devouring monster's body, especially the neck, back, and golden engraved scales began to light up. The light swiftly flowed through the engravings, through to the pair of enormous wings. In a blink of an eye, the pair of wings seemed to grow bigger a little, its shape changing slightly. It became just like a golden beam of light. The devouring monster, with the top half of its head blown off and left with only its mouth, rushed straight into the ocean. Rumble, the ocean exploded open. We've failed. Hong's face had gone pale, his body trembling. Jia looked terrified at the screen, shaking his head non-stop, shaking, to the point tears rolled down. Holding a few wine glasses, and getting ready to distribute them to celebrate. Thunder God too, looked wide-eyed at the screen, the wine glasses in his hands dropping to the floor. Pa. The glasses broke, shards flew about, the sounds felt just like they were piercing through their hearts. Luo Feng stared hard at the screen. There was no more emotion left in him. Despair. His heart was as good as dead. At this moment, everyone on Earth's hearts stopped beating. The entire humanity felt despair. At this moment, it was like looking at humanity's extinction. The devouring monster is traveling along the seabed at a speed of 36,063 m per second. It's 237 times faster than before. Within the workroom, the mechanical voice reported without any feelings or emotions, oddly enough. There wasn't any reaction in the workroom, everybody was as quiet as figurines, almost like dead people. Within the darkness of the listening room, Luo Feng could only feel a sense of emptiness in his mind. He couldn't hear anything from the outside world at all. We've failed. We've failed, we've actually failed. How could we have failed? How could we have failed? Luo Feng was swallowed by a surge of remorse and pain. With regards to the attack, he had placed too much hope on it ever since the failure of the hydrogen bomb. Humanity had had only one move left, to let Hong and Thunder God, the two strongest on Earth, go fight it out. However, even a fight to the death didn't bring about any guarantee. And the B6 grade laser cannon he had acquired was something that had a lot of guarantee. The entire Earth's elites were all excited because of the cannon. Everyone was anticipating this attack. Indeed, the B6 cannon was incomparably strong. It easily destroyed the golden horned beast's brain, even shooting through to space. However, no one could have expected that even with its brains blown off and left with only its mouth, the golden horned beast was still alive and not dead. How could it not have died? How could this happen within the wrist cuff space? Babata was shocked and shaking his head. Not right, not right. Be it humans or animals, the soul is kept within one's consciousness, and that is in the brain. Destroying the brain means certain death unless its spirit imprint is in every cell, where with just a single cell, it can be reborn. However, a star level definitely cannot reach such a stage. Babata constantly shook his head, unless the golden horned beast has some special talent. No one knew. Within the universe, the understanding of the space beasts was too little, far too little. Even throughout the UNMO Planet Master's entire life, he had never come across a golden horned beast. The understanding of the golden horned beast was far too little. Within the listening room, "Hurry, the laser cannon, hurry and retrieve the laser cannon," Jia suddenly roared. The 11 others in the house were shaken to their senses. The laser cannon. Luo Feng's eyes too were opened wide, staring at the screen, only to see the black metal robot grasping the laser cannon and frantically escaping. In the other scene, a huge silhouette was madly chasing behind. The metal robot's flying speed is 2110 m per second. The swallowing monster on the seabed chasing is moving at a speed of 36069 m per second. The distance between the two is 520 kilometers, 460 kilometers, 398 kilometers. Within the listening room, the emotionless mechanical voice said non-stop. Everybody's expressions changed. "Hurry, hurry, hurry," Thunder God said urgently. "It's not going to make it." Hong's face was pale, shaking his head. The two originally had a distance of 1,000 kilometers or so. The swallowing monster's speed is 36 kilometers per second. The robot's speed is too slow. 30 seconds, and it'll catch up. The laser cannon won't get the chance to fire a second shot. The group of Star Traveler warriors beside were panicking so hard their fists were gripped tight enough to hear their joints cracking. Luo Feng stared at the screen. As the swallowing monster was progressing underwater, the satellites were unable to get a picture of it. However, it could still follow and trace the golden horned monster's large life force. After all, its life force was too huge, especially now, with its speed quickly increasing to twice of that. Before, its life force was a lot stronger. 3,200 m below the surface of the ocean, the golden horned monster's wings were bigger than before. The scales on them were more closely packed. The golden Engravings on the scale seemed to have some magical power, allowing the golden-horned monster's speed underwater to increase to an unbelievable level. Rage. The golden-horned beast was raging unlike never before, even the previous attack from the hydrogen bomb before was just a superficial injury to it this time. However, the damage was 10 times, 100 times worse. This injury, that was unlike any other previous one, stirred up the madness and rage within its bones. Suddenly, the golden-horned beast's speed decreased. Ong. The two horns, one long and one short that had been floating on its back, the long one suddenly lit up with golden light and became a beam of golden light, rushing straight upwards. Xiao. As fast as lightning. The golden horn instantly pierced through more than 3,000 m of the ocean. Breaking through the surface, it was too fast. It didn't allow the black robot any time to evade. Both of the black metal robot's hands were grasping the B6 cannon. The cannon was still in the midst of preparation. Gather. The golden horn immediately pierced through the crystal figured beautiful laser cannon, breaking the cannon's preparation with a bang. The cannon broke apart like glass, and at the same time, the golden horn had fiercely pierced into the black metal robot's body. Rumble. The black yttrium metal robot was extremely sturdy. Wang. The robot became like a shooting star, getting blown away in mid-air and flying tens of kilometers back before falling straight into the ocean with a crash and sinking. Within the listening room, Hong, Thunder God, Luo Feng and the others all watched the screen. On the screen, the silhouette in the ocean was gradually sinking deeper. Deeper. Luo Feng, the robot has suffered an immensely strong attack, causing the control systems within its body to be damaged. I can't call it back anymore. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng closed his eyes. 1. Repair robot didn't mean anything at all. However, the attack that carried the hopes of humanity had failed. Sorry, Luo Feng, within my database, there's too little information regarding the space beasts. As for the golden-horned beast, there's even less. I only know some common knowledge. Babata apologized. He too knew what this failure tasted like to the rest of humanity. Silence. There was only silence within the workroom. Jiayi stood by the window and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He lit one and smoked alone. Give me one too. Zhu Shi took one and also smoked. Everybody else was either sitting quietly or closing their eyes in pain. Basically, everybody was extremely silent. Strong defense, incredible speed, and it can even explode with even more shocking speed than before. Not just that, even with its brains blown off, it can still survive and attack. It even has the ability of a spirit reader, as it can control its horn to attack from a distance. Also, its power is huge. Luo Feng's mind was replaying the information. It has an internal world within that can directly ingest a large amount of metal into that world. And its speed of growth is extremely shocking. My God! How did such a space beast land on Earth, and how could they resist? Wang Wang. Suddenly a watch communicator vibrated. The 12 people in the workroom all turned at almost the same time. It was M.O. Henderson's Tactical Communications watch. He pressed the button and immediately an American English-speaking voice came through. Do you guys have any ideas on that side? Are there any more ideas? Asked Luo Feng. Asked the two chairmen. Are there any more ways? All right, I'll ask M.O. Henderson, said softly, before hanging up. M.O. Henderson looked to the others. Luo Feng shook his head. Hong and Thunder God looked at each other, a smile appearing at the same time. Across their faces a strange smile that seemed to contain a feeling of acceptance of death, a smile that shook one's soul. This failure was a heavy blow to every country originally filled with hope. Many people excitedly watching the golden-horned monster's head get destroyed. Some people even fainted from their excitement. However, all of this fell apart and the scene changed from heaven to hell. They had entered a nightmare. The swallowing monster was more terrifying and more powerful than what humanity had imagined. Even without its head, it was still as strong as before, and its speed was even faster. My God! O Lord, save your children. God! A few of Earth's elites, even those who weren't religious, began to quietly pray. Only in such dire, hopeless times will man wish for a miracle or divine intervention, and at that time even these elites were hoping for such an intervention. Obviously they were in despair and totally helpless. The rock stratum on the seabed, 23,000 m or so below the surface. The golden-horned monster's body was lying within the darkness. Its entire body was glowing with threads of golden light. Its head, which was only left with a mouth, had blood and meat intertwining, skin rebuilding, and scales reappearing within a short time. It was growing back out. Even its ears have steadily grown out, and its pair of dark golden eyes have also regrown. Finally, its entire head had regrown, with one short and one long horn on its forehead. The only thing was that the scales on its head were more tender and not as hard as the rest of its body. Rage could be seen within its pupils, endless rage. It was like a blaze burning. Hell! Hell! A low-pitched howl that contained anger continuously echoed throughout. Its injury was too severe. It would never forget the instant where the white light pierced through its body. The light was so fast it couldn't even evade it and had no power to resist. Its entire body's power had gathered within its horn. It was incomparably sturdy and incomparably sharp. Even though the laser had knocked it far away, it wasn't destroyed despite being heavily damaged. Woo! Once its body had fully recovered, the golden-horned monster felt a hunger like never before. Its internal world too was extremely ravished. Every cell in its body was shouting out. It had used up too much energy. Its power had decreased by a lot. It required emergency sustenance. The golden-horned monster let out a low howl, rushing out from the rock stratum upwards. It needed food. It needed metal. Luo Feng's home's listening room. The sky outside was getting dark. Luo Feng and the other 9 people were looking at 2 people, Hong and Thunder God. There's no chance for survival if we keep going on like this. This swallowing monster is too powerful, too strange. Hong shook his head. It'll get stronger just by growing. Even if we humans hid within the archaeological ruins, we would still end up being killed by it. Also, I believe that it has sustained severe injuries after receiving the attack from the laser cannon. I suspect its last speed burst was a struggle from the heavy damage. It might have even been its final last burst before it dies. After he said that last sentence, even Hong himself didn't believe it. Even if it wasn't a last burst, its power would definitely be a lot lower than before. Hong said, "We have to take this chance while it's weak and kill it." Right, once we miss this chance, there won't be any others. Thunder God nodded. Luo Feng and the others were a bit sad. Were they going to watch Hong and Thunder God risk their lives? Thunder God and I both have our own domain. If we really risk it all, there's Hope Hong smiled. Beside him, Thunder God too nodded and smiled.